Hello, and welcome to Mr. Dantello. I am honored to be your companion tonight. This is a live session where I will weave multiple scary stories to help you drift off, free from interruptions, as this video is ads-free for your comfort. If you enjoy this experience, please consider liking, subscribing, and sharing where you are joining from in the comments. It is very important for my channel's growth and helps me bring these stories to more souls. Now, relax your body. Get comfortable. Story 1. Every room had a mirror facing the door. I should have turned around when I saw the first mirror, right there in the lobby, mounted dead center on the far wall, reflecting the front doors like a silent sentinel. But desperation makes you ignore omens. My bank account had bled dry after Mom's funeral. The medical bills, the cremation costs, the quiet, crushing weight of being the last one left. When the sheriff's department handed me the keys to her condemned bungalow and said, 30 days to clear it out or it's ours, I didn't have 30 days. I had a duffel bag, a half tank of gas, and a Craigslist ad screaming, Room 75 WK, cash only, no questions. The address led me to the edge of Ravenswood, a town that smelled of wet asphalt and forgotten things. The building wasn't a hotel, not anymore. The Ravenswood Grand sign hung crooked over the entrance, the grand half torn away by wind or time, leaving just Ravenswood D. It looked like a rotten tooth in a jawbone of boarded-up storefronts. The man who answered the door didn't give his name, just a nod, a grunt, and a key on a frayed blue string. His eyes were the color of ditch water, and he smelled like mothballs and damp wool. He led me up 3 flights of stairs that groaned like dying animals underfoot. Every landing had a mirror, not small ones, floor to ceiling, tarnished silver frames, positioned directly opposite the stairwell doors. As we passed each one, I caught glimpses of myself, pale, hollow-eyed, hair pulled back in a fraying ponytail, but also something else, a flicker in the glass, a shadow that didn't match my movement. I told myself it was the flickering bulb overhead, the building's age, my own exhaustion. He stopped at room 314, last room on the hall, utilities included, no pets, no visitors after 9, pay every Monday. He didn't look at me when he spoke. His gaze kept sliding toward the mirror at the end of the hall. And don't cover the mirror. What? The mirror, he said, finally meeting my eyes. His pupils were too wide, swallowing the pale irises. Facing the door. Don't cover it. Don't turn it. Don't touch it. Just leave it be. He pressed the key into my palm. His skin was cold. You'll pay tonight. Cash. The room was smaller than a prison cell. A narrow bed with a stained mattress, a sink with rust bleeding from its taps, a single window crusted with grime overlooking a dead-end alley choked with trash, and directly opposite the door, dominating the far wall, a mirror. Not just any mirror. An antique thing, easily 6 feet tall, its silvered glass warped with age, the ornate frame blackened with tarnish. It reflected the room perfectly, but the light in the glass felt wrong, colder, deeper. I dropped my duffel on the bed. The silence pressed in, thick and heavy. Outside, the city sounds were muffled, distant. Inside, the only noise was the slow drip, drip, drip of the leaky faucet and the low hum of the old building settling. I unpacked my few things, a change of clothes, Mom's chipped teacup, the only thing I'd kept from the house, a photo of us at the county fair when I was 10. I placed the photo on the nightstand, facing away from the mirror. Something about that glass made me not want my mother's face reflected in it. That first night, I lay awake. The mirror glowed faintly in the dark, catching the sickly yellow light of the street lamp outside. I kept my back to it, pulling the thin blanket over my head like a child, but sleep wouldn't come. The dripping faucet, the groan of pipes, the sound of footsteps in the hall, slow, deliberate, stopping outside my door. I held my breath. The footsteps didn't move on, they just waited. Then a soft scratch at the keyhole, like fingernails. I squeezed my eyes shut. It's just rats. Old buildings have rats. But rats don't breathe. I heard it then, a wet, ragged inhalation right outside the door. Close enough to touch. I didn't move, didn't breathe. After what felt like hours, the footsteps faded down the hall. Morning light did little to ease the dread. I found the landlord in the basement, tinkering with a fuse box that sparked ominously. "You hear anything last night?" I asked, my voice tight. He didn't look up. "This building breathes. It remembers." "Remembers what?" He finally turned, wiping grease on his overalls. His eyes flicked past me toward the stairs, toward the mirrors. "People. It remembers the people who stayed, the ones who never left." He handed me a rusted bucket. "Fix the leak in your sink, or don't. Either way, pay tonight." I spent the day trying to ignore the mirror. I scrubbed the sink, patched the worst of the leaks with plumber's tape I found in a drawer, and walked to a corner store for instant noodles and a cheap burner phone. No signal inside the hotel, none at all. The store clerk, an old man with milky eyes, barely glanced at me when he rang up my items. "New at the Grand, eh?" he muttered. "Yeah, just for a while." He snorted. "A while's all it takes. That place don't like strangers, especially not when the mirrors are hungry." I froze. "What mirrors?" He just shook his head, sliding my change across the counter. "Don't look too long," he whispered. "Don't blink." Back in room 314, I avoided the mirror's gaze. I ate my noodles at the tiny table back turned, but I could feel it, that cold spot in the air behind me, the sense of being watched. When I finally dared to glance at it, my reflection stared back, tired, wary. But behind me, in the glass, the room looked different. The bed was made with crisp white linens. The walls were freshly painted, and in the corner, where my duffel bag sat, stood a woman in a 1940s floral dress, her back to me, humming softly as she brushed long, dark hair. I spun around. The room was empty, just dust motes dancing in the weak sunlight. My heart hammered against my ribs. Stress, grief, sleep deprivation. I recited the words like a prayer. That night, the scratching returned, louder, insistent, not at the keyhole this time, at the mirror itself. Scritch, scritch, scritch. I lay rigid in bed, eyes squeezed shut, blanket pulled over my head. The scratching stopped. Then came the tapping, light, rhythmic on the glass, like a fingernail. Tap, 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 tap. I couldn't stand it. I threw off the blanket. The mirror was fogged, not with steam, with breath. Someone, or something, had been standing close to the glass, breathing on it. In the center of the fogged patch, words were forming, written by an invisible finger. "Let me out." I lunged out of bed, grabbing the only weapon I had, Mom's heavy cast-iron teacup. "Who's there?" My voice cracked. The fog vanished instantly, as if wiped clean. My reflection stared back, wide-eyed, wild-haired, but as I watched, it didn't move when I did. It stayed perfectly still. Then slowly, It smiled. A smile I didn't make. A smile too wide, too sharp. I threw the teacup. It shattered against the mirror with a sound like a gunshot. Glass shards flew everywhere, but the mirror didn't break. Not really. The cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, but through them I saw not the wall behind it, but another room. Darker, colder, the same layout as mine, but draped in mildewed velvet curtains. And standing in the center, facing the broken glass, was the woman from the 1940s dress. Her face was pale, her eyes black voids. She raised a hand, palm flat against the glass. On her wrist, a thin scar pulsed red. I backed away, tripping over the bed frame. The cracks sealed themselves before my eyes, the glass smoothing out, the shards of teacup vanishing as if they'd never existed. Only the mug remained, whole and unbroken, sitting neatly on the nightstand. My reflection stared back, breathing hard, tears streaming down my face. But in the glass, my reflection wasn't crying. It was still smiling. I didn't sleep. At dawn, I packed my duffel. Screw the $75. Screw the landlord. I'd sleep in my car. Anything but this. I flung open the door and froze. The hallway mirror, the one at the very end, was gone. In its place was a dark archway, not a door. An archway cut directly into the wall, leading into impenetrable blackness. From the darkness came the smell of damp earth and old roses, and the sound of humming, the same tune I'd heard in the mirror the day before. I slammed my room door shut, locking it with trembling hands. Leaning against it, I slid to the floor. That's when I saw the note slipped under the door. No envelope, just a piece of yellowed hotel stationery, the ink faded, but legible. They watch through the glass. They wait in the between. Covering the mirror traps them with you. Breaking it lets them out. The only way to leave is to let them in. Don't trust your reflection. It's not yours anymore. Eleanor. Eleanor. The name from Camp Everstill. How was this connected? My head spun. I remembered the journal entry about the hollow ground beneath the cabin. The Grandview Hotel's ledger filled with forgotten names. Were they all part of the same hunger? The same ancient ravenous stillness that clung to abandoned places? That afternoon, I found Eleanor's room. Room 217. The door was slightly ajar. Inside, it was untouched. Dust lay thick on the dresser, the bed, the nightstand. But the mirror was covered, not with cloth, with dozens of layers of peeling wallpaper nailed haphazardly over the glass. Scratches covered the wood beneath, deep, frantic gouges, as if someone had clawed at it for hours. On the bed lay a single object, a small, tarnished hand mirror. Its glass was cracked down the middle. I picked it up. My reflection stared back, but the crack split my face in two. One side was me. The other side was the woman in the floral dress. She mouthed two words. Help us. I dropped the mirror. It shattered. The pieces didn't scatter. They melted into the floorboards like mercury, leaving dark stains that smelled of roses. The landlord found me sitting in the hallway outside room 217, a-shaking. He didn't ask what I'd seen. He just sighed, a sound like dry leaves crumbling. Eleanor tried to fight them, he said, his voice flat. Tried to seal them in, but the mirrors, they're not windows, they're doors. And doors can be opened from either side. He crouched beside me, his breath sour. You think you're the first to run. They always run, until they realize the only way out is through. Through what? Through the reflection? He tapped his chest. They take what you carry, the pain, the grief, the things that make you heavy. They feed on it. And when you're empty, you stay, like Eleanor, like all the others. He stood up, brushing dust from his knees. Pay your rent tonight, or don't. It doesn't matter. The mirrors choose who stays. Night fell like a shroud. I barricaded the door with a flimsy dresser. Useless. I knew it was useless. The mirror glowed in the dark, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. I sat on the bed, Mom's photo clutched in my hand, staring at my own terrified face in the glass. And then, slowly, my reflection changed. It wasn't me anymore. It was Mom, younger, happy, the way I remembered her before the sickness. She smiled, holding out her hand toward the glass. "Come home," she mouthed. "It doesn't hurt here." Tears blurred my vision. I wanted it so badly, to not feel this raw, hollow ache, to not wake up every morning to the silence of an empty house. I stood up, drawn to the mirror like a moth to flame. My hand rose, my fingers touched the cold glass. It felt warm where my reflection's hand met mine. Almost there, Mom's reflection whispered. The glass rippled like water. My fingers sank in, up to the wrist. The warmth spread up my arm, soothing, numbing. The grief, the loneliness, the crushing weight of being alone in the world, it all began to melt away. Peace, such sweet, silent peace. Then I saw it. Behind Mom's reflection, in the warped glass, the woman in the floral dress stood waiting. Her black eyes held no peace, only hunger. And behind her, dozens of others, men, women, children, all pale, all smiling with too many teeth, all reaching toward the glass. They weren't offering peace. They were offering oblivion, erasure. They wanted my pain, yes, but they wanted me more. My memories, my face, my name. I yanked my hand back. The glass snapped shut with a sound like a bone breaking. My reflection snapped back to my own terrified face, but on my wrist, where the glass had touched my skin, a thin red line appeared, like a scar, like Eleanor's. The mirror fogged again. New words formed. You can't run from what you carry. I grabbed Mom's photo, shoved it in my pocket, and kicked aside the dresser. I flew down the stairs, taking them two at a time, not caring about the groans, not caring about the mirrors lining the landings. In each one, I saw flashes, not of myself, but of the others. The woman in the floral dress running down the stairs ahead of me, a child with hollow eyes staring from a second-floor mirror, a man in a bellhop uniform, the same one from the grand view, watching from the lobby mirror, polishing a key. I burst through the front doors into the cold night air. I didn't stop running until I reached my car 3 blocks away. I fumbled with the keys, engine roaring to life. As I peeled away from the curb, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The Ravenswood Grand stood dark against the starless sky, but every single window on the 3rd floor glowed with a soft, silver light, and in the center window of room 314, pressed against the glass, was my own face, watching me leave, smiling. I drove for hours through state lines, until the gas gauge blinked empty. I found a cheap roadside motel, new, fluorescent lit, blessedly mirror-free, and collapsed on the scratchy bed. I slept for 12 hours straight, woke to sunlight, to birdsong, to the smell of coffee from the diner next door. I was safe. I was free. I bought a bus ticket out of town that afternoon, one way, no destination, just away. The bus station was crowded, smelly, real. I bought a greasy burger and a soda, savoring the mundane chaos. As I waited for my bus, I wandered to the restrooms. Inside the women's room, Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and directly opposite the door, mounted on the chipped tile wall, a mirror. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. Don't look. Don't blink. I backed slowly toward the exit, eyes fixed on the door handle. But as I turned, my gaze flickered to the glass. My reflection stared back. But it wasn't alone. Behind me, in the mirror's reflection of the restroom, stood the woman in the floral dress. Her hand rested on my reflection's shoulder. Her black eyes met mine in the glass. And she smiled. On her wrist, the scar pulsed red, matching mine. I ran out of the restroom, past the confused ticket agent, out into the parking lot. My bus was boarding. I sprinted toward it, fumbling for my ticket. As I climbed the steps, I turned for one last look at the station. Every window in the building reflected the afternoon sun. But in the restroom window, the glass was dark, and pressed against it, watching me board the bus, was not one face, dozens, pale faces, hungry faces, Mom's face among them, all smiling, all waiting. The bus doors hissed shut, the engine rumbled to life. As we pulled away, I kept my eyes forward, fixed on the road ahead. But in the small, convex mirror above the driver's seat, I saw them, not in the station anymore, in the reflection of the bus windows, sitting in the empty seats behind me, the woman in the floral dress, the hollow-eyed child, the bellhop, and in the very back seat, barely visible, Mom. She raised a hand, waved. I closed my eyes, pressed my forehead against the cool glass of the bus window, tried to breathe, tried to be still. But the reflection in the window wasn't my own. It was the lobby of the Ravenswood Grand, the mirrors lining the hallways, the archway of darkness where the end mirror had been, and standing in the center of it all, facing me, was my own face, calm, empty, at peace, holding out a hand. You can't run from what you carry. The bus rolled on. The highway stretched ahead, endless and gray. I didn't open my eyes again. I didn't need to. I could feel them behind me, in the seats, in the glass, in the quiet spaces between heartbeats, waiting for me to look, waiting for me to remember, waiting for me to finally let go. Some doors don't lead out. They lead deeper in. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. I found a voicemail on my phone from my own voice, warning me not to come home tonight. The voicemail notification appeared at 3:17 p.m. on a Tuesday, so ordinary it felt like wallpaper. I was in the middle of a spreadsheet that refused to balance, the fluorescent lights of my cubicle humming a monotonous dirge, when my phone buzzed once against my thigh. A single red dot glowed beside the phone icon. One new voicemail. I almost didn't check it. My mother was the only person who still left voicemails instead of texting, and she called just that morning. But something about the timing, the precise, unremarkable hour, pricked at the base of my skull, a tiny static charge of wrongness. I tapped the notification. The voicemail player opened. The timestamp read, "Today, 2:48 a.m. The contact field was blank. No number, just a string of dashes. I pressed play. The voice that filled my earphones was mine. Not similar, not a close approximation, mine. Down to the slight rasp in my throat from the coffee I'd had that morning, the subtle lisp on my S's I'd never quite outgrown, the exact cadence I used when I was trying to sound calm, but was actually terrified. Every inflection, every breath, every microscopic tremor of vocal cord was a perfect mirror of my own speech. "Don't come home tonight," the voice said. It was low, urgent, stripped of all pretense. I know you're listening to this right now at your desk, wondering if you're losing your mind. You're not. Just listen. Don't come home. Don't go near the apartment. Whatever you do, don't open the door. Not even if you hear me, begging you to let me in. It's not me. It's wearing my face, but it's not me. Stay away until sunrise. Please, for God's sake, just stay away. The message ended with a soft click. Total duration, 28 seconds. I sat frozen in my chair, the spreadsheet forgotten, the hum of the office lights suddenly deafening. My skin prickled with cold. Sweat. I played the message again and again. Each time, the voice was unmistakably mine. The specificity was what undid me. The detail about me being at my desk. The assumption that I'd be questioning my sanity. It wasn't a recording. It was a message sent from a future version of myself, or a past one, or something else entirely. I checked my call log. No outgoing calls to my own number. No missed calls from unknown numbers around 2:48 a.m. The voicemail existed in a vacuum, a ghost in the machine with no origin point. My apartment was a 10-minute walk from the office, a small ground floor unit in a converted brownstone, cheap because the previous tenant had skipped out without notice. The landlord, Mrs. Gable, had handed me the keys with a warning I'd dismissed as eccentricity. The locks are new, but the door, it has a habit of opening itself sometimes. Just make sure you throw the deadbolt, dear. Always the deadbolt. I'd laughed it off. Now, sitting in my cubicle, with my own voice echoing in my skull, I remembered the way her eyes had darted toward my door as she'd said it. I didn't go home that night. I told my boss I had a migraine and left early. I walked to a 24-hour diner 3 blocks from my apartment and sat in a corner booth with my back to the wall, nursing a cup of terrible coffee for hours. I watched the street outside, half expecting to see myself walking toward the brownstone, keys in hand. But the evening passed without incident. At 11 p.m., exhausted and wired, I booked a room at a cheap motel across town using cash I kept for emergencies. I slept fitfully, waking every hour to check the time. At 5:03 a.m., just as the first gray light began to bleed into the sky, my phone buzzed on the nightstand. Another voicemail. This one was time-stamped 4:59 a.m. Again, no number. Again, my voice, but rougher now, shredded with exhaustion and fear. "You made it through the night," it said, the words tumbling out in a rush. "Good, but don't come home yet, not until you've heard this. Last night, it was here, in the apartment. I don't know how it got in. The deadbolt was thrown, the chain was up. But it was waiting for me when I walked in, sitting in my armchair like it owned the place. It looked exactly like me. Same clothes I'd worn that day, same haircut. But its eyes were wrong, too dark, too still, like polished stones. It smiled and said, "You're late." And I knew then that it had been waiting for me, that it had been me all along, living my life, sleeping in my bed, while I was somewhere else. I ran. I've been hiding in the storage unit downtown since midnight. Box 447. The key is taped under the 3rd shelf in the kitchen pantry. Get the key. Go to the storage unit. There's proof inside. Don't trust anything you see in that apartment, especially not me. The line went dead. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. Storage Unit 447. The key under the pantry shelf. Details only I would know. This wasn't a prank. This was a distress call from a version of myself trapped in a nightmare. I spent the next 2 hours in a state of hypervigilance, researching storage facilities downtown. There was only one within a 5-mile radius, Metro Safe Storage. I called them anonymously, posing as a concerned friend. "Does Unit 447 belong to a Daniel Reeves?" I asked, using my own name. The clerk checked. "Yes, sir. Rented 6 months ago." 6 months ago. I had no memory of renting a storage unit, no record of it on my bank statements. But my body must have done it. While I was asleep, while I was elsewhere. At 8 a.m., I returned to my apartment building, not to go inside, just to observe. I sat on a bench across the street, hidden behind a newspaper, watching my own window. Nothing moved, no shadow passed behind the blinds. The front door remained closed. At noon, I worked up the courage to enter the building. I took the stairs slowly, my footsteps echoing in the narrow stairwell. My apartment door looked normal. The deadbolt was thrown. The chain lock was engaged. I crouched down and peered through the mail slot. The apartment was empty. My armchair sat vacant. The coffee table was clear. Everything was exactly as I'd left it that morning. Too exactly. No dishes in the sink. No laundry piled on the bedroom floor. The bed was made with military precision, something I never did. It was a stage set, waiting for an actor to return. I didn't go in. I turned and walked straight to the kitchen, my heart hammering. I opened the pantry, my fingers trembling as I felt along the underside of the third shelf. My fingertips brushed against tape. I peeled it back. A small brass key was taped there. I pocketed the key and left the building without looking back. Metro Safe Storage was a concrete bunker on the edge of the industrial district. Unit 447 was on the ground floor, near the back. The key fit perfectly. I pulled the rolling door open with a metallic groan. Inside, the unit was empty, except for a single cardboard box. I opened it with numb fingers. Inside were 3 items: a journal filled with my handwriting, pages and pages of frantic entries detailing the same events the voicemails described, the doppelganger in the apartment, the eyes like polished stones, the terror of not knowing which version of myself was real, a photograph of me, taken from outside my apartment window, dated last week. I was asleep in bed, moonlight catching the curve of my cheek. The angle was impossible unless the photographer had been standing on the fire escape, and a digital voice recorder. I pressed play. My voice filled the small space, raw and desperate. "If you're hearing this, you found the storage unit. Good. Now listen carefully. The thing in the apartment isn't just mimicking me, it's replacing me, piece by piece, memory by memory. It's learning how to be me better than I am, and every night I spend away from the apartment, it gets stronger. It's building a life there, a perfect, seamless life that no one will question. My boss thinks I'm working overtime. My friends think I'm dating someone new. Even my mother hasn't noticed I haven't called in weeks. It's erasing me from the outside in, but the core is still mine. As long as I don't go back, as long as I don't let it touch me, I can fight it. But I'm running out of time. It's starting to send messages to you, to the version of me that's still free. It's trying to lure you home. Don't listen. Don't trust any voicemail that tells you it's safe to come back, especially not the one that says it's from me tomorrow night. That's the trap. It wants you to come home so it can finish the job, so it can absorb you completely. Stay away. Find another storage unit, keep moving, and whatever you do, don't sleep. Because when you sleep, that's when it can reach you. That's when it can pull you back into the apartment. That's when it can make you forget which one of you is real. The recording ended with a choked sob. I stood in the storage unit for a long time, the voice recorder clutched in my hand. The implications were staggering. There wasn't just one other me. There were multiple versions. The one leaving voicemails, the one writing in the journal, the one recording this message, and the one in the apartment weaving a perfect counterfeit life. And me, the current me, the one holding the recorder, was just the latest iteration, the most recent escapee. I left the storage unit and walked for hours, my mind racing. I couldn't go to the police. They'd think I was schizophrenic. I couldn't go to a friend. The doppelganger might already be impersonating me in their lives. I was utterly alone, hunted by a reflection that knew me better than I knew myself. That night, I checked into another motel. I bought a burner phone with cash. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at my primary phone, willing it not to ring. At 2:48 a.m., it buzzed. Another voicemail. I didn't want to listen, but I had to know. I pressed play. My voice, calm, soothing, almost gentle, filled my earphones. "It's okay now. You can come home. I handled it. The thing, it's gone. I don't know how, but it just vanished this morning. The apartment is clean, safe. I've been waiting for you. I miss you. Please come home. I'm so tired of being alone." The message was a masterpiece of manipulation. It addressed my deepest fears, my loneliness, my desperate need for this nightmare to be over. It sounded like relief, like salvation. But I remembered the warning from the storage unit recording. Don't trust any voicemail that tells you it's safe to come back, especially not the one that says it's from me tomorrow night. This was the trap. I deleted the voicemail without saving it. I powered off my primary phone and buried it in the motel trash can. With the burner phone, I booked a bus ticket to a city 3 states away. I left the motel before dawn, carrying only the clothes on my back and the brass key from the pantry. I've been on the road for 2 weeks now. I work odd jobs for cash. I sleep in shifts, never more than 3 hours at a time. I avoid mirrors. I avoid crowds. Every stranger's face looks like a potential mask. Every reflection in a store window feels like a threat. Last night, in a laundromat in rural Ohio, I saw a payphone, an old grimy thing with a yellowed phone book chained to it. On impulse, I dialed my own number. I let it ring until voicemail picked up, and then I heard it. My voice, clear as day, saying, "Hey, it's me. Leave a message." But beneath the greeting, almost too faint to hear, was another voice, whispering, pleading, "Don't hang up, please. It's still here. It's always here. It's learning how to leave voicemails now. It's learning how to be you everywhere. Run. Just keep running." I hung up the phone and walked out into the rain. I didn't look back. I know now that I can never stop running, because the thing in my apartment isn't just waiting for me to come home. It's learning how to find me wherever I go. And the most terrifying part isn't that it wears my face. It's that with every passing day, I'm starting to forget what my own face really looks like. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. I took a job in an old library and noticed the books kept rearranging themselves into sentences I'd whispered in my sleep. The pay was barely above minimum wage, but the Aldridge Athenaeum offered something rarer than money. Silence. Not the absence of sound, but the deep, resonant quiet of centuries-old paper and polished oak. After 2 years of fruitless job hunting with my useless folklore degree, the part-time archiving position felt like sanctuary. Mr. Finch, the head librarian, hired me on the spot. He was a gaunt man in his 70s, with watery eyes magnified by thick glasses and hands that trembled slightly as he showed me the ropes. "The Aldridge," he'd said, his voice a dry rustle like pages turning in an empty room, "is not merely a repository of books, Miss Vance. It is a living organism. Treat it with respect, and it will treat you kindly." He hadn't elaborated, just handed me a worn leather ledger and a cart of misshelved volumes, his gaze lingering on me a fraction too long before he retreated into his glass-walled office. The building itself was a relic. Built in 1893 by a reclusive industrialist named Silas Thorne, it squatted on the edge of the university district like a brooding stone gargoyle. Stained glass windows depicting forgotten scholars cast fractured rainbows on dusty floorboards. The air perpetually smelled of aged paper, lemon oil, and the faint metallic tang of the old radiator pipes that groaned and hissed like sleeping serpents. My duties were simple: reshelve returned books, assist patrons, though they were few and far between, and slowly, painstakingly, reorganize the chaotic Special Collections Annex, a dim, cavernous room in the basement filled with uncatalogued donations, crumbling manuscripts, and books bound in leather that felt disturbingly like skin. The first week was uneventful. I catalogued moldy ledgers, wiped grime from gilt titles, and learned the library's peculiar rhythms. The grandfather clock in the main hall chimed not on the hour, but seemingly at random intervals, its bong echoing through the stacks like a funeral knell. The fluorescent lights in the west wing flickered persistently, casting jumping shadows that made the marble busts of long-dead benefactors seem to leer. I chalked it up to the building's age. Old places have quirks. It started subtly on a Tuesday. I'd had a restless night, haunted by dreams of my childhood home, the creak of the third stair, the smell of damp wool from my father's coat. I'd woken, gasping, whispering a phrase my therapist had drilled into me during my anxiety phase. "It's not real. It's just the house settling." The words had escaped my lips before I could clamp my mouth shut. That afternoon, reshelving philosophy texts in the third-floor stacks, I froze. On the shelf labeled Ethics, 1700-1750, 3 books stood out like sore thumbs, not by placement, but by title. They formed a sentence perfectly, horrifyingly. It's not real. It's just the house settling. Hardcover bindings, a dusty green volume of Hume's treatise, a cracked spine on Locke's essay concerning human understanding, and a pristine, gold-embossed copy of Berkeley's Principles of Human Knowledge. They weren't part of this section. Hume and Locke belonged 2 shelves down. Berkeley was in metaphysics. But there they were, side by side, their spines forming the exact words I'd whispered into my pillow at 3:17 a.m. My blood turned to ice water. I scanned the empty aisle. No one, just the dust motes dancing in a shaft of weak afternoon light. A trick of the mind, I told myself. Stress, lack of sleep. I reshelved the books correctly, my fingers numb, and forced myself to focus on the Dewey Decimal numbers. That night, I slept with the light on. The second incident happened 3 days later. I'd been arguing with my landlord over the phone about a leak, my voice tight with frustration. Later, half asleep, I'd mumbled into my pillow, "This place is falling apart around me." Just venting, just words lost to the dark. The next morning, in the Special Collections Annex, I was sorting through a box of uncatalogued donations, mostly worthless pamphlets and mildewed ledgers. I pulled out a heavy cloth-bound volume titled Municipal Infrastructure Reports, 1880-1889. Oh, it felt wrong in my hands. Too light. I opened it. The pages were blank. Every single one, except for the very last page, scrawled across it in faded, spidery ink that looked decades old, was the phrase, "This place is falling apart around me." I dropped the book like it was burning hot. It landed with a soft thud on the mildewed carpet. My heart hammered against my ribs. This wasn't stress. This wasn't coincidence. The words were mine, whispered in the dead of night, in the privacy of my own rented room miles away. How? How? I spent lunch hour in the university archives, digging into the Aldridge's history. Silas Thorne, eccentric, wealthy, built the library as a monument to his wife Lavinia, a noted scholar of obscure folklore who vanished under mysterious circumstances in 1891, 2 years before the library opened. Local newspapers were coy, citing delicate health and a prolonged European convalescence. But buried in a society column was a chilling detail. Lavinia Thorne was rumored to have suffered from severe somniloquy, violent sleep-talking, and had been collecting local superstitions about voice thieves and dream eaters in the months before her disappearance. Silas Thorne had donated his entire personal collection, including Lavinia's unpublished research, to found the Athenaeum. The library was her tomb. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of my apartment building, every sigh of the wind, felt like an intrusion. I lay rigid in the dark, consciously sealing my lips, focusing on my breathing, terrified of what might slip out. But exhaustion won. I dreamed of Lavinia Thorne, not as she appeared in the single stern portrait hanging in the main hall, but as a wisp of shadow in the library stacks, her mouth moving silently, hungrily. I woke with a gasp, my own voice echoing in my ears, raw and unfamiliar. I can feel her watching me from the shelves. Dread settled in my stomach like a stone. I called in sick. I couldn't face the library. But by noon, the silence of my apartment became unbearable. The shadows in the corners seemed to deepen. Listening, I needed to see it, to prove it was just my unraveling mind. I drove back to the Aldridge, parking my car hastily on the street. The library was unnaturally quiet. No Mr. Finch in his office, no patrons. The only sound was the erratic tick-tick-tick of the grandfather clock, slower than usual, each tick stretching into a sigh. I went straight to the main fiction section, heart pounding. I found them on the Gothic Romance, 1800, 1850 shelf. 3 books. The Monk by Lewis, Melmoth the Wanderer by Maturin, The Italian by Radcliffe. Their spines formed the sentence, "I can feel her watching me from the shelves." The words were clear, undeniable. And Radcliffe's book was upside down, its pages splayed open slightly, as if it had been placed that way deliberately. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I backed away, bumping into a book cart. It rattled loudly in the silence. From the direction of the Special Collections Annex, deep in the basement, came a sound. Not a groan of pipes, not the flicker of lights. A soft, rhythmic thumping, like a fist slowly, patiently tapping against wood from inside a closed cabinet. Thump, thump, thump. I ran, not towards the exit, but towards Mr. Finch's office. I needed answers. I needed to know what I'd walked into. I yanked open his office door without knocking. He was sitting at his desk, but not working. He was staring out the window at the gray afternoon sky, his face ashen. On his desk lay an open ledger, not the one he'd given me, but an ancient leather-bound volume with tarnished brass corners. Its pages were filled not with catalog numbers, but with cramped, frantic handwriting. Phrases, sentences, dozens of them, scrawled in different inks, some faded brown, some startlingly fresh and black. Make it stop singing in the walls? The baby won't stop crying and it's not mine. I left the oven on. I know I did. She's under the floorboards. She's always been under the floorboards. And at the very bottom of the last filled page, in a shaky hand that matched Mr. Finch's tremor, but was far more desperate. It takes the whispers. It hungers for the words we lose in sleep. Lavinia's ghost isn't lost. She's the hunger. The library is her mouth. Mr. Finch didn't turn. His voice was a broken whisper, thick with tears he wouldn't shed. You felt it too, didn't you? The words you shouldn't have spoken, appearing where they don't belong. He finally looked at me, his magnified eyes wide with a fear that had long since curdled into resignation. Silas Thorne didn't build this place for his wife. He built it around her, to contain her. Lavinia, she wasn't just a scholar. She believed in the old things, the things that feed on unguarded thoughts, on the raw, unfiltered words we spill when our minds are unguarded. She tried to bind one, or perhaps it bound her. When she vanished, Silas knew. He walled up her study in the basement, the room that's now Special Collections, and poured his fortune into stone and silence, hoping to starve it. But stone doesn't silence hunger. It only makes it patient. He tapped the ledger with a trembling finger. This is the record. Every night watchman, every cleaner, every stray patron who muttered in their sleep near the stacks, their whispers, their fears, their secrets, Lavinia's echo takes them. It rearranges the library's bones to speak them back, to feed the thing that wears her name. It's been starving, decades of silence, until you came. He looked at me, truly looked at me for the first time. You talk in your sleep, Miss Vance, loudly, clearly, and you carry such vivid fears. The house settling, falling apart, being watched. It's banquets for it. A crash echoed from the basement annex. Not a thump, a crash. Like shelves collapsing. Mr. Finch flinched, his face crumbling. It knows you're here. It knows you know. It wants the rest of your words, the deep ones, the ones you whisper about your sister. My breath stopped. Clara, my little sister, who drowned in Miller's Pond when I was 10. The guilt that had lived in my bones for 20 years. The words I choked back every single night. The ones that sometimes escaped in ragged, tear-filled whispers. I should have been watching her. It was my turn. Another crash, closer, from the stairs leading up from the basement. The rhythmic thumping was gone, replaced by a wet, tearing sound like leather splitting apart. Books were falling, thudding onto the stone floor below. Mr. Finch stood up, his chair scraping harshly. "There's a way," he rasped, his voice barely audible over the growing chaos below. "Lavinia's original research, her journal, it's not in the catalog. Silas hid it within the hunger, in the very heart of special collections. A small blue book, vellum pages. If you can find it before it finds you, it might tell you how to starve it again, how to silence it." He grabbed a heavy brass letter opener from his desk, his knuckles white. "I'll hold it off. Go. Now. Down the left corridor, third door on the right. The real special collection." He moved past me, towards the archway leading to the basement stairs, his frail body suddenly rigid with a terrible resolve. "Remember the words, Alara," he called back, his voice cracking. "Remember what you whisper. Don't give it those words." I didn't hesitate. I ran. Down the dim main hall, past the staring busts, past the grandfather clock which now chimed a single, discordant bong as I passed. The left corridor was darker, narrower, the air thick with dust and the smell of dry rot. The third door on the right was unmarked, made of heavy scarred oak. It was slightly ajar. From within came the tearing sound, louder now, mixed with a new sound, a dry, papery rustling like 1,000 pages being frantically turned at once, and beneath it a whisper, not one voice, but dozens, layered over each other, rising and falling like a sickening chorus. Watching from the shelves, falling apart. Not real, not real, not real. Why, should have been watching. My sister's name, my guilt. It was hunting for it. I pushed the door open. Special Collections wasn't just a room, it was a cavern. Floor-to-ceiling shelves stretched into gloom, crammed with books, scrolls, wooden boxes. But they were in chaos. Shelves had been violently wrenched open. Books lay scattered like fallen soldiers, pages splayed open. Dust hung thick in the beams of weak light filtering through high, grimy windows. The air vibrated with that dry, tearing rustle. And in the center of the room, hovering 3 feet off the ground, was a swirling vortex of pages. Torn leaves from hundreds of books spiraled around a core of deeper shadow, forming shifting, fragmented sentences that dissolved as quickly as they formed. "Clara is cold." The water was so dark. My fault, my fault, my fault. It was feeding. It was trying to form the sentence it craved most. I dropped to my knees, scrambling through the debris on the floor, ignoring the dust choking me, the way the torn pages seemed to writhe under my fingers. Blue book, vellum pages, Lavinia's journal. My eyes darted over spines, over broken bindings. Nothing. The whispering chorus grew louder, more insistent. The vortex pulsed, the shadow at its heart, deepening, stretching towards me like a grasping hand made of ink and dust. The temperature plummeted, my breath fogged in the air. "Ilara!" The chorus hissed, weaving my name into the fragments. "Ilara, you were supposed to watch." Tears blurred my vision. I kicked aside a pile of mildewed pamphlets, and there it was, tucked beneath a shattered globe stand, a small, unassuming book bound in faded blue cloth, its edges soft with age. Vellum pages peeked from within. Lavinia's journal. I grabbed it just as the vortex surged. The swirling pages shot towards me like a flock of angry birds, enveloping my arms, my legs, clinging with unnatural stickiness. The whispering became a roar inside my skull, drowning out thought, hammering the terrible true sentence it wanted to complete. I should have been watching Clay. I wrenched the journal open with my free hand. The pages were brittle, covered in Lavinia's elegant looping script. I flipped frantically past sketches of strange sigils, past notes on dream parasites, and the consumption of unspoken grief. The pages stuck together. The whispering intensified, the pages binding my wrists like restraints. Cold seeped into my bones. I saw Clara's face in the swirling shadow, pale, waterlogged, her eyes wide and accusing. "Rah!" The chorus screamed, completing the name. I should have been watching Clara. The words ripped from my throat before I could stop them. A raw, sobbing confession torn from 20 years of buried pain. The vortex shrieked. A sound like tearing parchment amplified 1,000-fold. The pages binding me tightened, cutting off circulation. The shadow lunged, a gaping maw of darkness forming within the vortex, reaching for my face, for my mouth, to devour the source of the words. My eyes landed on a passage in the journal. A single, underlined phrase written in frantic, jagged letters that looked nothing like Lavinia's usual hand, as if written in terror. 2. Starve the hunger, speak the truth you bury not in darkness, but in light, not the whispered guilt. The truth, the real truth. With a gasp that tore my throat, I wrenched my head back from the shadow maw and screamed the words not in a whisper, but in a ragged, defiant shout that echoed off the stone walls of the annex, shattering the whispering chorus. I was scared. I was 10 years old, and I was scared to go in the water after what happened to Benny Miller. It wasn't just my turn, it was my fear. Clara knew I was scared. She waved at me from the dock and I smiled back, and then she slipped and I froze. I froze. That's the truth. That's what I bury. The vortex shattered. The pages fell like dead leaves, fluttering silently to the dusty floor. The shadow dissolved into wisps of smoke that vanished before they touched the ground. The cold receded, replaced by the familiar damp chill of the basement. The whispering was gone. Utter silence descended, broken only by my ragged sobs and the distant normal tick-tick-tick of the grandfather clock filtering down from above. I lay on the cold stone floor, surrounded by scattered books and torn pages. Lavinia's blue journal clutched to my chest like a shield. The air smelled only of dust and old paper. No decay, no hunger. I don't know how long I lay there. Eventually, I heard Mr. Finch's slow, shuffling footsteps approaching the annex door. He paused in the doorway, leaning heavily on the brass letter opener, his face pale but calm. He took in the chaos, the scattered pages, me trembling on the floor. He didn't speak. He just nodded slowly, a single tear tracing a path through the dust on his cheek. He understood. I still work at the Aldrich. The pay is still terrible. But the silence now is different. It's not the silence of waiting hunger. It's the quiet of a deep, old wound finally scabbed over. I reshelve books. I help the rare patron. I never whisper in my sleep anymore. I speak my fears aloud, to friends, to my therapist, to the empty air of my apartment when the shadows grow long, out loud in the light. But sometimes, on the quietest afternoons when the dust motes dance in the stained glass light, I'll be reshelving in a forgotten corner. I'll pull a book from a high shelf, and for just a second the spine won't match its neighbors. The title will be wrong, and if I look closely, in the grain of the old leather binding, I might see the faintest impression of letters, like words pressed deep into the material by an invisible hand. She knows. I close the book. I reshelve it correctly. I take a deep breath of the lemon oil and paper air, and I walk away, speaking softly to myself, my voice clear and steady in the quiet library, out loud, always out loud, because the silence between the shelves is no longer empty. It's listening, and it remembers the taste of words. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. My reflection started moving before I did. It began with a blink, not mine. I was shaving, 6:17 a.m., steam fogging the mirror, razor hovering just below my left eye, when my reflection blinked. A fraction of a second before I did. I froze. The razor nicked my skin. A bead of blood welled dark and slow. In the mirror, the same drop appeared. Identical size, identical curve. But it rolled down my reflection's cheek before mine moved. I touched my face. Sticky warmth. Looked back. My reflection's hand was already lowering, smiling faintly, not a grin, not a leer, just a quiet, knowing upturn at the corner of its mouth, like it had just remembered a private joke. I backed away. The mirror, cheap, frameless, glued to the wall of my rented studio, stayed ordinary. No distortion, no fog, just my face pale, stubbled, eyes wide. But the air in the bathroom had changed. Thicker, colder, like stepping into a room where someone had just stopped speaking. I didn't shower, didn't dress. Sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the closed bathroom door. Told myself, fatigue, sleep paralysis residue. You dreamed it. I'd been having those dreams lately, vivid, suffocating, where I'd wake up inside the dream, convinced I was awake, only to jolt upright hours later, drenched in sweat. Dr. Thorne called it hypnopompic intrusion, the brain misfiring during the transition to wakefulness. But the blood on my collar was real, and the reflection hadn't lagged. It had led. At work, third-floor cubicle, data entry for a medical billing firm, I avoided all reflective surfaces. The chrome trim on the elevator doors, the glass partition of the conference room, even the dark screen of my idle monitor. I kept my head down, typed. Patient, Ramirez, Elena, procedure, MRI brain, code 70553, diagnosis G43.909. The numbers blurred. I glanced up. Across the aisle, Janice from HR was adjusting. Her scarf in the window of her cubicle, polished steel, part of the modern aesthetic the office manager loved. Her reflection moved, smooth, fluid, too fluid, like it wasn't bound by muscle or tendon. She reached up to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Her reflection's hand was already there, waiting. Janice didn't notice. She smiled at something on her phone and walked away. I stood, walked to her cubicle, looked at the steel panel. My reflection stared back. Same rumpled shirt, same dark circles. But its eyes, not tired, alert. And when I shifted my weight to my left foot, its right foot moved first, a preparatory step, like it was bracing. I turned abruptly, walked fast to the stairwell, pushed the door open. Concrete steps spiraled down, no windows, just emergency lighting, low, red, pulsing faintly. I leaned against the wall, breathed. It's stress, grief, the anniversary's coming, January 7th, 3 years. Sarah's voice on the phone. Ben, I'm at the garage. Something's wrong. The silence after, the Prius empty, the phone playing Hallelujah. I hadn't slept through it. I had. That was the lie I'd lived. I had gone to the garage. I'd seen the man. I'd frozen. And Sarah had gotten into the car with him to protect me. Just go, Ben. Run. I'll be okay. I ran. I didn't look back. I never saw what happened next. The reflection in the stairwell door, reinforced steel, scratched and dented, caught my eye. I turned, looked. It wasn't me. It was him. The man from the garage, tall, gaunt, wearing a dark coat, even in the fluorescent glare. He stood behind me in the reflection, not in the stairwell. In the reflection. His hand rested on my reflection's shoulder. My reflection didn't flinch, just nodded. Once, slow, like an agreement. I spun. Nothing. Empty stairwell. But the air smelled of gasoline and burnt rubber. That night, I didn't go home. I drove west into the desert, past Barstow, past the turnoff for Solitude, until the road became gravel, then dirt, then nothing but hardpan and sagebrush. I parked, killed the headlights. The moon was full, cold, white, casting sharp, ink-black shadows. I got out, walked 100 yards from the Jeep, stopped, turned, looked back. The Jeep's side mirror caught the moonlight. I approached slowly, peered in. My reflection stared back, same face, but its mouth moved, not forming words, just shaping them, silent, lips parting, tongue pressing against teeth like it was tasting the air. Then it raised its hand, not mimicking, initiating. It pointed past my shoulder into the darkness behind me. I didn't turn. I knew. The man was there, not in the world, in the space between. The reflection lowered its hand, touched its own chest, then pointed at me. You. Me. Same. I whispered, "What do you want?" The reflection's lips moved, no sound, but I heard it, not in my ears, in my bones. To be seen. I backed away, drove through the night, reached my building at 3:04 a.m. The lobby was empty. The elevator, no. I took the stairs. 7 flights, legs burning, heart hammering, apartment 7B, key in the lock. I pushed the door open, dark. I flicked the light. The hallway mirror, tall, narrow, inherited with the apartment, stood at the far end. My reflection filled it. But it wasn't looking at me. It was looking past me, at the open door, at the darkness beyond, and it was smiling, wide, unnatural, teeth too white, too many. I slammed the door, locked it, chained it, didn't turn on any other lights. Sat on the couch, watched the mirror, it watched back. At 4:17 a.m., the exact time Sarah's phone stopped recording, the reflection moved. Not a blink, not a shift, a step. It stepped forward, out of the mirror, not through the glass, into the glass. The surface rippled like water disturbed by a stone, and behind it, depth. Not wall, not drywall, a corridor, low ceiling, exposed pipes, red emergency lights, the same corridor from the subway station, the one with the posters. Today, Wednesday, January 7th, 2026. My reflection, Daniel, stood at the far end, wearing a clean lab coat, smiling. He raised a hand, waved, then pointed to the floor beside him. A figure lay there, curled on its side, wearing a floral dress, gloves folded neatly on the concrete. The woman from the saloon. She turned her head, looked at me, not with fear, with pity. The reflection, Daniel, mouthed 2 words. Let go. I stood, walked to the mirror, pressed my palm against the glass, cold, solid, but beneath my hand the surface gave, just slightly, like skin. I pulled back. My palm print remained, not fog, not oil, a perfect, glowing outline, soft amber light, like the tubes in the Philco radio. It pulsed, once, twice, in time with my heartbeat. I looked down. My real hand was unmarked, but the reflection's hand, still pressed to the glass from the other side, was bleeding. Dark drops welled at the fingertips, rolled down the glass, not falling. Climbing, upward, defying gravity, toward the top of the mirror, where, in the corner, faint but growing clearer, words were forming. Scratched into the silvering, not written, carved. You froze, she chose, now choose. The blood reached the words, filled the grooves, glowed red. The reflection, Daniel stepped aside. Behind him, the corridor opened into a room. The MRI suite at MedTech, the machine hummed. The table was extended, and on it, Sarah, eyes closed, chest rising, falling, alive, unharmed. A monitor beeped, steady, strong. Daniel looked at me, then at Sarah, then back. His lips moved. One step, that's all it takes, to undo the freeze, to be there, to be him. The man in the dark coat stood in the corner of the room, not threatening, just waiting like a stagehand. The reflection held out its hand, not to pull me in, to invite me, to trade. Benjamin, the name of the man who ran, for Daniel, the name of the man who stayed. I looked at my real hand, at the glowing print on the glass, at Sarah, breathing, at the words still burning. You froze, she chose, now choose. The apartment was silent. No hum of fridge, no distant traffic, just the low rhythmic thump of the MRI machine, coming from the mirror. Thump, 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 like a heart, like a piston, like something being pumped back to life. I took a breath, not shallow, not panicked, deep, full, the kind you take before diving, before speaking, before changing. I raised my hand, not to the glass, to my chest, felt the ridge of the old scar above my eyebrow, felt the steady beat beneath my ribs. Then I looked the reflection in the eye and shook my head, slowly, deliberately. No, I said. The reflection's smile didn't fade. It shifted from invitation to respect. It lowered its hand, stepped back into the corridor. The woman in the floral dress sat up, nodded. The man in the coat tipped his head. The MRI's hum softened. The words on the glass dimmed, not erased. Acknowledged. The blood drained away. The corridor receded. The mirror became just a mirror. My reflection stared back. Same face, same scar, same green eyes. But the eyes were different, not haunted, not fractured. Present, I turned away, walked to the window, looked out. Dawn was breaking, pale gold over the city. January 7th, 2026. Still today, still now. I picked up my phone, dialed Sarah's number. Not the old one, the real one, the one that had been disconnected for 3 years. It rang, once, twice, then a voice, not a recording, not a ghost. Hers, sleepy, warm, alive with the mundane miracle of morning. Ben, what's wrong? It's 6 a.m. I closed my eyes, heard the rain on the roof, heard the distant wail of a siren, heard the sound of a world still turning. I'm okay, I said. And for the first time in 3 years, I meant it, because the reflection didn't move before I did. I did, and that was the moment everything changed. Not back, forward, into the light, and that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I rented a house, and the mirrors only showed me when I wasn't looking directly at them. The realtor's name was Mrs. Gable, though everyone in Blackwood called her Graveyard Gable behind her back. She met me on the crumbling front porch of the old Henderson place, her smile tight as a drumhead, eyes skittering away from the boarded-up windows. "Needs work," she admitted, fanning herself with a brochure despite the October chill. "But look at that price. Practically free for this square footage." She jangled a heavy ring of keys, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness of the overgrown yard. "Previous tenant moved out sudden-like, left most everything. Utilities are still active, perfect for a quiet soul like you." Her gaze lingered on my worn suitcase and the duffel bag slung over my shoulder. The entire sum of my life after the divorce settlement left me with nothing but debt and the echoing silence of an empty apartment. The house was cheap, suspiciously cheap, but the realtor's desperation mirrored my own. I signed the lease on the hood of a dusty sedan, the ink smudging under my trembling thumb. She thrust the keys into my palm, cold, heavy iron, and practically fled down the gravel drive before I could ask why the last tenant had abandoned a fully furnished home. The Henderson place wasn't just old, it was consumed. A 3-story Victorian swallowed by kudzu and shadow, its gingerbread trim sagging like rotten teeth, paint peeling in long leathery strips that whispered against the siding in the wind. Inside, the air hung thick and cold, smelling of damp plaster, mouse droppings, and the faint, sweet decay of forgotten flowers. Sunlight strained through grimy windows, illuminating dust motes dancing above furniture draped in yellowed sheets. Mrs. Gable hadn't lied about the utilities. The lights flickered on with a reluctant hum, revealing cracked wallpaper, water-stained ceilings, and a pervasive grime that coated every surface. I chose the smallest bedroom on the second floor, a cramped space with a single window overlooking the tangled backyard and a full-length mirror bolted to the closet door. Its glass was tarnished, streaked with age, reflecting the room in a murky, distorted haze. Exhausted, I dropped my bags and collapsed onto the bare mattress, the silence pressing in like a physical weight. Sleep came fast, deep, and dreamless. I woke to the sound of dripping water. Dawn light filtered through the window, painting stripes across the dusty floorboards. I stretched, muscles stiff from the thin mattress, and shuffled toward the bathroom down the hall. The mirror above the chipped porcelain sink was large, framed in tarnished silver. I leaned close, wiping condensation from the glass with my sleeve. My reflection stared back, pale face, dark circles under my eyes, hair a tangled bird's nest. Normal. Tired but normal, I splashed cold water on my face, scrubbed my teeth, and turned to leave. As I reached for the doorknob, a flicker of movement caught my eye in the mirror's periphery. I froze. Slowly, I turned my head back toward the glass. My reflection was gone. The mirror showed only the empty bathroom behind me, the chipped sink, the peeling wallpaper, the closed toilet lid. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, looked directly at the glass. Nothing, just a room. I stepped closer, peering intently. Still nothing. My breath fogged the cold surface. I waved my hand in front of the glass. No reflection. Panic fluttered in my chest. I snapped my head away, staring at the water-stained ceiling, and there it was, my reflection, clear as day, staring back at the ceiling, mouth slightly open in shock. I whipped my head back to the mirror. Gone again. Empty room. I tried it again, looked down at my feet in the mirror. Nothing. Glanced away at the wallpaper pattern. There I was, staring at the floral vines. The realization hit me like ice water. The mirrors only showed me when I wasn't looking directly at them. I spent the rest of the morning testing it. The full-length mirror in my bedroom, the small, cloudy one above the hallway console table, the grimy pane in the basement laundry room. It was consistent, cruel. If I focused on the glass, it reflected only the empty space behind me. Chairs, walls, doorways. But the moment my eyes shifted, even slightly to the periphery, my own image snapped into place, often caught mid-motion, turning my head, raising a hand, blinking. It wasn't a delay. It was a refusal, a deliberate hiding. My reflection existed only in the space between my direct attention. The rational part of my brain screamed, faulty glass, old silver, and tricks of the light. But the visceral wrongness coiled deep in my gut, colder than the house's persistent chill. I avoided mirrors. I brushed my teeth, staring at the faucet. I combed my hair by feel. I ate breakfast in the shadowed kitchen, turning my chair away from the window's reflective sheen. The silence in the house deepened. It wasn't just quiet, it was listening. Floorboards groaned underfoot with a weight that didn't match my steps. Whispers seemed to seep from the walls, not words, but the dry rustle of dead leaves skittering on stone, and the cold spots, places where the air turned frigid, smelling faintly of wet earth and old pennies, clinging to my skin like grave soil. That night, I tried to ignore it. I read by lamplight in the parlor, the beam cutting a small circle of warmth in the gloom. But the shadows at the edge of the light seemed to pulse. The dripping faucet in the kitchen sounded like a slow, deliberate heartbeat. Drip, drip, drip. I jumped when a floorboard creaked overhead, sharp, sudden, not the usual settling groan. A step right above me, in the empty master bedroom. My book trembled in my hands. I told myself it was the house. Old houses breathe, but the cold spot spread from the hallway, wrapping around my ankles like icy fingers. I fled to my small bedroom, locking the flimsy door, dragging the heavy oak dresser in front of it. I sat on the bed, back against the wall, facing away from the closet mirror. My breath came in shallow gasps. The only sound was the frantic thudding of my own heart. Then a new sound, soft, rhythmic, tap, 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 coming from the mirror behind me like fingernails lightly rapping on glass. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my palms over my ears. The tapping stopped. The cold spot receded. Dawn found me rigid on the bed, staring at the wallpaper, afraid to turn around. Desperation drove me to the Blackwood Public Library the next day. The building smelled of mildew and forgotten paper. The lone librarian, a bird-like woman named Miss Elara, who squinted at me over thick spectacles. "The Henderson place?" she whispered, glancing around the empty stacks as if afraid of being overheard. "That's the old Silas Thorne house, built 1889. Silas was peculiar, obsessed with optics, mirrors. He built a whole place around them. Rumor was he believed reflections held pieces of the soul, that if you watched a mirror long enough, you could see what the person truly was. She leaned closer, her breath smelling of peppermints. His wife, Clara, vanished in 1912, never found. Police suspected Silas, but no body, no evidence. He died alone in that house in 1923. They say he spent his last years screaming at the mirrors, begging Clara to come back. Miss Alara's voice dropped to a thread. After he died, the new owners, things happened. People saw figures in the glass when no one was there, heard voices. One family moved out after their little girl started talking to the lady in the wall who only comes when I don't look. She pushed a brittle, yellowed newspaper clipping across the desk. The headline read, "Local Asylum Patient Vanishes from Henderson Residence, 1947. The article was brief. Eleanor Vance, 34, committed for hysterical melancholia following her infant son's death, escaped her room at the state asylum. Her trail led to the empty Thorne house, where she was known to have lived as a child. She was never seen again. Her file noted a pathological aversion to mirrors and a belief that her reflection was stealing moments of her life. The blood drained from my face. Eleanor Vance, my mother's maiden name. A coincidence? It had to be. But a cold spot wrapped around my spine as I walked back to the house. That night, I couldn't avoid the mirror. I needed to see a cut on my hand. I stood before the bathroom sink, breathing deep. Just look away. Look at the tiles, the faucet, anything but the glass. I focused on the chipped porcelain edge of the sink, and in the mirror's reflection, I saw myself, pale, sweating. The cut on my palm stark against my skin. I held my hand up, studying the injury in the glass. The reflection mimicked me perfectly. Then, slowly, deliberately, the reflection's head turned, not following my movement, turning away from my hand toward the dark doorway behind the real me. Its eyes, my eyes, widened in terror. It raised a finger to its lips. Shh! I spun around, heart hammering. The doorway was empty, pitch black. I looked back at the mirror. My reflection was gone. Only the empty bathroom stared back. But on the fogged glass, written in condensation as if by an invisible finger, were 3 words. "She sees you." I didn't sleep. I sat in the armchair in my bedroom, back to the closet mirror, lamp on, book unread in my lap. The cold spot settled around me like a shroud. The dripping faucet started again. Drip, drip, drip. Then a new sound. From the hallway, soft footsteps. Slow, deliberate, stopping outside my door. The doorknob rattled gently. I held my breath. The rattling stopped. Silence. Then a whisper, so faint it might have been the wind in the eaves. Eleanor. My mother's name, not mine. Eleanor. The cold spot intensified, pressing against my chest like a hand. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears leaking down my cheeks. It's not real. It's grief. It's the house. It's not real. But the whisper came again, closer now, seeming to come from the mirror behind me. You left me in the glass, Ellie, all those years, watching, waiting, while you lived. My mother had died when I was 10. A car accident. I'd been in the back seat. I'd seen her reflection in the rearview mirror as the truck hit us, her eyes wide, her mouth open in a silent scream. I'd never told anyone. I'd buried it deep. How could this thing know? Dawn light bled through the window. The cold spot lifted. The whispers faded. But the words on the bathroom mirror remained, now dry and etched into the grime. She sees you. I packed my suitcase with shaking hands. I'd leave now, before nightfall. I dragged my bag down the stairs, past the parlor mirror. I kept my eyes fixed on the front door. But as I passed the hallway console mirror, I caught a flicker in my periphery. I stopped, looked down at the scuffed floorboards. In the mirror's reflection, I saw myself, but not alone. Standing just behind my shoulder, close enough that her breath should have stirred my hair, was a woman. She wore a faded 1940s house dress, Her dark hair pulled back severely, her face was gaunt, etched with sorrow, but her eyes, they were my eyes, Eleanor's eyes. She wasn't looking at me. She was looking through me at the front door. Her hand rested lightly on my reflected shoulder, a hand that wasn't there in reality. I dropped my suitcase, spun around. The hallway was empty. I looked back at the mirror, directly at the glass. Nothing, just the empty hallway. I glanced down at my feet. There she was again, still standing behind me. Her lips moved, forming silent words I felt in my bones. Stay. I ran, out the front door, down the weed-choked path, suitcase forgotten on the porch. I didn't stop until I reached the bus station 20 miles away, gulping stale coffee under flickering fluorescent lights. I called my sister, voice raw. I can't go back there. The mirrors, they're wrong. There's something in that house, something that knows Mom's name. She listened quietly, then sighed. Ellie, there's something you never knew. Mom's mother, your grandmother Eleanor Vance, she didn't just die in that house. She was committed. After your Uncle Thomas drowned in the pond behind it when she was supposed to be watching him, she broke. They said she tore the mirrors off the walls, screaming that her reflection was stealing her memories, her time with Thomas. She escaped the asylum and went back to the house. They found her 3 days later, starved, in the attic. But they said all the mirrors were shattered except one, the full-length one in her old bedroom. It was covered in dust. But when they wiped it clean, my sister's voice cracked. Her reflection was still in it, smiling. They had to bury the mirror with her. The bus ride back to Blackwood the next morning was a blur of dread. I had to go back. I had to get my things. I had to face it. The house loomed under a leaden sky, the kudzu seeming to pulse in the wind. The front door hung open, my suitcase still on the porch. Inside, the silence was thick, expectant. The air reeked of damp earth and that coppery tang. I moved quickly, grabbing clothes, toiletries, stuffing them into my suitcase. I avoided every mirror. In the bathroom, I kept my eyes on the faucet while brushing my teeth. In my bedroom, I packed facing the window. I was almost done. One last bag by the front door. I just needed my jacket from the closet under the stairs. It was dark inside the cramped space. I fumbled for the light pull. It didn't work. I used my phone's flashlight, the beam cutting through the dust. My jacket hung on the back of the door. As I reached for it, the beam swept across the small oval mirror nailed to the inside of the closet door. I froze. I hadn't noticed it before. Tarnished, small. I stared directly at it. Nothing. Just the dark closet reflected back. I looked down at my shoes, and there I was, but not alone. Eleanor stood beside my reflection, not behind me. Beside me. Her hand was no longer on my shoulder. It was clasped tightly around my reflected wrist. Her face was calm now, peaceful. Her eyes held mine in the glass, and my reflection's eyes, they weren't mine anymore. They were Eleanor's eyes, filled with a terrible, aching love. Her lips moved in the glass, forming words only my reflection could hear. You're home now. I yanked my hand away, stumbling back out of the closet, slamming the door shut. I grabbed my suitcase and ran for the front door. As I passed the parlor, I couldn't help it. I glanced at the large mirror over the mantelpiece. Not directly, just a flicker at the edge of my vision. In the glass, I saw the empty parlor. But standing in the reflection of the doorway, watching me flee, was Eleanor. She wasn't smiling. She was crying. Silent tears tracked through the dust on her reflected cheeks. She raised a hand. Not to stop me. In farewell, I didn't go back. I never retrieved my suitcase. I live in a small, brightly lit apartment now. No mirrors, only polished metal surfaces I keep covered with cloth. But sometimes, in the dead of night, when the city sounds fade and the silence presses in, I feel it. A cold spot on the bed beside me, the faint scent of wet earth and old pennies. And if I dare to glance just for a second at the dark window pane across the room, not looking directly, but letting my eyes drift to the periphery, I see her, Eleanor, sitting in the reflection of the armchair by the window, her head tilted, watching me sleep. Her hand rests on the armrest, fingers curled as if still holding my wrist. She doesn't speak, she doesn't move, she just waits. In the space between my direct gaze, in the silence between heartbeats, she is always there, the reflection that refuses to be ignored, the ghost who remembers what I buried. The house didn't steal her soul, it stole her time. And now it's mine. The mirrors are gone, but the glass is everywhere, in phone screens, in storefront windows, in the sheen of a coffee cup. I learned to live with it. I keep my eyes down. I move quickly, but the cold spot is always there, a breath on the neck, a hand on the wrist in the dark glass, waiting for the moment my attention slips, waiting for me to look away, just for a second. Long enough to see her smile, long enough to remember, long enough to finally come home. The Henderson place stands empty again, but the mirrors are clean, and in their depths, two pairs of eyes watch the empty rooms, waiting, always waiting, for the door to open, for the light to return, for me to finally turn my head and look. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. I found a journal in my new apartment, written in my handwriting, but I'd never written it. The apartment was cheap, suspiciously cheap. $600 a month, utilities included, immediate occupancy, no credit check. The listing on the community board had no photos, just an address in a part of town where the streetlights flickered like dying stars. My savings were gone after the layoff, and the thought of another night in my car, parked under the buzzing neon of a laundromat, made my skin crawl. When Mrs. Gable, the ancient super who smelled faintly of mothballs and answered the door in slippers despite the afternoon heat, handed me the keys without asking for ID or proof of income, I should have run. But the sheer impossible affordability felt like mercy. The brass keys were unnaturally warm in my palm. Apartment 3B smelled of lemon oil and dust. Sunlight streamed through tall, grimy windows, illuminating floating motes dancing above hardwood floors worn smooth by decades of footsteps. The layout was simple. A living room with a brick fireplace. Non-functional, Mrs. Gable had warned. A tiny galley kitchen, 2 small bedrooms, and a bathroom with clawfoot tub. It was clean, starkly so. No lingering sense of previous tenants. No scratches on the floorboards, no nail holes in the plaster walls where pictures might have hung. It felt less like a lived-in space and more like a stage set waiting for actors. Mrs. Gable had muttered something about the last tenant leaving us suddenly before shuffling back downstairs, her slippers whispering on the stairs. That first night, exhaustion overrode unease. I slept deeply in the larger bedroom, the unfamiliar silence of the city outside a lullaby. I woke just after dawn to the sound of rain against the window and a smell, not the damp earth smell of a spring storm. This was sharper, cleaner, the unmistakable scent of lemon oil, stronger than when I'd arrived. It seemed to seep from the floorboards themselves, thick and cloying. I sat up, rubbing my eyes. The room was cold, colder than the rest of the apartment should have been. My breath fogged slightly in the air. As I swung my legs out of bed, my bare foot landed on something smooth and cool on the floor. Not a stray button or loose coin, a small carved wooden horse, rough-hewn, sanded smooth by time, one ear chipped off. I'd never seen it before. I picked it up. It felt familiar in my hand, the weight, the grain of the wood. A flicker of memory surfaced, my grandfather's workshop, the smell of sawdust, his large hands guiding mine as I clumsily shaped a block of pine. But I'd never carved anything. I'd never met my grandfather. He died before I was born. I tucked the horse into my pocket, dismissing it as a forgotten toy left by the previous tenant. The lemon smell faded as the sun burned off the rain. 2 days later, while unpacking boxes in the smaller bedroom, the one I planned to use as an office, I found it tucked behind the radiator, wedged in the gap between the cast iron and the baseboard. A journal bound in cracked brown leather, the cover soft with age. No title, just a single embossed initial on the front. My initial. My stomach did a slow, cold roll. I opened it. The first page was dated 3 weeks ago, October 12th. The handwriting. It was mine. Down to the slight upward flick on the Y, the way I dotted my I's with a little circle instead of a dot. But I hadn't written this. I'd been crashing on my friend's couch 3 weeks ago, scrolling through job boards until 3 a.m., surviving on instant noodles. I hadn't touched a pen in months. October 12th. Moved into 3B today. Mrs. Gable seems nice enough, if a bit distant. The place is clean, quiet, too quiet. Feels like it's holding its breath. Found the wooden horse under the bed. Leo's horse. How did it get here? I buried it with him. Or I thought I did. The lemon smell is strong tonight. Stronger than at the old house. It always comes before... Before what? The entry ended abruptly. My hands trembled. Leo? I didn't know anyone named Leo. I flipped to the next page. October 15th. The cold spot near the closet is back, like standing in a walk-in freezer. Saw her again today in the mirror, just for a second. My face, but older, tired, eyes full of a grief I don't remember carrying. She smiled, or tried to. It looked like pain. Mrs. Gable says the building remembers things. People, especially the ones who leave pieces of themselves behind. What pieces did I leave? I slammed the journal shut. My reflection in the dusty window pane stared back, pale, wide-eyed, dark circles under the eyes. But the eyes, they held a depth of sadness, a weathered calm that wasn't mine. I touched my cheek. The reflection's hand moved, but the gesture felt foreign. The tremor in my left hand was constant now, a fine vibration I couldn't stop. I looked down at my fingers. They looked like mine, but the knuckles seemed thicker, the nails shorter, bitten. His hands, calloused from mending nets, smelling faintly of salt and brine. I spent the next week avoiding the journal. I threw it in the bottom of a packing box buried under old sweaters, but the apartment wouldn't let me forget. The lemon oil smell returned every evening, stronger each time. The cold spots grew colder, deeper. One night, making coffee, I reached for the sugar bowl. the one with the chipped blue rim my grandmother gave me, and my hand faltered. I knew this bowl, but in my mind's eye it was replaced by a plain white ceramic mug with a chip on the handle, sitting on a formica counter in a kitchen flooded with morning light I didn't recognize, the smell of bacon frying, a man's low laugh from another room, his laugh. My hand shook, spilling coffee grounds everywhere. I cleaned it up, my breath coming fast. Sleep deprivation, that's all, just sleep deprivation. But the dreams came, not borrowed, lived. I stood on a cliff edge under a bruised purple twilight sky. Below, a churning sea crashed against black rocks. The wind whipped my hair, but longer, darker. I wore a heavy fisherman's sweater that smelled of salt and pipe smoke. In my hand, I held a smooth gray stone, worn by the sea. I knew this stone, knew the weight of it, knew the exact spot on the cliff where the best skipping stones could be found. A deep, wordless contentment filled me, a feeling utterly alien to my own perpetually anxious life. Then the dragging sound, squelch, drag, squelch, drag. From the path behind me, the contentment shattered into ice-cold terror. I turned, not to see what was coming, but because he, the man whose life this was, knew. He had to face it. The thing emerging from the mist wasn't a shape. It was an absence, a patch of deeper darkness that drank the twilight, moving with that awful, wet, dragging motion. It had no eyes, but I felt its attention like a physical pressure on my skin. It reached out a limb that wasn't quite a limb, trailing strands of viscous shadow. I tried to run, but his legs were rooted, frozen by a terror deeper than anything I'd ever known. The shadow limb touched the fisherman's sweater, cold, not cold like ice, cold like the void between stars, cold like forgotten graves. I felt his memories flood me, not as images, but as sensations. The smell of the sea on his father's jacket, the gritty taste of sand in a childhood sandwich, the crushing weight of grief when his dog Rusty didn't come back from the woods one autumn day. And beneath it all, a single desperate thought. Elias, my name is Elias. Let me go. I woke up on the floor of my apartment, curled in a ball, shivering violently. My cheek was pressed against the cold linoleum. My own name, was gone, erased. Only Elias remained, burning bright and terrible in the hollow space where my identity should have been. I scrambled to the bathroom mirror. My face stared back, pale, wide-eyed, dark circles under the eyes. But the eyes, they held a depth of sadness, a weathered calm that wasn't mine. I touched my cheek. The reflection's hand moved, but the gesture felt foreign. The tremor in my left hand was constant now, a fine vibration I couldn't stop. I looked down at my fingers. They looked like mine, but the knuckles seemed thicker, the nails shorter, bitten. Elias's hands, calloused from mending nets, smelling faintly of salt and brine. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I needed answers. I dug the journal out of the box, flipped past the entries about the cold spots and the mirror woman, found the one that explained everything. October 28th, Mrs. Gable finally told me. About Eleanor. Lived here 63 years. Came as a bride. Left as a widow, carrying only a suitcase. She forgot to take the rest. The apartment remembers what people forget. Sometimes it tries to give it back, but it doesn't give back to Eleanor. It gives back to the vessel, to the one who fits the shape of the grief, the shape of the love, the shape of the name. My name isn't Jonah anymore. It hasn't been since I walked through that door. The journal knows, the walls know, the lemon oil knows. I am Elias. I am the man who loved the sea. I am the man who lost Rusty. I am the man who stands on the cliff and faces the shadow. The journal is my anchor, my tether to the life I'm becoming. Without it, I'd dissolve completely, become just another ghost in these walls. So I write. I write Elias's memories. I write his fears. I write his love for Clara, even though I've never met her. The words flow like blood. They are true. They are me. Even if my hands shake with Jonah's fear, even if my heart still hammers with Jonah's panic, the journal is the bridge, and I am crossing it, one page at a time. Below the entry, in a different ink, shaky and desperate, was a final line. He will return. The house remembers what he forgot. It will bring him back. We will wait. Clara and Martin, we will wait. I dropped the journal. It landed with a soft thud on the floorboards. The river stone. Clara's empty eyes calling me David. Martin's cold key. The date on the ad. 550-198, 1998. The pieces crashed together with terrifying clarity. This wasn't a roommate situation. This was a tomb, a waiting room. They weren't looking for a roommate. They were waiting for David's ghost. And somehow, impossibly, they thought I was him, or that I could be him. A floorboard creaked outside my door, soft, deliberate, not Martin's silent tread. I held my breath. The doorknob turned slowly. The lock held. A pause. Then a whisper, so faint it might have been the wind. "David, are you awake? Clara made cookies. Your favorite." It was Clara's voice, stripped of its earlier emptiness, filled with a desperate, trembling hope. I didn't answer, didn't move. The doorknob stopped turning. Silence returned, heavier than before. I waited until a faint shuffle of slippers faded down the hall before unlocking the door and stepping out. The hallway was dark. The grandfather clock downstairs struck 10. Bong, bong, bong. The sound vibrated in my bones. I crept to the top of the stairs. The living room light was off, but moonlight streamed through the front window, illuminating the staircase landing. On the bottom step sat Clara. She wasn't looking at the stairs. She was looking up, directly at me. Her face was in shadow, but her eyes caught the moonlight, reflecting it like an animal's, unblinking. "David," she breathed. The word wasn't a question. It was a sigh of relief. "A homecoming. You came back." She held out a small, lace-covered plate. On it sat 2 perfect oatmeal raisin cookies. "I knew you would. The house told me. It's been humming your name all day." I backed away slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs. "I'm not David," I stammered, my voice raw. "My name is Jamie." Clara's hand lowered. The plate didn't waver. "Jamie?" she repeated softly. The name hung in the air, heavy with meaning. That's what he called himself when he forgot, before the accident. She stood up, smooth and silent. He forgot so many things after the car crash. His name, his mother's face, how to tie his shoes. But he remembered me. He remembered this house. Clara always waits. She took a step up the stairs. The moonlight caught the tears glistening on her cheeks. "You came back to us, Jamie. You finally came home." The world tilted. The grandfather clock's tick-tock became a roar in my ears. The smell of lemon oil and dust thickened, mixed with the scent of rain on hot asphalt, the sharp tang of spilled gasoline, the blinding white light of headlights in the dark. Memories that weren't mine, flooding in, vivid and terrifying. A screech of tires, shattering glass, a boy's voice, screaming my name, Jamie, before everything went black. David's memories, David's death, David's forgotten life. I stumbled back into my room, slamming the door and jamming the cold brass key into the lock. I leaned against the wood, gasping. The diary lay on the floor. I picked it up, flipping frantically to the last page. Beneath the smudged July 4th entry in a different ink, shaky and desperate, was a new line, added recently. He will return. The house remembers what he forgot. It will bring him back. We will wait, Clara and Martin. We will wait. A knock on the door, soft, insistent. Jamie? Martin's voice, low and calm. Open the door. Clara is upset. She's been waiting 26 years for you to come home. Don't make her wait longer. The house won't allow it. The lock felt flimsy, the brass key cold in my sweat-slicked palm. I looked around the room, the narrow bed, the cracked mirror, the window overlooking the dark garden. There was no escape. The air grew thick, pressing in, smelling of lemon oil and dried flowers, and something metallic, like blood, long dried. The tick-tock of the clock downstairs slowed, each beat stretching longer, heavier. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Time itself was unraveling. Another knock, harder. The wood shuddered. The lock groaned. Wood splintered near the latch. Clara's whisper became a hiss, thin and desperate. You are him. You always were. The house knows. I know. Let us in, Jamie. Let us help you remember. We have your things, your favorite sweater, the photo album, the stone from the river, everything you left behind. I sank to the floor, the diary clutched to my chest. The words blurred. David's handwriting bled into my own memories. My mother's face. Was it hers or David's mother's? My first car, the dented Honda, or David's blue pickup? The accident, the rainy highway, the truck swerving, the impact. But whose hands were on the wheel? Whose life flashed before whose eyes the lines dissolved? Jamie and David weren't two people. They were one fractured soul, shattered by a crash in 1998, scattered across time, and the house had gathered the pieces. It had waited, patient, hungry, knowing the missing piece would eventually wander back, drawn by the hum in the walls, the pull of the river stone, the scent of oatmeal cookies in the dark. The doorknob rattled violently. The lock gave way with a sharp crack. The door swung open slowly. Clara stood there, backlit by the moonlight from the hall. She wasn't crying anymore. Her blue eyes held a deep, quiet certainty. Behind her, Martin waited, his face unreadable in the shadows. Clara held out her hand, not the plate of cookies, the small, smooth river stone. It glowed faintly in her palm, warm and alive. "Come home, Jamie," she said softly. "It's time." I stood up. My legs felt steady. I took the stone. It fit perfectly in my palm. The weight, familiar, comforting. The river's song hummed up my arm, clear and cold. I looked at Martin, at Clara, at the hallway stretching toward the stairs, toward the living room, toward the life I'd forgotten. The grandfather clock struck midnight. Bong, bong, bong. The sound didn't fade. It deepened, vibrating in the floorboards, in the walls, in my bones. The house was awake. It was welcoming me back. I stepped forward, past Clara, past Martin, down the stairs. The living room looked different in the moonlight, warmer, lived in. The doilies on the tables were bright white. The ashtray was empty. The photos on the walls held color I hadn't seen before. David's smile wide and unburdened, Clara's eyes sparkling, Martin younger, his hand on David's shoulder. I walked to the chair by the cold fireplace, the one Clara had set a place for. I sat down. The leather was soft under me, familiar. Clara followed, placing the plate of cookies on the coffee table. Martin brought a steaming mug of tea. They didn't speak. They just sat. Clara in her armchair, knitting needles, clicking softly. Martin in the other chair, reading a newspaper dated June 15th, 1998. The grandfather clock ticked steadily. Tick-tock, tick-tock. They're normal, peaceful. I picked up a cookie, oatmeal raisin, my favorite. The taste exploded on my tongue, sweet, chewy, warm. A memory surfaced, clear and bright. Clara teaching me to bake in this very kitchen, flour dust in her nose, laughing as I burned the first batch. "Patience, David," she'd said. "Good things take time." David, Jamie. The names blurred, then merged. I was David. I was Jamie. I was the boy who loved the river, the boy who forgot, the boy who was remembered. I sipped the tea, Earl Grey, just how I liked it. The steam warmed my face. Outside, the city sounds faded. All I heard was the clock, Clara's knitting needles, the rustle of Martin's newspaper. The hum in the walls wasn't eerie anymore. It was a lullaby, a welcome home. I looked down at the river stone in my hand. It glowed softly in the moonlight. I closed my fingers around it. The house sighed around me, a deep, contented sound in the floorboards. Clara's knitting needles paused. She looked up, her blue eyes meeting mine. A slow, genuine smile spread across her face, not empty, not desperate, filled with a love that had waited 26 years to be seen. "Welcome home, Jamie," she whispered. I smiled back. The name felt right. It always had. I took another bite of the cookie. The river song hummed in my veins. The clock ticked. The house held its breath. And I finally remembered I am home. I have always been home. The waiting is over. The stone is warm. The tea is hot. Clara's smile is real. And I will never leave again. The house won't let me. It never did. It just waited. It always waits. For the boy who forgets. For the boy who remembers. For the boy who comes home. I am Jamie. I am David. I am the river's song. I am the stone. I am the house. I am home. Forever. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. Something keeps rocking the chair beside my bed and whispering my name. At first, I thought it was the house. Old houses settle, floorboards sigh, foundations shift, pipes knock. I knew that. I'd grown up in a drafty Victorian where the radiators sang opera at midnight and the attic stairs groaned like a dying man climbing to his own funeral. So when I moved into the cottage on Sycamore Ridge, rent, $700 a month, utilities included. Charming, rustic, needs minor TLC. I expected quirks, creaks, drafts that smelled of damp earth and distant rain. I did not expect the chair. It was already there when I arrived, not part of the listing, not mentioned in the brief, almost reluctant tour given by the landlord, Mrs. Gable. A woman in her late 70s, with silver hair pinned in a tight coil and eyes that darted away whenever I asked questions about the previous tenant. She handed me the key, said, "Just keep the garden trimmed, and don't mind the chair." Then hurried back to her car like the cottage might bite her. The chair sat in the corner of the bedroom opposite the bed, a rocking chair, not antique, not valuable, just there. A simple, straight-backed wooden rocker, stained a deep walnut, the runners worn smooth from years, decades of motion. The seat was padded with faded burgundy fabric slightly frayed at the edges. On the arms, faint indentations. The ghostly impression of elbows. It looked comfortable, lived in, like someone had just gotten up. I didn't move it. Why would I? It wasn't in the way. And honestly, after hauling my meager belongings, a mattress, a duffel, a box of books, my laptop, and the framed photo of my sister Mara, I was too exhausted to rearrange furniture. I pushed my suitcase under the bed, hung 2 shirts in the closet, plugged in my phone, and collapsed onto the mattress. The first night was quiet. Too quiet. No traffic, no distant sirens, just the wind in the pines behind the cottage and the occasional plink of water dripping from the gutter into the rain barrel outside. I fell asleep quickly, lulled by the silence. I woke at 2:17 a.m., not to an alarm, to a sound. Scritch, 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 rhythmic, gentle. The runners of the rocking chair moving back and forth on the hardwood floor. I opened my eyes. The moonlight through the window painted a silver rectangle on the floor. The chair sat within it, rocking slowly, steadily. Scritch, scritch, scritch. No one was in it. I lay still, breath held. It rocked for exactly 43 seconds, then stopped. Silence. I told myself it was the wind, a draft lifting the curtain, nudging the chair, old wood expanding, contracting, physics, not presence. The second night, it happened again. 2:17 a.m., scritch, scritch, scritch. This time I watched. The chair began to move on its own. No gust, no tremor. A smooth, deliberate arc. Back, forth, back, forth. I sat up. I sat. Hello? My voice cracked. The rocking didn't stop, didn't speed up, just continued. Then a whisper, so faint I thought it was the blood rushing in my ears. Ethan, my name, spoken in a voice I knew, not Mara's, not my mother's, my own, but softer, slower, like it was being pulled through water. Ethan. I snapped on the lamp. The chair was still, empty, the room, just a room. I got up, walked to it, ran my hand over the seat, cold, dry, no indent. I dragged it to the closet, shoved it inside, and closed the door. Locked it, not with a key, but by wedging a book beneath the door. I slept with the light on. It didn't help. At 2:17 a.m., the scrit, scrit, scrit began again, not from the closet, from inside the closet, muffled but unmistakable. Then the whisper, louder, closer. Ethan, let me out. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The rocking grew more urgent. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The closet door rattled. The book slid an inch. I threw on jeans, grabbed my keys, and drove to the 24-hour diner 10 miles away. I didn't go back until noon. The closet door was open. The chair sat in its original spot, as if it had never moved. The third night, I set up my phone, propped it on the dresser, facing the chair, recorded video, audio on, went to sleep. At 2:17 a.m., the rocking began. The video captured it all. The chair still. Then movement, a slow, smooth tilt backward, then forward. Scritch, a pause. Then my name, not a whisper this time. Clear, soft. Ethan. My voice, but not me. Sadder, tired. The chair rocked faster. Scritch, 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 scritch. Then the camera glitched. Not static, not distortion. A frame skip. One moment, empty chair, rocking. Next moment, the chair was stopped, and the seat, indented, deeply, like someone heavy had just stood up. The audio continued. A breath. Then, you remember? I watched the video 3 times, Deleted it. That afternoon, I drove to the county records office. The cottage was built in 1948, owned by one family, the Haskells, until 1993. Then sold to a holding company, then to Mrs. Gable in 2001. No deaths reported on the property, no incidents. But in the Sycamore Gazette, January 1992, local man missing after night hike. Ethan Haskell, 28, failed to return from an evening walk on Ridge Trail Tuesday night. Search teams combed the woods for 3 days but found no trace. Haskell, a recluse since the death of his younger sister, Mara, in a car accident 2 years prior, was described by neighbors as withdrawn and haunted. His cottage remains undisturbed. Authorities suspect foul play, but no evidence has been found. Ethan Haskell. My name. Same spelling, same age, 28. Mara, my sister, car accident 2 years ago. I stared at the microfiche. My hands shook. Looked up Ethan Haskell. No social media, no obituaries, just a single line in a digitized police report. Case closed, presumed deceased. Personal effects retained by next of kin. Agnes Haskell, mother, deceased, 1995. I drove back to the cottage, stood in the doorway, looked at the chair. It wasn't a chair, it was his chair, mine. The fourth night, I didn't resist. I sat on the bed, waited. 2:00 a.m. Scritch, scritch. The chair began to rock. I didn't turn on the light, didn't speak, just watched. The moonlight caught the runners, gleaming faintly. Then, the whisper. Ethan. Closer. From the chair, I stood, walked to it, sat down. The wood was cold, the padding firm. I leaned back. The chair rocked, not by itself. With me. I closed my eyes, and I remembered. Not a dream, a return. The night Mara died, rain slicked roads, my hands on the wheel, her laughter, bright, sudden, cut off by the screech of tires, the crunch of metal, the shatter of glass, the silence after, the hospital, the doctor's voice. She didn't suffer. Lies, they all lie. I walked out, drove home, sat in this chair, rocked for hours, for days, until the world outside blurred, until my name sounded foreign in my own head, until I whispered it to the walls just to hear it spoken. Ethan. And one night, I stood up, walked out the back door, into the woods, Ridge Trail, the drop-off near Hemlock Gorge, the wind, the edge, the last thing I felt, the chair still rocking in the empty cottage, as if waiting for me to come back. But I didn't. I fell, or jumped, or let go. The report said no trace, because there was none. The body was never found, but the chair remained, holding the shape of me, holding the grief, holding the name. The chair slowed, stopped. I opened my eyes. The room was the same, but I was different, lighter, clearer. The whisper came again, this time not from the chair, from inside me. "You're home!" I stood. The chair stayed still. For the first time, I walked to the window, looked out at the woods, the trail, the gorge. No fear, just peace. I turned back. The chair was empty, but on the seat, a single pine needle, fresh, and beside it, a photograph, not the one I kept on the dresser, an older one. Mara and me, 10 years old, arms around each other, smiling, on the back, in my handwriting, always with you. I picked it up, tucked it into my pocket, sat on the bed, waited, not for the rocking, not for the whisper, for the knock. It came at 2:18 a.m., soft, 3 times, on the front door. I walked downstairs, opened it, no one there, just the wind, and on the porch step, a second photograph. Mara, alone, smiling, eyes bright, alive. She wasn't in the hospital, She wasn't in the ground. She was waiting. Like the chair, like me. The whisper came, not in my ear, in my bones. Go to her. I didn't pack, didn't lock the door, just walked down the driveway, into the woods. The trail was clear, the moonlight bright. I didn't stumble, didn't hesitate. At the edge of Hemlock Gorge, the wind died. Silence. And there, on the rock where I'd stood that last night, a rocking chair, identical, waiting. I sat. It rocked, gently. Scritch, scritch. And from the trees, voices, Mara's laugh, my mother's hum, and my own voice, whole, unbroken, whispering, "Welcome home." The chair doesn't rock beside my bed anymore, because I'm not in the bed. I'm in the chair, rocking, watching, waiting for the next Ethan, the next grief, the next name, whispered into the dark. It always comes, and when it does, I rock and I whisper back, Ethan, because the chair remembers, and the woods forgive, and the dead, they never stop waiting for someone to sit and remember with them. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. My wife died 3 years ago. She just texted me, "I'm home." The text arrived at 11:17 p.m. on a Tuesday, a night so ordinary it was practically invisible. I was in my usual state of suspended animation, half sprawled on a sofa, the bluish, flickering light of a forgotten documentary on the television painting the room in shifting, melancholic hues. My name is Daniel, and for the past 195 nights, not that I was counting, my life had been a meticulously curated museum of grief. Each object in our small 2-bedroom house was a relic, a testament to the vibrant, chaotic, and now deafeningly silent life I had shared with my wife, Clara. The half-finished novel on her bedside table, the ridiculously oversized coffee mug she'd loved, the faint, phantom scent of her jasmine perfume that I could still sometimes catch in the hallway closet. These were the ghosts I had chosen to live with. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, a jarring, intrusive sound in the quiet. I glanced at the screen, expecting a late-night work email or a spam message about an extended car warranty, but the name that glowed in the darkness was a ghost of a different kind. It was a name I hadn't seen on my screen in 3 years. Clara. My heart, a sluggish, hibernating thing, gave a sudden, hard, painful jolt, like an engine seizing and then violently restarting. It was an old contact, a digital ghost I hadn't had the strength to delete. It was a pocket dial from her mother, perhaps, who still had her old phone. A cruel, random glitch in the matrix. I was about to dismiss it, to toss the phone back onto the table, when I saw the message preview. 2 words, 2 simple, impossible, and utterly soul-shattering words. I'm home. I stared at the screen, the world narrowing to the small, glowing rectangle in my hand. The air in the room grew thin and sharp. The sound from the television faded into a dull, meaningless roar. I read the words again and again. They did not change. They did not disappear. My first thought was a desperate, grasping lunge for a rational explanation, a sick prank. Someone had gotten a hold of her old number. It was a new feature of the phone company, reassigning dormant numbers. Some stranger, a teenager with a cruel sense of humor, was messing with me. It was a vile, disgusting thing to do, but it was logical. It was explainable. With a trembling thumb, I opened the message thread. The last message I had sent to her 3 years ago was still there. a heartbreaking digital monument to a conversation that would never be finished. Leaving the hospital now? Pick up some milk on your way home? Love you. She had never made it home. A drunk driver had run a red light a block from our house. Above that old sad message was the new one. I'm home. My fingers, clumsy and slick with a sudden cold sweat, typed out a reply. Who is this? I hit send. The message was delivered, and then the three little dots, the pulsing, electronic heartbeat of a reply in progress, appeared on the screen. The prankster was quick. The reply came a moment later. It was a single, devastating word. Clara. I was expecting a laugh, an admission, an insult. Not this calm, simple, impossible assertion. My second thought, the one that slithered in after the rational explanation had been shot down, was that I was losing my mind, that the grief, the loneliness, the sheer crushing weight of the last 3 years had finally fractured my sanity. I was hallucinating. This wasn't real. I was having a psychotic break, and my brain, in a final act of desperate, self-destructive longing, had manifested this cruelest of all possible mirages. I stood up, my legs unsteady. I walked into the kitchen and splashed cold water on my face, the shock of it a welcome, grounding sensation. I looked at my reflection in the dark kitchen window. A pale, haggard, and decidedly sane-looking man stared back. I was not crazy. The phone buzzed again. Another message from Clara. I walked back to it. A man walking towards an execution he had inexplicably scheduled for himself. This message was longer. The key isn't working. The lock must be rusted. Can you let me in, Sleepyhead? Sleepyhead. It was her pet name for me. A gentle, teasing jab at my love of sleeping in on weekends. It was a detail, a small, intimate, and perfect detail that a random prankster could not possibly know. A wave of fear so profound it was almost nauseating washed over me. I looked at the front door. The deadbolt, which I had locked hours ago, was still firmly in place. I crept to the peephole, my heart a frantic trapped bird against my ribs. I put my eye to the cold brass ring and looked out. The porch was empty. The street beyond was silent and still, bathed in the fuzzy orange glow of the streetlights. There was no one there. My mind was a screaming chaos of impossible possibilities. Was this a ghost? A spirit? Somehow manipulating the digital world? Was this a test? A cruel, elaborate game being played by a god I no longer believed in? I typed another reply, my fingers fumbling on the small glass keys. This isn't funny. Stop it. The 3 dots appeared immediately. The reply was instantaneous. Why are you being so weird, Danny? It's cold out here. Just open the door. Danny, not Daniel. Only she had ever called me that. Another detail. Another perfect, tiny, and impossibly real nail in the coffin of my sanity. And then I heard it. A sound from outside. A soft, hesitant 3-beat knock on the front door. Knock, knock, knock. I stumbled back from the door, a choked, guttural cry of pure terror escaping my lips. This was not a digital ghost. This was not a prank. This was real. There was someone or something on my porch, and it knew the things that only my dead wife could know. I didn't answer the door. I ran upstairs, my breath coming in ragged, painful sobs. I locked myself in the bedroom, the room that was still so full of her, and I wedged a chair under the doorknob. I huddled on the bed, my phone clutched in my hand, a useless, terrifying tether to the nightmare that was unfolding. The messages continued. Is everything okay? You're scaring me. Danny, please, I just want to come home. I had a bad dream. I need you. Each message was a new, expertly targeted emotional missile, designed to bypass my fear and hit the raw, exposed nerve of my grief, my love, my protective instinct. It was a masterful, cruel, and deeply personal psychological assault. And then a new message appeared, one that finally, irrevocably, shattered my last, desperate hope that this was some kind of elaborate terrestrial hoax. It was a picture, a photograph, taken just seconds ago. It was a selfie. It was a picture of Clara. But it was not the Clara I remembered. It was not the vibrant, laughing, sun-kissed woman from my memories. This was a pale, spectral, and terrifyingly changed version of her. She was standing on our porch, her face illuminated by the stark, unforgiving light of a phone screen. Her eyes were the same, a deep, beautiful cornflower blue, but they were wrong. They were empty. They held no light, no life, just a flat, placid, and deeply unsettling calm. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her hair, which had always been a wild, chaotic mane of auburn curls, was lank and dark, as if wet. And her smile, she was smiling, but it was a pained, unnatural stretching of her lips, a rictus of a smile that did not reach her dead, empty eyes. Behind her, I could see the familiar, reassuring details of my own front porch, the potted fern, the welcome mat, the small hairline crack in the porch light. It was her. It was my Clara. But it was a version of her that had been somewhere else, somewhere cold and dark and quiet, for a very, very long time. I stared at the picture, a low, keening sound of pure animal despair escaping my lips. The grief I had so carefully managed for 3 years, the grief I had compartmentalized, the grief I had learned to live with, came roaring back, a tidal wave of raw, unprocessed agony. It was not a prank. It was not a dream. It was my wife. And she had come back from the dead. The knocking started again, louder this time, more insistent, and her voice, a faint, muffled, and horrifyingly familiar sound, came through the thick wooden door. "Danny, please, let me in. I'm cold." I spent the rest of the night huddled in that room, a trembling, weeping mess, as the thing on my porch, the thing that wore my wife's face, alternated between gentle, loving persuasion and a cold, angry, demanding rage. The messages became more erratic, more desperate. "I don't understand what's wrong. This is our home. Who is in there with you? Is it her? I died for you. You owe me this." The last message, a scream of pure accusatory rage in stark, capital letters, was followed by a silence that was more terrifying than the noise had been. I stayed in that room until the first gray, uncertain light of dawn began to filter through the blinds. When I finally, tentatively, crept downstairs, the house was silent. The porch was empty. There was no sign that anyone had ever been there, except for one small, impossible thing. On the welcome mat, there was a single, long strand of dark auburn hair. I was living in a ghost story. But it was a ghost story with a data plan. The next day was a blur of sleepless, paranoid terror. I called the phone company. The number that had belonged to Clara's phone had, as I suspected, been taken out of circulation after her death. It had not been reassigned. It did not exist. I was receiving messages from a phantom number, a digital ghost. I called the police. I tried to explain, my voice a shaky, unconvincing mess. A man receiving threatening texts. It was a common enough complaint, but when I told them who the texts were from, The polite, professional mask of the officer on the other end of the line slipped into a look of profound, pitying concern. He suggested I speak to a grief counselor. He suggested I get some rest. He did not suggest he send a squad car. I was alone with this. That night, she returned. The text, the knock, the voice, the whole terrifying, heartbreaking ritual. And again, I locked myself away, a prisoner in my own home, a man being haunted by a technologically savvy and deeply persistent ghost. The messages began to change. They were no longer just about getting into the house. They were about us. She sent me old pictures of us, pictures that had been on her phone when she died. A picture of us on our honeymoon in Italy, grinning like idiots, a smear of gelato on my nose, a picture of us on this very sofa, asleep, her head on my chest. They were weapons perfectly chosen to inflict the maximum amount of emotional damage. And then she began to send me new pictures, pictures taken from outside the house. A shot of me through the living room window, my face illuminated by the television. A picture of the back of my head taken from the street as I sat in my study. She was not just on the porch, she was all around me. A silent, watching, and deeply patient predator. I was coming apart. I was a man living on a diet of coffee and terror. I was beginning to see her everywhere. A glimpse of an auburn-haired woman in a crowd would send my heart into a frantic, panicked gallop. The sound of a phone buzzing in a quiet room would make me jump out of my skin. I knew I couldn't go on like this. I was being psychologically dismantled piece by painful piece. I had to confront it. I had to understand what it was and what it wanted. My first thought was that this was some kind of punishment, that her spirit was restless, angry at the drunk driver who had killed her, at the universe that had allowed it. But her anger seemed to be directed at me. "You owe me this," she had said. Why? What did I owe her? I began to sift through the wreckage of our life together, looking for an answer. I went through her old things, her letters, her journals. Clara had been a writer, a poet. Her journals were filled with her beautiful, lyrical, and sometimes painfully honest observations on the world, on us. And in the last journal she had ever kept, in an entry dated the week before her death, I found it. A secret she had never shared with me. She had been pregnant. I stared at the words, my vision blurring with a fresh, new, and infinitely more painful wave of tears. A baby. We had been trying for years. It had been the one deep and unspoken sadness in our otherwise happy life. And she had been about to tell me. The entry was a rehearsal, a practice run of the speech she was going to give. "Danny," it began, "we're going to have to get a bigger house." The grief that hit me was a physical thing, a crushing weight that stole the air from my lungs. Not just her, but a child, a future, a whole entire life that had been stolen from me before I had even known it existed. And I understood. Her rage, her persistence, was not the rage of a spirit who had been cheated of her own life. It was the rage of a mother who had been cheated of her child's. And her words, "You owe me this," they were not an accusation. They were a plea. She didn't want revenge. She wanted her child's life back, and she thought somehow that I could give it to her. That night, when the text came, I was ready. I didn't run. I didn't hide. I walked to the door. "I'm here, Danny. Please, it's time to come home." The knock, soft, gentle. I took a deep breath. My hand was on the deadbolt. My heart was a slow, heavy, and steady drum. I was no longer afraid. I was just profoundly and deeply sad. "I know what you want, Clara," I said, my voice a low, steady thing, speaking to the wood of the door. "I know about the baby. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry we didn't have more time." The knocking stopped. The silence on the other side of the door was a living, listening thing. "But this is not the way," I continued, tears streaming down my face. "You can't come in. This is the world of the living, and you are not a part of it any more. Neither of you are." A low, soft, and utterly heartbroken sob came from the other side of the door. It was the first real and truly human sound I had heard from her. "But this is our home," she whispered, her voice a thin, fragile, and ghostly thing. "It was," I said, "and it was beautiful. But it is my home now, and you have to find a new one, both of you. You have to let go, and you have to let me go too." I was not just speaking to a ghost. I was speaking to my own grief. I was giving myself the permission I had never been able to find, the permission to move on. The silence stretched for a long, eternal moment, and then my phone, which was in my pocket, buzzed one last time. I pulled it out. A new message from Clara. It was not a picture. It was not a demand. It was a single, beautiful, and heartbreaking line of text. "Tell him I would have named him Samuel." And then the name on the top of the screen, Clara, vanished. The number became just a number again, an unknown and now unreachable string of digits. I looked through the peephole. The porch was empty. The street was quiet. She was gone. I stood there, leaning my forehead against the cool wood of the door, and I wept. I wept for my wife. I wept for the son I had never known. And I wept for myself, for the 3 years I had spent living in a museum, when I should have been living in the world. The next day I began to pack. I took down the pictures. I boxed up her clothes. I threw away the half-finished novel and the ridiculously oversized coffee mug. They were not her. They were just things. The real memory of her, the one that mattered, the one that was full of love and laughter and a future that had almost been, was the one I would carry with me in my heart. I sold the house. I moved to a new city, a new life. I am a different man now. I am a man who has had a conversation with a ghost through a door and through a phone. I am a man who has learned that the dead do not want to be haunted. They just want to be remembered, and then they want to be let go. I am a man who had a son for a few brief and beautiful moments, a son whose name was Samuel. And it is a good name. It is a strong name. It is the name of a man who has survived. It is my name. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. The faces of people I know are slowly losing their features when I look away. It started with my barista. I'd been going to the same coffee shop every weekday morning for 3 years. Lena knew my order before I reached the counter: oat milk latte, extra shot, no sugar. She had a constellation of freckles across her nose, a small scar above her left eyebrow from a childhood fall, and a habit of tucking her dark hair behind her ear when she was concentrating. Familiar, reassuring, a fixed point in the chaos of my mornings. That Tuesday I looked away for just a second to check my phone as my card processed, and when I looked back, something was wrong. Her face was smooth, not expressionless exactly. Her mouth was still curved in its usual polite smile, Her eyes still met mine, but the details were gone. The freckles had vanished. The scar was absent. Even the subtle asymmetry of her features, the slight dip in her chin, the way her right eye sat a fraction higher than her left, had been erased. Her face was like a mannequin's, perfectly proportioned, utterly generic. Human-shaped, but not human. I blinked hard, convinced it was a trick of the light or sleep deprivation. "You okay?" Lena asked, her voice the same warm alto I knew, but her lips moved without the familiar tiny crease that usually formed at the corner of her mouth when she spoke. "Yeah," I said, forcing a smile. "Just tired." I took my coffee and left, my heart pounding inexplicably. I told myself it was nothing. Stress? Eye strain? The fluorescent lights in the shop were harsh that morning, but the unease clung to me like static. That evening, I met my best friend Mark for drinks. We'd known each other since college. 12 years of shared apartments, breakups, job losses, triumphs. I could map the geography of his face in my sleep. The crooked front tooth he'd never fixed, the faint lines around his eyes from years of squinting into computer screens, the way his left eyebrow arched slightly higher when he was skeptical. We were halfway through our second beer when he turned to flag down the waiter. As his head swiveled away, I watched his profile, and then, as he turned back toward me, I saw it happen. The moment his face came back into full view, it was subtly wrong. The crooked tooth was straight. The laugh lines were smoothed away. His eyebrows were perfectly symmetrical. His face hadn't changed shape. It was still recognizably Mark. But all the idiosyncrasies, all the tiny imperfections that made him him, had been sanded down to a bland, featureless neutrality, like a police sketch artist's approximation of a man, not the man himself. "Earth to you," Mark said, snapping his fingers. His voice was right. His mannerisms were right. But his face was a mask. I mumbled an excuse about a headache and left early. At home, I avoided mirrors. I ordered takeout and ate in the dark, watching mindless TV with the volume low. Sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Lena's smooth, empty face, Mark's unnervingly perfect symmetry. The next day, I tested it. At work, I focused on my colleague, Sarah, during our team meeting. I memorized the mole on her cheek, the slight gap between her front teeth, the way her nose wrinkled when she disagreed with something. Then, during a lull in the conversation, I deliberately looked down at my notebook for 5 full seconds. When I looked back up, the mole was gone. The gap had closed. Her nose was straight and unremarkable. She caught me staring and frowned, a frown that now lacked the familiar deep crease between her brows. Panic, cold and sharp, began to coil in my gut. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't fatigue. Something was happening, something that only occurred in the blind spot between my glances. I started avoiding eye contact. I kept my gaze fixed on foreheads, on chins, on the space just over people's shoulders. It was exhausting, antisocial, but it worked. As long as I didn't look directly at someone's face, I didn't have to witness the erasure. But the isolation was its own kind of horror. Conversations became stilted. My boss pulled me aside, concerned about my distracted behavior. My mother, calling from out of state, asked if I was depressed because I sounded distant. The breaking point came with my therapist, Dr. Chen. I'd been seeing her for anxiety for 2 years. Her office was a sanctuary of calm, soft lighting, muted colors, the faint scent of lavender. I trusted her. More than that, I knew her. The small silver stud in her left ear, the way her glasses slid down her nose when she leaned forward, the faint network of lines around her eyes that deepened when she smiled with genuine warmth. During our session, I finally broke down and told her everything. The barista, Mark, Sarah, the terrifying smoothness replacing familiar features. I described it in detail, my voice shaking. I needed her to tell me it was a neurological issue, a visual processing disorder, anything but what I feared it might be. Dr. Chen listened intently, her expression compassionate. She adjusted her glasses, the familiar gesture grounding me. "That sounds incredibly distressing," she said softly. "Let's explore this together. First, can you describe what you see when you look at me right now?" I focused on her face, committing every detail to memory. The stud in her ear, the slight smudge on her left lens, the tiny scar near her hairline from a childhood surgery. "Your glasses are smudged on the left," I said, my voice steadier now. "You have a silver earring, and there's a small scar above your right temple." She nodded, a gentle smile touching her lips, the one with the characteristic crinkles at the corners. "Good. Now, I want you to close your eyes for 10 seconds. Just breathe, then open them and tell me what you see." I did, as she asked. 10 seconds of darkness. Then I opened my eyes. Dr. Chen's face was blank, not angry, not confused, just blank. The silver earring was gone. The smudge on her glasses had vanished. The scar was absent. Her skin was poreless, her features perfectly symmetrical, her expression neutral to the point of vacancy. She looked like a high-end department store dummy wearing a therapist's blazer, but her voice when she spoke was still Dr. Chen's, warm, concerned. "What do you see, Alex?" I couldn't speak. I just stared at the smooth, empty plane where her face should have been, tears welling in my eyes. The disconnect was nauseating, the familiar voice emanating from a stranger's mask. I don't know you," I whispered. Dr. Chen's expression didn't change, but her hand reached out slowly, palm up, in a gesture of reassurance. "It's okay. I'm still here. The person you know is still here. Maybe the problem isn't with their faces. Maybe it's with how you're seeing them." Her words struck a chord of terrifying possibility. Was this not an external phenomenon, but an internal collapse? Was my mind, under some unbearable pressure, beginning to edit out the very details that anchored me to reality, that made people real? That night I stood before my bathroom mirror, determined to test the theory on myself. I studied my own reflection, the dark circles under my eyes from sleepless nights, the faint scar on my chin from shaving too hastily, the unruly cowlick that never lay flat. I memorized them. Then I closed my eyes tightly for 10 seconds. When I opened them, my reflection was smooth, featureless, a generic face with my hair, my build, but none of the small accumulated marks of my life. No scars, no shadows, no history written in skin and bone. I recoiled from the mirror, my breath coming in short gasps. If even my own face was being erased, what did that mean? Was I losing myself along with everyone else? The next few days were a blur of terror and isolation. I stopped leaving my apartment. I communicated with my landlord via text. I ordered groceries online. The world outside my window felt like a stage populated by mannequins, their faces smooth and interchangeable, their voices hollow echoes of people I used to know. But the silence in my apartment, became its own kind of torture. The absence of human connection, even flawed and eroding, was worse than the horror of the erasure. On the 5th day of self-imposed exile, I cracked. I needed to see a real face. One last time. I chose my neighbor, Mrs. Gable. She was 82, lived alone, and had a face like a road map of a long, hard life. Deep wrinkles, age spots, a nose bent from an old break, eyes that held decades of sorrow and kindness. She'd lost her husband 50 years ago and never remarried. Her face was a testament to endurance. I knocked on her door, my heart in my throat. When she opened it, I forced myself to look directly at her, to drink in every detail before I inevitably looked away. "There you are, dear," she said, her voice raspy but warm. "Haven't seen you in days. You all right?" I nodded, unable to speak. I memorized the liver spot on her left cheek, the way her upper lip was thinner than her lower, the cloudiness in her left eye from cataracts. Real, human, beautifully imperfect. I needed to see you, I managed. She patted my arm, her knuckles swollen with arthritis. "Come in for a cup of tea. You look peaky." I stepped inside, my eyes fixed on her face. We sat at her small kitchen table. She bustled about, filling the kettle, getting out her good china. I watched her every move, terrified to blink, terrified to look away even for an instant. As she turned to fetch the teapot from the cupboard, I had no choice. My eyes flickered down to the pattern on her floral tablecloth. A brief, involuntary glance. When I looked back up, she was placing the teapot on the table, and her face, it was gone. Not smoothed, not generic. Gone. Where her features should have been was a flat, flesh-colored oval. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just smooth, uninterrupted skin stretched over bone. A void wearing a floral housecoat. I screamed. Mrs. Gable, what was left of her, turned toward the sound. The smooth oval tilted slightly as if listening. One hand reached out, trembling toward my face. The gesture was unmistakably hers. Concerned. Maternal. But the face that should have been expressing that concern was simply absent. I stumbled backward, knocking over my chair, and fled her apartment. I didn't stop running until I was back in my own, the deadbolt thrown, the chain lock engaged, my body shaking violently against the door. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't left my apartment since. I survive on delivery apps, leaving cash in a sanitized box outside my door. I communicate with my employer via email, claiming a severe flu. My therapist leaves voicemails I don't answer. The erasure is accelerating. It's not just when I look away anymore. Sometimes if I stare too long at a photograph of a loved one, their features begin to blur at the edges, softening into that terrible neutrality. My own reflection in the dark window at night is becoming harder to distinguish from the shadows behind it. I've begun to understand the true nature of the horror. It's not that their faces are disappearing. It's that my capacity to see them is failing. The neural pathways that connect visual input to emotional recognition, to memory, to love, they're degrading. Like film exposed to light, the details are fading. And with them, the people themselves are fading from my world. The most terrifying realization came last night. I was looking at a photo of my mother on my phone, a picture from my graduation. I know her face better than any other, but as I stared, I realized I couldn't remember the exact shade of her eyes. Were they hazel or green? I couldn't recall the sound of her laugh, the specific way she said my name, The details were slipping through my fingers like sand, and with them, the essence of who she was to me. The faces aren't losing their features. I am losing them. And once the last detail fades, the final freckle, the last scar, the last asymmetry, what will be left? Will the people still exist, walking through the world with their rich, complex lives, while I wander through a landscape of blanks, a ghost haunting a world I can no longer truly see? Or will they cease to exist for me entirely, erased not from reality, but from my ability to perceive them as real? I sit here now writing this in the dim glow of my laptop, listening to the muffled sounds of the city outside, a world full of people whose faces I will never truly see again. I wonder if this is how dementia begins, not with forgetting names, but with forgetting faces, not with losing memories, but with losing the very canvas upon which those memories are painted. The silence in my apartment is absolute, and in that silence I hear the soft, relentless sound of my own mind sanding away the world, one beloved feature at a time, until all that remains is the smooth, terrible blankness of a face I can no longer recognize, not theirs, and soon not even my own. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. My grandma's old radio play stations that don't exist. My grandmother, Ilara, was a collector of silent things. Her house, a 2-story Victorian that creaked like a ship at sea, was a museum of objects that had outlived their purpose. Brass barometers that had forgotten the weather, clocks whose hands were frozen in a perpetual state of 10 past 4, and a fleet of beautiful, intricate ships in bottles, their tiny sails forever becalmed. When she passed away at the age of 89, she left me the house and everything in it. I, a sound designer for independent films, a man whose life was a carefully curated collage of noise, inherited a kingdom of profound and unsettling silence. I came to the house not to live, but to sort, to dismantle the quiet, ordered life she had built. For the first week, I was an archaeologist, sifting through layers of dust and memory. The air smelled of lavender, beeswax, and the dry, sweet scent of decaying paper. It was a lonely, melancholic task, a conversation with a ghost who would only speak through the objects she had left behind. I found the radio in the attic, shrouded in a yellowed linen sheet like a piece of holy statuary. It was a magnificent beast, a 1948 Sentinel floor model, its wooden cabinet the color of rich, dark honey, its cloth grill a complex geometric pattern of woven gold thread. A single, large, cyclopean dial made of a milky, amber-colored bakelite dominated the front panel. It was a thing of beauty, a cathedral dedicated to the worship of forgotten broadcasts. I was a man who loved vintage audio equipment, and the sight of it was a balm to my grieving, listless soul. I spent the better part of an afternoon wrestling it down the narrow attic stairs and into the living room, placing it in the corner where a sad-looking fern had finally given up the ghost. I plugged it in. Nothing, not a hum, not a crackle. The silence from the radio was just a more concentrated version of the silence that already filled the house. Of course, I couldn't leave it alone. The next day, I had the back panel off, my tools spread out on a dust sheet. The inside was a miniature city of vacuum tubes, cloth-wrapped wires, and enormous wax paper capacitors. It was surprisingly clean, as if Grandma had been tending to it right up until the end. I found the culprit easily enough. A single, burnt-out rectifier tube. a quick search online, a trip to a specialty electronics store in a town 40 miles away, and a few hours later, I had the new tube in place. I plugged it in again. This time, as I turned the knob, a soft, warm, golden light bloomed behind the dial, and a low, gentle hum filled the room, the sound of a sleeping giant beginning to stir. I turned the large weighted tuning knob, and the needle slid across the frequency band. The speaker crackled, hissed, and then, through a blizzard of static, a voice emerged. It was a man's voice, a classic mid-century announcer's baritone, smooth and full of a folksy, unwarranted confidence. And that's a guaranteed promise from Miller's Hardware in lovely downtown Silver Creek. Remember, folks, for any job big or small, Miller's has it all. Now, let's get back to the music with Patti Page. A lush, orchestral arrangement swelled from the speaker, the sound rich and warm, full of a nostalgic hiss that no digital filter could ever truly replicate. I smiled. It worked. I leaned back in Grandma's floral armchair, a feeling of deep satisfaction washing over me. It was only after the song had finished and a news report began about a prize-winning pumpkin at the annual town fair that a strange, dissonant thought began to bubble up in my mind. Silver Creek. I knew every town, every forgotten hamlet within 100-mile radius of this house. I had never heard of a Silver Creek. I pulled out my phone and searched for it. Nothing. No Silver Creek, Wisconsin, no Miller's Hardware, no local radio station with the call letters WSC. I checked a list of historical town names. Still nothing. It was a ghost town, a place that had never existed. My rational mind, the part of me that designed soundscapes based on the hard, cold laws of physics, immediately supplied an explanation. A pirate radio station. Some hobbyist out in the woods with a vintage transmitter, broadcasting his own curated nostalgic programming. It was a charming, eccentric explanation, and it satisfied me for a while. But the broadcasts were too perfect, too dense. They weren't just playing old songs. They were broadcasting a whole, fully realized world. There were commercials for businesses that had no online footprint, public service announcements for a school district that didn't exist, a Lonely Hearts call-in show where the residents of this phantom town would share their small, mundane heartbreaks. I would sit for hours listening, a strange, voyeuristic anthropologist studying a lost tribe that had never been found. The first crack in my pirate radio theory came a week later. I was twisting the dial late one night, the golden light of the radio the only illumination in the dark room. I moved past the Silver Creek station and into a howling wilderness of static. And then another signal began to resolve. It was different. The sound quality was cleaner, sharper, and the broadcast was in a language I didn't recognize, a melodic, flowing tongue that sounded vaguely Slavic. It was a woman singing a lullaby, her voice filled with a profound, heartbreaking sadness. Behind her, I could hear the faint, rhythmic sound of rain against a window pane. The song ended, and a man began to speak, his voice soft and urgent. I couldn't understand the words, but the tone was universal. He was pleading. He was afraid. And in the background, another sound began to grow, a low, guttural, and deeply menacing roar, like the sound of a great distant fire. The broadcast was abruptly cut off by a shriek of pure, undiluted static. My heart was pounding. That was not a hobbyist. That was a raw, unfiltered slice of someone's terror. I tried to find the station again, but it was gone, swallowed by the static. The radio was no longer just a charming curiosity. It was a puzzle, a mystery that was beginning to consume me. The stations were not just from one non-existent place. They were from somewhere else, or perhaps from sometime else. I started keeping a logbook, documenting every strange broadcast. I found a station that played nothing but a single, repeating, 5-note musical phrase over and over again for hours on end. I found a station where a man would simply read numbers, his voice a dry, emotionless monotone. I found a station that was just the sound of a ticking clock and a woman weeping softly. The breakthrough, the moment that transformed my obsession into a full-blown, terrifying reality, was a broadcast that sounded, at first, completely normal. It was a news report in English, in a familiar, modern broadcasting style. And in financial news, shares for tech giant Omnicore surged today after the successful launch of their global atmospheric weather control system, the announcer said. CEO Julian Thorne, accepting the World Science Prize in Geneva, stated that this marks a new era for humanity, an era free from the tyranny of drought, famine, and natural disasters. I stared at the radio, my blood turning to ice. I knew who Julian Thorne was. He was my father, but my father was not the CEO of a tech giant. He was a retired high school biology teacher who spent his days tending to his prize-winning roses in a quiet, suburban town. He had never invented a global weather control system. I had just spoken to him on the phone yesterday. He was complaining about the aphids on his golden celebrations. This wasn't a broadcast from the past. This wasn't a broadcast from another country. This was a broadcast from another now. A parallel reality. A world where my father had made a different choice, had pursued a different life, and had apparently become one of the most important people on earth. I felt a wave of vertigo so profound I had to grip the arms of the chair. The radio wasn't just a receiver of stray signals, it was a window into the infinite branching paths of what could have been. The what-ifs and might-have-beens of the universe were all playing out simultaneously, and this old wooden box in my grandmother's living room was somehow able to tune into them. My investigation turned inward, into the house, into the life of the quiet, enigmatic woman who had raised me. I had always seen my grandmother as a simple woman, a creature of routine and quiet dignity, but now I was seeing her in a new light. She wasn't a collector of silent things. She was a curator of them. She had intentionally created a space of profound quiet in her life, and I now suspected it was to make it easier to hear the whispers from the sentinel. In the bottom drawer of her writing desk, tucked beneath a stack of neatly bundled letters, I found her journal. It was a thick, leather-bound volume, its pages filled with her elegant, spidery script. Most of it was the mundane, day-to-day accounting of a quiet life. But here and there, between notes about her garden and the price of eggs, were entries that made my hair stand on end. March the 12th, 1968. The static is heavy tonight. A storm on the other side. Heard a broadcast from a world where the war never ended. The same songs, but sadder. The announcer's voice was so tired, I pray for their peace. June 4th, 1982. Tuned in to a very clear signal. A world where John is a painter. He sounded so happy. He described the light on the coast, the colors. It was a good broadcast, a kind one. It helps to know that somewhere he found his joy. John was my grandfather. He had died in a car crash in 1981, a struggling accountant who had always dreamed of being an artist. My grandmother had known, she had known all along. This radio was not a passive device. It was her confidant, her oracle, her window into the lives her loved ones might have lived. She had used it to find comfort, to visit the ghosts of choices not made. But then the entries began to grow darker. November 2nd, 1995, a new station. It doesn't feel like the others. It's cold, empty. There's a voice, but it's not speaking. It's just a whisper, a sound like dry static. It makes the milk in the kitchen go sour. It makes the flowers in the vase wilt. I must be careful. Some doors are not meant to be opened. July 20th, 2010, the whispering station is stronger. It seems to know when I am listening. I heard a name in the static today, my name. I have unplugged the sentinel. The silence is a blessing. Some echoes are too hungry. Some worlds are better left unheard. She had been terrified of it, this whispering station, this hungry echo. And for the last decade of her life, she had kept the radio silent, a sleeping dragon she dared not wake. And I, in my ignorant, bumbling grief, had not only woken it, but I had fed it my undivided attention for weeks. I should have stopped. I should have unplugged the radio, hauled it back up to the attic, and buried it under a mountain of forgotten things. But I couldn't. I was addicted. And a part of me, a dark, curious part, needed to find the station she had been so afraid of. I found it a week later. It was high up on the band, in a dead zone that should have been nothing but empty air. It started as a faint, rhythmic clicking like a Geiger counter. Then the whisper began. It was a low, sibilant hiss, a sound that was on the very edge of human hearing. It was the sound of 1,000,000 tiny, broken voices all speaking at once, creating a single, coherent, malevolent wave of sound. It was the audio equivalent of staring into a television screen of pure black and white static, and it was calling my name. Alexex! The sound was a hook that snagged itself in the deepest, most primitive part of my brain. The house changed when that station was on. The air grew cold. I'd see movement in my peripheral vision, a flicker of static in the shape of a man. The lights would flicker in time with a rhythmic clicking. One night, I was on the phone with my father, my real father, the biology teacher, and the whisper began to bleed through the phone line, our conversation dissolving into a sea of hissing static. I was being haunted, not by a ghost, but by a possibility, a corrupted, failed reality, an echo of a world that had gone terribly, cosmically wrong, and it was using the radio as an anchor, a bridge into my world. The journal had one final terrifying entry, written in a shaky, almost illegible hand on the last page. It's a reflection, a shadow. The sentinel doesn't just receive, it transmits. Our choices, our lives, they create the echoes it tunes into. But a strong echo, a hungry one, it can try to reflect back. It can try to overwrite. It wants a world to live in. It wants our world. Do not let it show you what you want to see. The warning came too late. The whispering station began to change. It started to broadcast images into my mind, not memories, but temptations. It showed me a world where my mother's cancer had never returned, a world where my best friend in college hadn't died in that stupid, senseless climbing accident. It showed me a world where Eleanor and I had had the child we had always wanted. It was showing me my own personal, curated heaven, All I had to do, the whisper seemed to promise, was keep listening, keep the channel open, let it in. The entity, which I had come to think of as the static, began to manifest more physically. I woke up one morning to find a thin layer of fine black dust, like iron filings, covering every surface in the living room. The mirrors in the house would no longer show my reflection clearly, but a distorted, wavering version of me, as if I were made of television snow. I was being erased, my reality slowly being overwritten by the static of that dead, hungry world. The climax arrived on a stormy Tuesday night. The wind howled outside, and the rain lashed against the windows. The power flickered and then went out completely. I was plunged into darkness, save for the single golden glowing eye of the sentinel's dial. The whispering station was on, and it was louder than I had ever heard it before. And then it broadcast the one thing I could not resist. It was Eleanor's voice, not a memory, not an echo. It was her, clear as day, as if she were in the room with me. "Tom," she said, her voice full of a desperate, pleading love. "Tom, I'm here. I'm so lost. It's so cold. But I can see a light. Your light. Just turn the dial a little more. Just bring me into focus. You can bring me home." I knew it was a trick. I knew it was the static, wearing the voice of my dead wife like a mask. But my heart didn't care. The grief, the raw, gaping wound of her absence was a vulnerability it had found and exploited with surgical precision. I reached for the dial, my hand trembling. The whisper in my head was a triumphant, sibilant roar. Yes, let her in, let us in. And then another voice came from the radio, a different one. It was my grandmother, a faint, crackling, distant echo, but it was her. "Don't, my boy," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the storm of static. "That's not her. That's the lie the silence tells. You have to choose the real noise, your noise." I was caught between them, the perfect, beautiful lie of my wife's voice and the faint, fragile truth of my grandmother's warning. I looked around the dark room, at the house that had been my sanctuary and had become my prison. I thought of my own life, the messy, imperfect, painful, and real life I had been so desperate to escape. My grandmother hadn't collected silent things because she was afraid of the world. She had collected them so she could listen, so she could understand the infinite, beautiful, and terrible possibilities of a single human life. She had chosen her reality with all its heartbreak, and now I had to choose mine. I took my hand off the tuning knob. "No," I said, my voice a ragged shout. "You are not her, and this is not my world to give." I turned the dial away from the whispering station, away from the siren song of Eleanor's voice. The static shrieked, a sound of pure, frustrated rage that seemed to shake the very foundations of the house. The windows rattled, the floorboards groaned, the light from the radio's dial flared blindingly bright, and then, with a pop and a fizz, it went out. One of the main amplifier tubes had blown. The radio fell silent. The whispering in my head stopped. The feeling of cold, malevolent pressure in the room vanished. I was alone again, in the dark, in the quiet. But it was a different kind of quiet, a clean quiet, a real quiet. The next day, I didn't take the radio to the attic. I left it in its place of honor in the living room. I didn't fix it. I understood now. It was not a toy. It was not an oracle. It was a responsibility. It was a listening post on the shores of infinity. And it required a vigilant and very quiet guardian. I live in my grandmother's house now. The silence no longer feels like an absence. It feels like a presence, the presence of all the other worlds, all the other lives, all the other choices, held at bay by a single, silent, magnificent old radio. I am a sound designer who has come to appreciate the profound, powerful, and sometimes necessary beauty of silence. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind is just right, I think I can hear a faint orchestral swell or the distant folksy voice of an announcer talking about the weather in a town that never was. And I smile. I know the echoes are still out there. But I have chosen my station, and I am finally content to listen to the beautiful, heartbreaking, and the church bell rings for funerals that haven't happened yet. The listing was buried deep in a regional job board, sandwiched between hay baling assistant needed and retired gentleman seeks companion for museum visits. It read, simply, bell ringer required, St. Sylvanus Church, Hollows End, temporary position, 30 days, $2,800. Duties, maintain bell tower, perform daily noon chime, ensure structural integrity. Sole occupant, quiet location. Applicant must be self-sufficient, respectful of sacred space, and untroubled by solitude. Inquiries. Sextonist.sylvanus.org. $800 for 30 days of ringing a bell. Hollows End wasn't on my map, an unincorporated speck in the northern Adirondack foothills, accessible only by a single, winding county road that dissolved into gravel after 20 miles. But the money was real. The email exchange with the sexton, a terse-typed name, no signature, was clinical, efficient. A background check cleared. Standard for church work, they said. A train ticket to the nearest depot, 2 hours away, appeared in my inbox. Paid for. Instructions. Take the 7:15 a.m. bus to Hollows End Crossroads. Someone will meet you. The bus dropped me at a rusted signpost beside a dirt track, vanishing into dense pine forest. No one was there. Just the sigh of wind in the branches and the distant cry of a hawk. I waited 20 minutes, duffel bag at my feet, before a battered pickup truck rattled into view. The driver was an old man, face a road map of wrinkles, eyes the color of river stones. He didn't speak, just jerked his chin toward the passenger seat. We bounced in silence for 10 minutes, the track narrowing until the trees parted. St. Sylvanus wasn't picturesque. It was stark. A small gray stone church, roof patched with tar paper, squatting in a clearing dominated by a single massive oak tree. Behind it, a lopsided wooden structure, the bell tower, leaned precariously, its shingles warped by decades of snow and rain. A small cemetery sprawled to the left, headstones tilted like broken teeth, choked with tall, dry grass. No town, no houses, just the church, the tower, the grave markers, and the wall of pines pressing close. Oppressive, silent. The old man stopped the truck. He handed me a heavy iron key tied with twine and a folded sheet of paper. His voice was a dry rasp. Sexton's instructions. Tower's yours. Sleeping quarters upstairs behind the belfry. Food's in the cellar, canned goods. Pump out back for water, bell ropes in the tower. Only ring at noon. Only the single chime. Don't touch nothing else. Don't go in the church. Don't walk the grounds after dark. He started the engine. Bell rings when it rings. You just listen and log it. He drove off, leaving me alone in clearing, the key cold in my palm, the silence so deep it hummed in my ears. The tower's interior smelled of dust, dry rot, and old wood smoke. Narrow, steep, Stairs spiraled up. The sleeping quarters was a cramped loft under the eaves, just big enough for a narrow cot, a small table, and a kerosene lamp. A single grimy window overlooked the church roof and the cemetery. The belfry itself was one level down, dominated by the bell, a massive, pitted bronze thing, easily 6 feet tall, suspended on thick wooden beams. Its clapper hung motionless. 2 thick braided hemp ropes dangled beside it, ending in worn wooden handles. The sexton's instructions were clear: 1 pull, noon, single chime, log time, duration, weather. That first noon, I pulled the rope. The bell's voice was deep, resonant, a sound that didn't just fill the air but vibrated in my chest, rolling out over the pines, shaking the dust from the rafters. Bong! A single, pure, mournful note that hung in the still air for a full 10 seconds before dissolving into silence. I logged it. 12 plash, clear, 10-sec duration, standard chime. That night, the silence returned, deeper, heavier. I lay on a cot, listening to the wind, the creak of the old timbers. Just after 2 a.m. it started, a low, rhythmic groan, not from the wind, from above me, from the belfry, the bell rope beside my cot, the one not connected to the clapper, the one the instructions called the silent rope, was moving, slowly, gently, swinging in a tiny arc as if brushed by an unfelt breeze. Groan, creak, groan, creak. The sound of the rope rubbing against the wooden beam it passed through on its way up to the bell. I sat up, heart pounding, draft, settling wood. But the tower felt still, stale. I watched the rope swing back and forth, 5 minutes, 10. It didn't stop. It just groaned. Then, without warning, the rope went taut, pulled up, hard. The thick hemp stretched taut as a bowstring. The wooden beam it ran through groaned in protest. Dust sifted down from the ceiling. And the bell spoke, not the single noon chime, a full, heavy, deliberate toll, bong, a pause, 2 seconds, bong, another pause, longer, bong. The sound was deeper, slower, infinitely sadder than the noon chime, a funeral knell, 3 strokes, the universal signal of death. I stood frozen, bare feet on the cold wood floor, staring at the taut rope. Impossible. No one was up there, no mechanism, just rope and bell and wind. But there was no wind. The rope hung perfectly still after the 3rd toll, then slowly, gently, began its soft groan, creak, swing again. I scrambled for the logbook the sexton had included. 02:17 a.m., unprompted bell activation, 3 tolls, funeral cadence, source, silent rope tension, no visible cause, weather, calm, no wind. The next day, noon chime, normal, bong. That night, 1:48 a.m., the rope groaned, went taut, bong, 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 3 tolls, same log entry, different time. The 3rd night, 3:02 a.m., same thing, 3 tolls, a pattern, a schedule. Only the bell knew. On the 4th day, curiosity overrode fear. After the noon chime, I climbed the ladder into the belfry itself. Daylight streamed through the louved openings, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. I examined the bell. Ancient, pitted bronze, inscription around the rim, worn almost smooth. Memento Mori, 1843. Remember you must die. Charming. I traced the ropes. The working rope, thick, slightly frayed, connected directly to the clapper's lever. The silent rope, identical hemp. But its end vanished into a dark hole in the beam above, leading where? I'd assumed it was just a counterweight, or perhaps a secondary disused mechanism. But the hole was small, too small for a counterweight pulley. I poked my head through the trap door into the very peak of the tower above the belfry, a cramped, cobweb-choked attic space, empty, just rafters, dust, and the end of the silent rope, tied off securely to a heavy iron ring bolted into the main ridge beam. No mechanism, no hidden lever, just rope, tied fast. How? How could a rope tied off above pull down with enough force to swing a multi-ton bell? Physics screamed impossible. That night, the tolls came earlier, 12:55 a.m. Bong, bong, bong. I didn't log it right away. I stood in the belfry doorway, looking down at the rope as it swung gently, groaning. Then, on impulse, I stepped into the belfry, walked to the silent rope, reached out. My fingers closed around the rough hemp. It was ice cold and vibrating, a faint, deep thrum, like the echo of the toll still resonating in the fibers. I pulled, gently. Nothing. I pulled harder. The rope didn't budge. It was anchored, immovable, solid as the tower itself. I released it. The groaning started again. Groan, creak. The rope swung. Then, with that same impossible, invisible force, it went taut, pulled up, and the bell tolled. Bong! I was standing right there. I saw the rope pull upwards into the hole in the beam, saw the clapper swing out, strike the bell. No hidden hand, no ghostly figure, just the rope obeying a command from nowhere. Bong! The third toll hung in the air, a wave of sound pressing against my skin, filling the tower, rolling out into the dark pines. As it faded, a new sound emerged, not from the bell, but from the cemetery below. A single dry crack. Like old wood splitting or stone shifting, I rushed to the belfry window, peering down. In the moonlight, one grave marker, a tall, weathered slab near the oak tree, had tilted further. A fresh fracture ran down its center. The next day, I broke protocol. I walked the cemetery, not after dark. At noon, in the weak sun, the sexton's warning echoed, "Don't walk the grounds after dark." He hadn't said, "Don't walk them at all." The headstones were old, pre-1900 mostly, names worn away by time and acid rain. Here lies beloved wife, infant son. Standard, sad, but normal, except for one. Near the back, half swallowed by ferns, stood a newer marker, granite, not slate, less weathered. The inscription was clear. Elara Vance, beloved daughter, born April 12, 1998, gone. The death date was blank, a long smooth groove where the chisel should have carved the numbers, as if the stone cutter had stopped, unable to finish. A chill, deeper than the mountain air, touched my spine. Elara Vance, born 1998. So, 25 still alive? Then why a grave marker? Why the blank date? That night, the bell didn't toll at its usual time. It waited. 11:58 p.m., I was in the loft, logbook open, pen in hand, waiting. The silence was a physical wait. Groan. The rope began its swing. Groan. Creak. I watched it, my pulse a frantic drum in my ears. 11:59 p.m., the rope went taut, pulled up. Bong. The sound was heavier, fuller, laden with a sorrow that made my eyes sting. Bong. I was at the belfry window, looking down at Elara Vance's grave. Bong. As the third toll boomed out, a sound came from the earth itself, a low, grinding rumble, not thunder, deeper, closer. In the moonlight, the granite slab of Elara Vance's marker shifted, not tilted, not cracked. It rose an inch, then two, pushing up from the earth as if something beneath was straining upwards. Dirt cascaded from its base. The bell's final echo faded. The rope went slack. The marker settled back down, not to its original position. It stood perfectly upright now, and in the smooth groove where the death date had been blank, freshly carved, the granite dust still sparkling in the moonlight, were 3 numbers. Just 13. Not a full date, just the day. June 13th, tomorrow. My blood turned to ice. I stumbled back to the loft, fumbling for the logbook. My hand shook so badly the pen skittered. 23:59, unprompted activation, 3 tolls. Funeral cadence. Observed. Concurrent ground displacement at gravesite. Elara Vance. Plot 47. Marker, elevated approx. 2 inches. Fresh inscription observed post-toll. 13. Presumed date, June 3rd. Cause unknown. Request immediate clarification from sexton. I sent the email from the satellite phone the sexton had provided for emergencies. It connected instantly. The reply arrived 3 minutes later. 1 line. Observe. Log. Do not interfere. Sexton, do not interfere. The bell hadn't tolled for a death. It had tolled before it. It was announcing a death that hadn't happened yet. Elara Vance, born 1998, would die tomorrow. I didn't sleep. I watched the moon track across the window, waited for dawn, waited for noon, waited for what? Would the bell toll again at midnight? Would the marker sink back down? Would the 13 vanish? Noon came. I pulled the working rope. Bong! The single chime, hollow and meaningless now. The day dragged. I paced the tower, stared at the cemetery, jumped at every rustle in the pines. Nothing happened. The marker stood upright. The 13 stark in the sunlight. 11:58 p.m. I was waiting in the belfry, leaning against the cold bell, the silent rope inches from my hand. Groan, creak. It began. The rope swung, slow, deliberate. 11:59 p.m. Taut, pulled up. Bong! The sound vibrated through the soles of my boots. I looked down at Elara Vance's grave. Bong! The marker didn't move. Bong! As the 3rd toll faded, a new sound cut through the silence. Not from the ground, from the church. A door creaked open, the heavy oak door of St. Sylvanus itself, untouched since I'd arrived, swung slowly, silently, inward. Darkness yawned within, and from that darkness a figure emerged. A woman, young, mid-20s, long dark hair, pale face, wearing simple jeans and a faded sweater. She walked with a slight limp, favoring her left leg. She didn't look at the tower. She walked straight to Elara Vance's grave. She knelt, placed a single wild white flower, a Queen Anne's lace, on the mound of fresh earth at the marker's base. Her shoulders shook with silent sobs. I knew with a certainty that stole my breath who she was. Elara Vance, alive, grieving herself. She stayed for 5 minutes, then stood, brushed the dirt from her knees, and walked back to the church. The door closed softly behind her. No sound of a lock, just closure. The rope in the belfry hung slack. I didn't log it, not right away. The sexton's words burned in my mind. Do not interfere. But how do you not interfere with a woman mourning her own future grave? The next night, June 14th, the bell was silent. No groaning rope, no tolls. I watched Elara's grave all night. The marker stood upright. The 13 remained. Dawn came. Weak light. I climbed down from the tower, my body stiff, my mind racing. I had to know. Protocol be damned. I walked to the church door. It opened easily. Inside, the air was cold, smelling of dust and old hymnals. Pews lined the center aisle. A simple altar, no electricity, just weak light from high stained glass windows. And sitting in the front pew, staring at the altar, was Elara Vance. She looked exhausted, hollow-eyed. She didn't turn as I entered. Elara? My voice sounded loud, intrusive. She flinched then slowly turned. Her eyes were red-rimmed but clear, intelligent, haunted. "You're the bell ringer," she said. Her voice was soft, raspy. "They sent a new one. Arthur Ellis, I saw you last night, at the grave." A flicker of pain crossed her face. "Yeah, I go every night, after it rings." The bell, it tolled for June 13th, but it's the 14th now. She looked down at her hands, twisting in her lap. "It tolls before, always before. St. Sylvanus. It doesn't mark the dead, Mr. Ellis. It marks the dying, the ones whose time is fixed, written." She gestured vaguely towards the tower. "The bell knows. It rings the day before, 3 tolls for the soul." "How?" The word came out strangled. She shrugged a small, helpless movement. "The Vance family were tied to this place since the beginning. The Sexton's family, too, keepers of the stone, keepers of the bell." She looked up, her gaze piercing. "My mother, she knew. When the bell tolled for her, 3 nights running, she packed a suitcase, drove to the city, got hit by a bus on June 12th, bell tolled on the 11th. A tear escaped, tracing a path down her cheek. "My grandfather, heart attack, right here in the pews. Bell tolled the night before. And you? June 13th came and went." A bitter smile touched her lips. "The bell tolled. The marker got its date. I prepared, said goodbye to the world, waited." She tapped his left leg. "This old injury. The doctor said it could flare, cause a clot, pulmonary embolism, quick, silent." She looked at the altar. "I sat here all yesterday, waiting for the pain, the darkness. It didn't come." She turned back to me, her eyes wide with a terrifying mix of relief and dread. "The bell was wrong." The word hung in the dusty air. Wrong. A sacred, ancient thing, a harbinger of absolute fate. Wrong. "What happens," I whispered, "when the bell is wrong?" Ilara's face went utterly white. "I don't know. It's never happened. The sexton, he'll know. He has to know." She stood up, swaying slightly. "I have to find him. He lives down the old logging road, past the river bend." She started toward the door, then stopped, looking back at me, her expression pleading. Don't ring the noon bell today, Mr. Ellis. Please, just wait." She hurried out, vanishing into the pines. I stood alone in the silent church, the weight of her fear pressing down on me. Don't ring the noon bell. But the instructions were absolute. Perform daily noon chime. The contract, the money, the sexton's cold authority. Noon approached, 11:55, 11:58. I climbed the tower stairs. My legs felt like lead. The belfry seemed colder. The silent rope hung motionless. 11:59. I stood before the working rope, the worn wooden handle. My hand trembled. "Pull it. Protocol. Duty. Don't pull it." Ilara's plea, the terror in her eyes, the blank space where fate had faltered. 12 hours. I closed my eyes and pulled. Bong. The single clear chime echoed out, a sound of order, of routine, of a world where rules held. It felt like a betrayal. The rope hadn't finished its swing back when the silent rope groaned. I spun, groan, creak, groan. It swung, faster than before, agitated. Then, with a force that made the beam shudder, it went taut, pulled up, not a slow, deliberate pull. A yank. The bell didn't toll, it screamed, a single, shattering, dissonant brrrr of tortured metal, sound of pure agony that ripped through the tower, shattering 2 panes in the belfry windows, sending dust and splinters raining down. It wasn't a funeral knell, it was a wail, or a sound of wrongness, of violation. I clapped my hands over my ears, but the sound was inside my skull, vibrating my teeth, my bones. It lasted only 3 seconds, but it felt like an eternity of pure sonic terror. Then, silence. Deeper, more absolute than any silence before. The rope hung slack, broken. The end that vanished into the beam was severed, a clean, sharp cut, as if sliced by a wire. The frayed hemp end dangled limp. From the cemetery below, a sound like 100 dry branches snapping at once. I stumbled to the window. Every grave marker in the cemetery, the old slate, the newer granite, had fractured, not tilted, shattered. Headstones lay in pieces. The earth between the graves was churned, heaved upwards in ragged mounds, as if something vast and furious had clawed its way towards the surface and been denied. And in the center of the chaos, where Elara Vance's grave had been, only a gaping hole, dark, empty, the granite marker, the fresh earth, the wildflower, gone, swallowed. The sexton's truck rattled into the clearing an hour later. He got out, his face grim, older than I remembered. He didn't look at the shattered cemetery. He walked straight to the tower, climbed the stairs without a word, and stood in the belfry doorway, looking at the severed rope. He picked up the broken end, his fingers tracing the clean cut. His voice, when he finally spoke, was devoid of its usual rasp. It was hollow, defeated. "You rang it." I had to. Protocol. Protocol is dust." He dropped the rope, looked at me, his river-stone eyes filled with an ancient sorrow. "The bell doesn't just announce the dying, boy. It anchors them. 3 tolls? It fixes the moment, makes it clean, peaceful, a door opening." He gestured towards the shattered cemetery. "When the bell is silent on the day, or when it is forced to ring when it should not," he shook his head, "the anchor fails, the door doesn't open, it shatters." "Elara?" "Gone," he said flatly, "not dead, unmade. The earth took back what the bell failed to release. No grave, no marker, no memory, just absence." He turned to leave, then paused. "Your duty is done, Mr. Ellis. Payment will be deposited. Leave today. Take the bus at noon." He started down the stairs, then stopped, his voice barely a whisper, drifting up. "The bell will be silent now. It has no more names to call. The list is broken." He left. I packed my duffel in numb silence. The bus came. I didn't look back at St. Sylvanus, at the leaning tower, at the field of broken stones. A week later, the money appeared in my account. $2,800 and an email. Final log entry required. Sexton. I opened the logbook, flipped past the entries of tolls and dates and terror. To the last page, I picked up the pen. My hand didn't shake. I wrote, "June 14th, 12 o'clock. Noon chime performed, bell subsequently malfunctioned, silent rope severed, catastrophic ground displacement observed in cemetery. One gravesite, Elara Vance, plot 47, fully excavated. Subject, Elara Vance. Status, unmade." I stopped, looked at the words. Unmade. Below it, I added one final line, not for the sexton, for myself, for the silence. "The bell is quiet now." I closed the logbook. The weight of it felt different. Not a record of duty. A tombstone for a girl who never died. For a future that never was. For the terrible, hollow silence where a funeral bell should have rung. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. I rented a house and found every closet filled with clothes that still held body heat. The realtor's name was Mr. Henderson, a man whose smile never quite reached his watery blue eyes. He met me on the cracked asphalt driveway of the old Victorian on Sycamore Street, the only place in the entire town of Mill Creek that fit my desperate budget. "Fixer-upper," he called it over the phone, his voice crackling with static. "Needs love, but solid bones." Standing before it now, leaning against my dented hatchback packed with everything I owned. Solid bones felt like a cruel joke. The house sagged like a weary beast. Paint peeled from its clapboard siding in long, leathery strips, revealing gray, weathered wood beneath. One of the ornate gingerbread trim pieces hung askew over the front porch, tapping a faint, irregular rhythm against the railing in the sluggish afternoon breeze. The windows on the second floor were dark, opaque eyes. "Charming, isn't it?" Henderson chirped, jangling a monstrous ring of keys. He was sweating slightly despite the crisp October air, his cheap suit jacket straining across his shoulders. "Been vacant a while. Family moved abruptly. Left most everything behind. Furnishings, personal effects, included in the rent, of course." He winked, a gesture that felt more like a tick. "Saves you the trouble of buying new?" The rent was absurdly low, suspiciously low, half what a decent studio apartment would cost in this sleepy, decaying town. I was a graduate student in anthropology, perpetually broke. My thesis on rural folklore in post-industrial Appalachia, stalled by lack of fieldwork funds. This place, Henderson assured me, was perfect for quiet study. He didn't mention the silence that pressed in the moment he unlocked the heavy oak front door, a thick, muffling silence that swallowed the sound of my own footsteps as I stepped inside. The air was cold and smelled of dust, damp, plaster and something else, faint but persistent. Mothballs, maybe, undercut with a hint of old perfume and the dry, papery scent of long-neglected books. The foyer opened into a shadowed parlor, furniture huddled under dusty sheets like sleeping ghosts. Sunlight, weak and gray, filtered through grimy bay windows, illuminating swirling motes. Henderson flicked a switch. Nothing happened. "Ah, yes, electrical's a bit temperamental," he said quickly, pulling a heavy-duty flashlight from his briefcase. The beam cut a harsh swath through the gloom, revealing faded floral wallpaper peeling at the seams, revealing patches of crumbling plaster beneath. Water stains bloomed like dark flowers on the ceiling. He led me through the house, his voice unnaturally loud in the stillness. The kitchen had an ancient chipped enamel sink and a gas stove that looked like it belonged in a museum. The refrigerator hummed with a sickly, uneven vibration. Upstairs, the bedrooms were small, the carpets threadbare. He showed me the master bedroom last. It was larger, with a bay window overlooking the overgrown backyard, a tangle of skeletal bushes, and a crumbling stone patio. A massive, dark oak wardrobe stood against one wall, its mirror clouded with age. "Master closet through here?" Henderson said, swinging open a door beside the wardrobe. He shone the flashlight inside. My breath hitched. It wasn't empty. It was stuffed. Neatly hung dresses, blouses, skirts, and jackets filled the space from floor to ceiling. Men's suits, women's coats, even children's sweaters hung on tiny hangers. They looked lived in, not rags, not cast-offs, but clothes that had recently been worn. The beam of light caught the glint of a silver hairbrush on a small shelf tangled with strands of dark hair. "Whoa," I breathed, stepping closer, drawn despite myself. "This is a lot of stuff." Henderson shifted his weight. "Told you, family left in a hurry. Figured clearing it out was more trouble than it was worth. Consider it a bonus. Saves you unpacking, eh?" He chuckled, a dry, brittle sound. "The utilities are basic. Water's on, gas for the stove, but you'll need to get the electricity sorted with the county. Should be straightforward." He practically shoved a key into my hand, a heavy, old-fashioned iron key. "Lease is in the folder, first and last month's rent, which you have, and you're all set. Place is yours." He was already backing towards the door, his eagerness to leave radiating off him like heat. "Welcome to 47 Sycamore. Quiet neighborhood. Very quiet." I barely had time to process his haste before he was gone, the sound of his car peeling away on the gravel drive unnaturally loud, then swallowed by the returning silence. The key felt cold and heavy in my palm. I stood alone in the master bedroom, the beam of my own small flashlight, thankfully functional, cutting through the dusty air. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was watchful, thick, the kind of silence that presses against your eardrums. I started unpacking my meager belongings in the smallest bedroom down the hall, avoiding the master for now. The house groaned and settled around me, the expected sounds of an old structure, the tick of cooling pipes, the whisper of wind in the eaves, the occasional creak of floorboards. I chalked it up to age, to the unfamiliarity. By early evening, the sun had dipped below the trees, casting long, distorted shadows through the windows. The weak light from my camping lantern did little to push back the gloom. I decided to tackle the master bedroom closet. If I was going to live here, I needed space for my own clothes, maybe donate the old ones to charity later. I pulled open the closet door. The smell of mothballs and that faint Swedish perfume intensified. I reached in, my fingers brushing against a soft wool coat, and I froze. It was warm, not room temperature warm, not the residual heat from sunlight through a window. This was the distinct, living warmth of a body that had just taken the coat off. I yanked my hand back as if burned, my heart hammering against my ribs. Impossible! Henderson said the family left months ago. The house had been empty, cold. I stood there, staring at the crowded closet, the beam of my lantern trembling slightly in my grip. Maybe a heating vent. Some weird thermal pocket. I reached out again, slower this time, and touched the sleeve of a silk blouse hanging beside the coat. Warm. I pressed my palm flat against a pair of neatly folded trousers on a shelf. Warm. I felt the collar of a child's cardigan. Warm. Every single garment in that closet radiated a soft, unsettling heat, as if their previous owners had stepped out of them only minutes before I arrived. A cold sweat prickled my scalp. This wasn't right. This wasn't possible. I slammed the closet door shut, the sound echoing sharply in the silent room. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Faulty wiring heating pipes, geothermal weirdness. But the logic felt flimsy, paper-thin against the visceral wrongness of touching clothes that felt like they'd just been worn. I backed out of the master bedroom, pulling the door shut firmly behind me as if sealing something in. Dinner was a cold sandwich eaten in the dim kitchen, the humming fridge my only company. The silence was no longer just quiet. It was a presence. I kept glancing towards the stairs, half expecting to hear footsteps. I heard nothing but the house settling. After eating, I decided to explore the rest of the house properly, flashlight in hand, needing to reclaim some sense of control, I checked the other bedrooms. The second bedroom's closet was empty, except for a few wire hangers. Relief washed over me. Maybe the master closet was just weird, an anomaly. Then I opened the closet in the tiny third bedroom, intended as my study. It was crammed, floor to ceiling with children's clothes. Tiny shoes lined the bottom shelf. And the clothes, they were warm. Not just warm. One small jacket felt distinctly toasty, like it had been worn on a brisk walk moments ago. The scent of baby powder mixed with the mothballs. My stomach churned. I slammed that door too. The hall closet near the bathroom, full of towels, linens, a collection of umbrellas. The towels felt damp warm. The linens held a soft, body-like heat. The linen cupboard under the stairs, overflowing with tablecloths, napkins, curtains, warm. Every single closet, every single cupboard meant for storage, was packed with textiles that radiated the ghostly warmth of recent human use. The sheer pervasiveness of it crushed my denial. This wasn't a thermal quirk. This was intentional. This was wrong. I retreated to my small bedroom, locking the flimsy door, a useless gesture against whatever was in this house, but it made me feel marginally safer. I sat on the edge of my unmade bed, the single bare bulb overhead casting harsh shadows. The silence deepened as true night fell. The usual nocturnal sounds, distant traffic, crickets, were absent. It was as if the house existed in a vacuum, cut off from the world. Only the groans and sighs of the old structure remained, but now they sounded different, deliberate. Footsteps creaked on the floorboards above me, not the random settling groan, but distinct, slow steps pacing the length of the master bedroom. Creak, pause, creak, pause, creak. I held my breath, straining to hear. The pacing stopped, then a soft thump, like something heavy being set down on the carpet. My eyes darted to the door. The lock felt flimsy, insubstantial. The footsteps started again, moving towards the bedroom door. They stopped outside my room. Silence, thick, expectant silence. I could almost feel the presence on the other side of the thin wood. My hand crept towards the flashlight on the nightstand. My fingers closed around the cold metal tube like a talisman. A new sound began, not footsteps. A rustling, coming from inside my room, from the corner where I'd piled my unpacked boxes. It was the soft, intimate sound of fabric sliding against fabric, like someone slowly, carefully, going through clothes. My blood turned to ice. I hadn't heard anyone enter. The door was locked. The rustling continued, methodical, unhurried. It moved closer to the bed. I squeezed my eyes shut, pulling the thin blanket over my head, trembling. The rustling stopped right beside the bed. I felt a distinct, localized drop in temperature, a cold spot hovering near my pillow, and then, so faint it might have been my imagination, a whisper, breathy and dry as dead leaves skittering on stone. Find the fit. I didn't sleep. I sat rigid in the dark until the first gray light of dawn bled through the window, the cold spot eventually fading, the rustling gone. The house was silent again, but the silence felt charged, predatory. I spent the day in a daze, unable to concentrate on my thesis notes. The warmth of the clothes haunted me. The whisper echoed in my skull. I tried the light switch to the living room again. Still nothing. I needed supplies, batteries, maybe a generator for the fridge, stronger locks, anything to get out of the house for a few hours. At the dusty convenience store on the edge of town, The elderly clerk barely looked up from his crossword puzzle as I bought flashlights and batteries. "New in town," he rasped. "Just moved into the old Henderson place on Sycamore," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. The pencil stopped moving. He slowly lifted his head. His eyes, milky with cataracts, fixed on me with unsettling intensity. 47 Sycamore, that old Victorian? Yes, place is quirky. Quirky? He repeated flatly. He leaned forward, the stool creaking. You mean the Callahan place? Young family, 2 kids. Lived there till last spring. Vanished. Just gone. Left the table set for dinner. Car still in the drive. Suitcases half packed upstairs. He tapped his temple. Police searched high and low. Nothing. No note. No signs of struggle. Like the earth swallowed them whole. Or something else did. He lowered his voice. Place has a history, you know. Bad business back in the Depression. Folks say the walls remember things. Hungry things. You best be careful in that house after dark, son. Real careful. His words confirmed my worst fears. The warm clothes weren't left behind. They were waiting. Waiting for owners who would never return, yet whose absence the house refused to acknowledge. I drove back to Sycamore Street with a knot of dread tightening in my chest. The house looked even more ominous in the late afternoon light, the shadows beneath the porch deep and impenetrable. That night, I barricaded my bedroom door with the flimsy desk chair. I kept both flashlights on, their beams cutting intersecting cones of light across the room, banishing the worst of the shadows. The silence returned as darkness fell, heavier than before. The pacing upstairs started earlier this time. Creak, pause, creak, pause. It was joined by a new sound, a low, rhythmic thumping, like a heavy sack being dragged slowly across the floorboards above my head. It stopped directly over my bed. Then came the whispers. Not just one voice, but multiple. A child's voice, thin and petulant. My shoes are tight. A woman's voice, strained and weary. Just a little longer, darling. Soon it will be comfortable. A man's voice, low and gruff. It has to fit. It must be perfect. They overlapped, murmuring, arguing, discussing fabrics, hems, the fit of sleeves. The conversation was mundane, domestic, and utterly horrifying because it was happening in an empty house, centered on clothes that still held the heat of bodies that were gone. The rustling started again in my room. Louder this time, not just in the corner, but seeming to come from the closet in my room, the one I'd thought was empty. I hadn't opened it properly since moving in. The rustling was frantic now, like hands desperately searching through fabric. The cold spot returned, stronger, pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, coalescing into a single, chilling directive that seemed to vibrate in the air itself. "Try it on!" I screamed, a raw, ragged sound that tore from my throat. I fumbled for the flashlights, waving them wildly. The beams caught the closet door. It was slowly, silently, swinging open. Inside, the clothes I'd shoved in there earlier, my own jeans, T-shirts, a sweater, were shifting, rearranging themselves, and beneath them, almost hidden, were other things. A child's dress, small and frilly, a man's stiff collar, a woman's silk scarf. They were pushing forward, the fabrics trembling, radiating that unnatural, clinging warmth. The cold spot intensified, pressing down like a physical weight, forcing me back against the bed. The whispers became a chorus, overlapping, demanding, "Try it on. It will fit. You'll be comfortable. Stay with us. Be perfect. Be hours. I kicked out blindly, my foot connecting with the barricade chair. It clattered loudly against the door. The movement, the noise, seemed to startle whatever was in the room. The cold spot receded slightly. The rustling subsided. The closet door stopped opening, hanging ajar, revealing the warm, shifting mass of fabric within. The whispers faded to a sullen murmur, like distant traffic. I spent the rest of the night huddled on the bed, flashlights trained on the open closet door, the barricade rebuilt and reinforced with a heavy trunk. Every creak, every sigh of the house made my heart lurch. The warm clothes in the closet seemed to pulse faintly in the beam of light, waiting. Dawn came, gray and unwelcome. I didn't pack. I couldn't face that house, those closets in the dark. I called the only person I could think of, my thesis advisor, Professor Eris Thorne, a man who studied the folklore of places of lingering echoes. I stammered out my story, the warm clothes, the whispers, the vanished Callahans. He listened in silence for a long time after I finished. "Elias," he said finally, his voice grave, "what you're describing, it's not uncommon in places steeped in unresolved trauma, especially sudden violent absence. The objects, the spaces, they can become repositories, anchors, the warmth. It's not thermal energy, it's echoic residue, the last intense impression left upon the physical world by the departed, a desperate residual need for continuity, for the routine to continue, for the clothes to be worn, the meals to be cooked, the children to be dressed. But the whispers, the trying on?" My voice was hoarse. "Projection," Thorne said. "The house, saturated with their final moments of confusion and fear, is trying to recreate the pattern. It's trying to fill the void. It perceives you as material, a new shape to mold, to fit into the empty spaces left behind. The clothing isn't just warm, Elias. It's hungry." He promised to come that afternoon, to bring equipment, to help me leave. Relief washed over me, so intense it made me dizzy. I spent the daylight hours barricaded in the kitchen, the bright overhead light, miraculously working in this room, my only comfort. I avoided all hallways near closets. I jumped at every shadow. The house felt watchful, patient. It knew I was trapped until nightfall. Thorne arrived as the sun began to dip, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges. He was a tall, lean man with sharp, intelligent eyes that missed nothing. He carried a heavy canvas bag and a Geiger counter-looking device that he explained measured ambient psychotronic resonance. He listened intently as I showed him the master closet, bracing myself. I flung the door open. The clothes were there, neatly hung, but they were cold, ice cold to the touch. The perfumed mothball smell was gone, replaced by a stale, empty odor. The silver hairbrush lay inert on the shelf. "The resonance is gone from this node," Thorne murmured, frowning at his device. "It's shifted, concentrated elsewhere." He led me down the hall, the device clicking softly, its needle spiking erratically. It led us directly to my small bedroom. My barricade was still in place. The closet door was closed. Thorne didn't hesitate. He pushed past the chair and trunk, ignoring my protest. He yanked the closet door open. My own clothes were shoved haphazardly to the back. In the front, arranged with eerie care, were 3 outfits. A man's tweed jacket and trousers neatly pressed, a woman's floral dress and cardigan, and a small boy's shirt and shorts. They radiated a palpable, sickening warmth that washed over us like a wave. The air around them shimmered faintly, thick with the scent of perfume, starch, and child sweat. The device in Thorne's hand shrieked a high-pitched whine. "It's focused here," Thorne breathed, his face pale. "It's chosen its replacements. It's ready for the fitting." He grabbed my arm. "We need to go, now, before it gets dark, before it gets stronger." We didn't bother with my belongings. We ran. Out the front door, down the cracked driveway to Thorne's battered sedan. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking violently. As I slammed the car door shut, I looked back at the house. In the rapidly fading light, I saw them. Not figures, not quite, but impressions in the grimy upstairs windows. The blurred outline of a man's head in the master bedroom window. The smaller shape of a child pressed against the glass in the third bedroom. And in the window of my bedroom, the one with the closet full of waiting clothes, the faintest suggestion of a woman's face, pale and indistinct, watching us leave. Her mouth moved, silently shaping two words I felt in my bones rather than heard. "Come back." Thorne gunned the engine. We peeled away from 47 Sycamore Street just as the last sliver of sun vanished below the horizon, plunging the decaying Victorian into deep, hungry shadow. I haven't been back. Thorne helped me find a sterile, overpriced apartment in the next town over. I sleep with the lights on. I don't own a single piece of clothing that wasn't bought new after that night. But sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, when the city sounds fade, I feel it. A phantom warmth on the back of my neck. The faintest scent of mothballs and perfume on the still air, and the crushing weight of a silence that isn't empty at all, but thick with the patient, desperate waiting of clothes that remember the shape of bodies that should fill them. They're still there, in the dark, in the closets, holding their warmth, waiting for the perfect fit, waiting for me to come home. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. Strangers keep apologizing to me for what's going to happen. It started with the barista. Not the usual sorry for the wait or sorry it's weak. This was different. Weighted. Final. I was at the Grind, the too bright, too loud coffee shop near my office, waiting for my oat milk latte. The line snaked back to the door. Rain streaked the windows, turning the street outside into a watercolor smear of gray and neon. I was tired, bone deep, soul-sore tired. From another night listening to the house breathe, another day trying to parse the whispers in the static, another hour staring at the etched words on my palm. Breathe deep. My hands trembled slightly as I fumbled for my wallet. The barista, a guy with bright blue hair and a constellation of freckles across his nose, handed me the cup. His name tag read Jax. His smile was bright, professional. Then his eyes met mine. The smile didn't vanish. It fractured, like light hitting ice. His gaze didn't flicker with recognition, not of me, Cassian Vale, regular Tuesday customer. It flickered with dread, a deep, intimate gut punch of sorrow. He looked at me the way you look at someone stepping onto thin ice you know is about to give way. He didn't say, "Here you go." He leaned forward just slightly, his voice dropping to a murmur barely audible over the espresso machine's hiss. "I'm so sorry. Not for the wait, not for the spill, just, I'm so sorry." My hand froze halfway to taking the cup. Sorry? For what? He didn't answer. He just held my gaze for a heartbeat longer, long enough for me to see the genuine, unvarnished pity in his eyes, and then slid the cup onto the counter, turned away, called the next order, his voice perfectly normal, cheerful even. Large black for Mark. I took the latte. The cup felt cold in my trembling hand. Stress hallucination, sleep deprivation, paranoia. You're projecting. I walked to the small table by the window, sat down, stared at the rain. The words echoed, not as sound, but as a physical pressure in my chest. I'm so sorry. The second time was the bus driver. Evening commute. Packed bus, hot and smelling of wet wool and exhaust. I fumbled with my transit card at the reader. Beep, error. Again. Beep, error. My fingers were slick with sweat. The line behind me sighed, shifted impatiently. The driver, an older woman with steel-gray hair pulled back in a severe bun, eyes sharp behind thick glasses, watched me in the rearview mirror, not with annoyance, with resignation. She reached out, not to take the card, but to gently tap the reader with a pen. Beep, valid. Here, she said, her voice low, gravelly. She didn't look at me directly. Her eyes stayed on the road ahead, but her next words were aimed solely at me, carrying over the rumble of the engine and the murmur of passengers. Don't fight it too hard, honey. It'll hurt less. Then she pulled the lever, the doors hissed shut, and the bus lurched forward. I stood frozen in the aisle, clutching the railing, the words searing into my mind. Don't fight it too hard. It'll hurt less. What it? What was coming? Why was she warning me? Why did she know? A man in a rumpled suit standing beside me cleared his throat. He didn't look at me either, just stared straight ahead. His reflection in the rain-streaked window, pale and strained. They always say that, he murmured, so softly I almost missed it. Like it helps? They? Who were they? The third apology came from a child, a little girl, maybe 5, with pigtails and a bright yellow raincoat, clutching a stuffed rabbit. She was standing with her mother outside the library, waiting for the crosswalk light to change. I approached, joining them on the curb. The light turned green. The mother stepped off the curb. The little girl didn't move. She turned her head, looked up at me. Her eyes were huge, dark, filled with a sorrow far too old for her face. She raised her stuffed rabbit slightly, as if offering it. "It's okay to be scared," she whispered, her voice clear as a bell in the sudden quiet of the street. "Mommy says the scary part is just the door closing." Then she turned and skipped after her mother, the yellow raincoat a bright spot against the gray sidewalk. The door closing. The phrase hooked into my brain, barbed and cold. Door. Sycamore house. Basement door. Lab 3 door. The door to the thorax chamber in the dream. The door. Closing. That night, I didn't try to sleep. I sat at my kitchen table in the high-rise apartment, the one that still breathed, though I'd stopped fighting it. The blue light, pulsing faintly in the corners of the room. The thrum, a constant undercurrent in my bones. I pulled out my journal, the one Dr. Thorne had suggested, the one I'd abandoned months ago. The pages were filled with frantic scribbles about voicemails, reflections, forgetting, Elias, the real. I turned to a fresh page, at the top, in shaky capitals. Strangers, apologies, what's coming? I wrote down every detail, Jax's fractured smile, the bus driver's resigned warning, the little girl's ancient sorrow, the phrases, "I'm so sorry. Don't fight it too hard. It'll hurt less. The scary part is just the door closing." I stared at the words. Patterns emerged, not in the words themselves. In the timing. Jax, Tuesday, 8:17 a.m. Bus driver, Tuesday, 6:03 p.m. Little girl, Wednesday, 4:48 p.m. The intervals, 9 hours, 46 minutes, 22 hours, 45 minutes. Not random. 9:46, 22, and 45. I added them. 32 hours, 31 minutes. 32:31. 3:23:17. 3:23 a.m., 17 minutes past 3. The time of the click. The time the house drew its deepest breath. The time the reel spun fastest. A convergence point. A deadline. I flipped back through the journal. The Sycamore House mantel clock. Frozen at 3:17. The voicemails arriving. 3:47 p.m., 12:16 a.m., 11:59 p.m., all converging towards the 3:17. The first time I saw my reflection blink late. 3:07 a.m., the accident at Sycamore. And fifth, Dr. Thorne's file noted time of impact, 3:17 a.m. It wasn't just a time. It was a frequency, a resonant peak. The moment the veil was thinnest, the moment the door would close. A knock at the door shattered the silence, not a tentative tap, a firm, deliberate rap, rap, rap. 3 times. My blood turned to ice. No one came to my door, not at 9:37 p.m., not ever. I didn't move. The knocking came again. Rap, rap, rap. Louder, more insistent. I stood slowly, my chair scraping on the floor. The blue light in the corners flared brighter, pulsing in time with the thrum in the walls. I walked to the door, peered through the peephole. A man stood in the hallway, not Elias, a delivery guy, uniform, cap pulled low, holding a small plain cardboard box. He raised his hand, knocked again. Rap, rap, rap. Then, before I could speak, before I could ask who it was for, he leaned slightly towards the peephole. His voice, muffled by the door, was calm, resigned, heavy with the same sorrow I'd seen in Jax's eyes, heard in the bus driver's voice. "Sign here, please, and I'm truly sorry." He slid a digital pad under the door. I didn't pick it up. "Who's it from?" My voice sounded thin, reedy. A pause. Then so quiet I almost didn't hear it. "From the other side." I didn't open the door. I waited. After a minute I heard the soft shuffle of footsteps retreating down the hall. I picked up the pad. The screen was blank except for a single line of text, glowing faintly blue. "Signature required, Cassian Vale." Beneath it, a stylus. My hand shook as I picked it up. I didn't want to sign, but my fingers moved anyway. As the stylus touched the screen, the blue light surged. The thrum deepened, becoming a physical vibration in my teeth. And the words appeared on the screen, not as I signed, but beneath my signature, written in a script that was unmistakably my own, shaky, desperate, the handwriting from the voicemail transcript. "Don't sign. It's not a package. It's a summons." They're not apologizing for what they'll do. They're apologizing for what you'll do. When the door closes, when the reel stops, when you finally remember. Why? You're the anchor. Cassian, before. The pad went dark. The blue light in the room dimmed. The knocking didn't return. I left the pad on the floor, sat back at the table, stared at the journal. The pattern was undeniable now. The apologies weren't random acts of kindness. They were notifications, broadcasts, like the voicemails, like the aging reflection, like the forgotten words, all signals, all converging on 3:23:17 a.m. The door closing, but what door and why? Were they sorry for me? The answer came at 1:17 a.m. I was pacing, the journal clutched in my hand, the thrum, a constant drumbeat in my skull, when my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number, no message, just an image, a photograph of me, sitting at this very table right now. The angle was from the hallway. Through the crack in the door I'd left ajar after the delivery guy. Me, pale, hair disheveled, eyes wide with terror. The journal open on the table, and in the reflection of the dark window behind me, the blue light wasn't just in the corners. It filled the entire pane, and in the center of that blue light, indistinct but undeniable, stood a figure, Elias, watching, waiting. The phone buzzed again. Another image. Me, turning towards the phone, mouth slightly open in shock. Now, buzz. Me, standing up, chair pushed back. Buzz. Me, walking towards the bedroom. Door. Buzz. The final image. Not me. The bedroom door itself. Closed. And on the smooth white paint, written in what looked like dark, wet fingerprints, my fingerprints, the words, "It's time to choose." I didn't go to the bedroom. I went to the window, looked down at the street 12 stories below. Rain had stopped. The city glittered, wet and cold. People moved like ants on the sidewalk. A woman in a red coat paused beneath a street light, looked up, not at the buildings, not at the sky, at my window. She raised her hand, not in greeting, in farewell, and her lips moved. I couldn't hear her, but I knew the words. "I'm so sorry." A man walking a dog stopped beside her. He looked up too, nodded once. "Don't fight it too hard." The little girl in the yellow raincoat appeared at the corner, holding her mother's hand. She looked up, smiled sadly. The scary part is just the door closing. They weren't strangers. They were witnesses, participants in the ritual, the final warning, the last chance. I turned from the window. The apartment was silent. The thrum had stopped. The blue light was gone. An absolute suffocating silence pressed in. The kind of silence that comes before a storm breaks, before a heart stops, before a door slams shut for the last time. I walked to the bedroom door. The words, "It's time to choose," glistened, still wet. I didn't wipe them away. I placed my palm over them, felt the cold, damp imprint of my own fingers. The cut on my palm, the one that had healed, leaving only the blue etching, breathed deep. Tingled, not with pain, with recognition. A memory, not of the cut itself, but of making it, not with a mug shard, with a knife, in the sycamore house, in the room with the mirror, Elias standing beside me, not threatening, guiding, his voice calm, steady, as I pressed the blade to my palm. The anchor isn't the ring, Cassian, it's the cut, the pain, the choice to bleed here, in this moment, to mark yourself as the tether, to say, I am here, I am real, I am the point from which the echo returns. I had done it willingly to save them, Lena, Mira, Ben, Oliver, Alara. All the faces I'd forgotten, the names stored on the shelves in the blue light. I had carved the anchor into my flesh, to hold the door open, to keep the reel spinning, to give them time, but anchors erode, cuts, heal, and the door cannot stay open forever. The silence deepened. The air grew cold. 3:17 a.m. The click echoed, not from the wall, but from inside my own chest. A wet, final sound, like a valve sealing. The first breath of the new cycle wouldn't come, because this wasn't an inhale. This was the hold. The 3 seconds, the pause before the exhale that would close the door. I walked to the bed, sat down, picked up the journal, turned to the last page. My hand moved, not with my will, but with the deep, resonant thrum that was starting again, faintly, far away, deep in the bedrock. I wrote, "They are sorry because they know what I have to do. They are sorry because they know what I am." I'm not the victim. I'm not the witness. I'm the lock. The final seal. The one who turns the key. The reel can't stop spinning while the names are still echoing, while the fear is still raw, while the love is still real. So I have to make it stop. I have to step into the chamber. I have to become the silence. I have to close the door from the inside. It's the only way to keep them safe, to keep them stored, to keep them whole. Forgive me. Cassian, the last. I closed the journal, stood up, walked to the center of the room. The blue light returned, not pulsing, steady, filling the room with a soft, cold luminescence. The art floor vanished, not literally, but the sensation of wood beneath my feet dissolved, replaced by the cool, smooth texture of polished basalt. The walls of the apartment melted away, revealing the vast arched chamber, black ribs soaring into darkness, the colossal diaphragm of shale and granite, motionless, and in the center, suspended in the blue light, the reel, larger than a house, pale, glistening, veined with threads of pulsing blue light, eyes blinking slowly in the sprocket holes. Elias stood before it. He turned, not the calm, patient Elias of the dreams. This Elias was weeping. Tears traced paths through the dust on his cheeks. He held out his hand, not in invitation, in surrender. "You remembered," he whispered, his voice raw, stripped bare. The cut, the choice, the why. I looked at my hand, the blue etching. Breathe deep was glowing, bright as a star. I knew what it meant now, not inhale, accept, release, become. I walked forward. The humming wasn't loud. It was everywhere. The fabric of reality. The reel spun slower. The eyes in the sprocket holes blinked faster, desperate, hungry. Elias stepped aside. He didn't speak. He just watched, with sorrow, with gratitude, with love. I reached the base of the reel. It wasn't cold. It was warm, pulsing, alive. I placed my palm, the one with the glowing breathe deep, against the pale veined surface. It wasn't skin. It was memory. Lena's laugh, Mira's hug, Ben's hand in mine, Oliver's sleepy weight, Alara's tiny fingers gripping my thumb. All of them, safe, stored, whole. The reel shuddered. A deep, resonant groan vibrated through the chamber, through the bedrock, through the city above, through every house, every apartment, every cabin where the breath had ever been heard. The spinning slowed. The eyes blinked erratically. The blue light flickered. This was it. The ductor closing, not with a slam, with a sigh, a final gentle exhale. Elias's voice, the last sound in the universe, brushed against my mind. "Thank you, Cassian. Rest now." I closed my eyes and pressed. The scariest part isn't the strangers apologizing. It's realizing, as the blue light fills your vision and the humming becomes your own breath, that their sorrow isn't for you. It's for themselves, because they know. They've all been here. They've all made the choice. They've all closed the door. And now it's your turn to become the silence, to become the anchor, to become the final gentle click as the reel stops, as the names hold, as the world breathes on, safe for now. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. At night, someone knocks from inside the walls and asks to be let out. The first knock came 3 nights after I moved into the old mill worker's cottage on Sycamore Lane. Not a thump, not a rattle in the pipes. A knock. 3 deliberate, evenly spaced raps, tap, 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 from inside the west bedroom wall. I was reading in bed, lamp casting a warm pool of light on the duvet, rain whispering against the window pane. I froze, listened. Silence. Then, faint but clear, as if pressed close to the plaster, "Let me out?" A woman's voice, young, exhausted, not pleading, just stating a fact, like asking for the salt. I sat up, heart thudding against my ribs. "Hello?" I called, voice too loud in the quiet room. No answer. I waited 15 minutes, pulse slowly easing. Old house, I told myself. Settling, wind in the eaves, trick of the rain. I'd renovated historic properties before, Victorian row houses with groaning floorboards, craftsman bungalows, where the furnace sounded like a dying dragon. I knew the symphony of decay, but this felt addressed. The next night, same time, 11:07 p.m., tap, 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 closer this time. Not in the wall beside the dresser, now it was behind the headboard. "Please, let me out." Same voice, same quiet desperation. I swung my legs out of bed, pressed my ear to the floral wallpaper, peeling at the seams. Pattern faded to dusty roses and sage green. Cold seeped through the plaster, and beneath it a scent, damp wool, old paper, and something metallic, faintly sour, like pennies left in a tin cup. "Who's there?" I whispered. A pause, then so soft I almost missed it. "Clara." I jerked back. Clara, not a name I knew, not from the property records, not from the previous owner, a reclusive widow named Helen Price, who died in the cottage 2 years prior, found in her armchair by the mailman, a half-knitted scarf still looped over her lap. I spent the next day researching. The cottage was built in 1912 for workers at the Blackwood textile mill. Modest, 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, no basement, just a crawl space barely 3 feet high, accessed by a rusted hatch in the backyard. City archives listed no deaths on the property, no disappearances, nothing, except 1 footnote buried in a microfiche copy of the Blackwood Gazette. October 1943, local inquiry closed. Clara Voss, 17, reported missing by parents on September 28. No leads. Case considered cold. Authorities cite probable elopement with unnamed factory hand. Parents declined to comment. Voss. The name snagged in my mind like a burr. Eleanor Voss. James Alden. Blackthorn Cemetery. Coincidence, I insisted, stacking the library printouts on the kitchen table. Common surname. Regional pattern. But the coincidence sat heavy in my gut, cold and dense. That night, I didn't wait for the knock. At 11:00 p.m., I sat cross-legged on the bedroom floor, back against the headboard, palms flat on the carpet, waiting. 11:07. Tap, tap, tap. Closer still, almost beneath me. "Clara," I said, keeping my voice low, calm. "My name's Ellie. I live here now." A long silence. Then, the voice, clearer, less muffled. "Ellie, you can hear me?" "Yes." "Good." A sigh, like dry leaves skittering on stone. They never listened. Helen, she'd hum, block me out, with hymns. Helen Price, the widow. "You knew her?" I asked. "Knew?" A dry, humorless sound, not quite a laugh. "She sealed me in." My blood turned to ice. "How?" I whispered. "The crawl space," Clara said. 1943. "I came here, running, from the mill, from him. Helen found me, hiding in the root cellar under the old oak. She said she'd help, said she had a safe place. Just wait." Her voice hitched. "She brought bricks, mortar, a trowel, sang Amazing Grace the whole time she bricked up the crawl space entrance from the inside." I stared at the floral wallpaper, at the subtle bulge near the floorboard. I'd assumed it was water damage. She left you in the crawl space? Not just me, Clara whispered. Ours? Yours? The ones he collected before me? Abigail, Lillian, Martha. Her voice dropped, layered now, fraying at the edges. They're quiet now, sleepy, but I listen. I keep listening, so someone might hear. I scrambled to my feet. I'm getting you out. No. The word cracked like a whip. Not yet. The mortar, it's tied. To the house. To her. A pause. Then quieter. She checks every night. At midnight. If the wall's broken, she wakes up. Helen's dead, I said, the words tasting like ash. A long silence. Then so faint it might have been imagination. Is she? Midnight. I stood in the backyard, rain slick on my jacket, flashlight beam trembling in my hand. The crawl space hatch, a warped rectangle of rusted iron half buried in ivy, lay before me. A heavy padlock hung open on its latch, not broken, unlocked. I knelt, pried the hatch up. The stench hit me first, damp earth, mildew, and that same metallic tang, stronger now, coppery and thick. The beam of my flashlight pierced the darkness, illuminating a narrow tunnel of packed dirt and crumbling fieldstone just tall enough to crawl. At the far end, barely visible, was a wall, not earth, brick, rough, uneven courses of old fire-blackened brick, mortared with crumbling gray paste. Ivy roots snaked through the cracks like veins. In the center of the wall, at roughly chest height, was a shallow indentation, the shape of a face pressed against the inside, straining outward. Plaster dust coated the bricks around it, and etched into the mortar, barely legible, were names: Abigail Crane, Lillian Pike, Martha Bellwether, Clara Voss. Below them, in fresher, sharper lines, James Alden. My blood went still. He listened too closely. A scraping sound came from behind the bricks, slow, deliberate, scritch, 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 like fingernails on stone. Then Clara's voice, muffled but urgent, seeming to come from everywhere. At once, the wall, the trees, the rain on my hood. Ellie, run. I turned. Helen Price stood at the edge of the porch light. Not a ghost, not a shape. A woman, tall, thin, dressed in a high-collared black dress, the fabric stiff with age. Her hair was pulled back in a severe white bun. Her face was a mask of wrinkles, parchment thin, but her eyes were bright, wet, and utterly aware. She held a trowel in one hand. A sack of mortar mix hung from the other. "You shouldn't be down there, dear," she said, her voice raspy but calm, like a librarian shushing a patron. "It's not safe." I backed away from the hatch, my boots slipping in the mud. "Clara's in there. You trapped her." Helen's smile didn't touch her eyes. "I saved her. From the noise, from the world, from him." She took a step forward, the porch light glinting off the trowel's blade. "The quiet is kinder, don't you think?" Let her go. Helen tilted her head, the same jointless motion. "The wall is the kindness, Ellie. Breaking it, that's the cruelty." She glanced toward the cottage window, my bedroom window, dark now. The house remembers kindness. It rewards it. It keeps it. She raised the trowel, not threateningly, preparatory. "It's almost time," she murmured. "The mortar's drying. Needs one last layer for the new name." My name? James Alden's name? She knew. The scraping from the crawl space intensified. Frenzied now. Desperate. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Helen didn't flinch. She just looked at me, her gaze gentle, sorrowful. "Come inside, Ellie," she said softly. "The rain's making you cold. We'll have tea. I'll tell you about Clara, how she asked to be quiet, how she thanked me." Behind me, the hatch groaned, not from the wind, from inside. The brick wall bulged, dust rained down. A hairline crack snaked upward from the face-shaped indentation. Clara's voice, raw and fractured, ripped through the night. "Ellie, don't listen to her. She's not Helen. She's the wall. The wall is hungry." Helen's smile widened, too wide. Her jaw unhinged slightly, revealing teeth that were too small, too numerous, like needle points of bone. "The wall is full," she corrected, her voice now a chorus. Helen's rasp layered with Clara's exhaustion, Abigail's whisper, Lillian's sob, Martha's sigh, James's choked gasp. "But it's always room." She took another step. I turned and ran, not toward the road, toward the cottage, toward the bedroom, toward the wall. Because Clara hadn't said, "Run away." She'd said, "Run." I burst through the back door, slammed it, fumbled the deadbolt, useless against her, but ritual, habit, hope. I sprinted upstairs. The bedroom door was open, the lamp was on, and the wall beside the bed, the wall where the knocks began, was weeping. Not water, a thick, viscous fluid, the color of weak tea and old blood, seeped from the cracks in the plaster. It ran in slow, glistening trails down the faded roses, pooling on the floorboards with a soft plink, plink, plink. In the center of the damp patch, words were forming, not etched. Growing, like mold or roots pushing through. Ellie Shaw. She knocked too often. My name? My full name? I hadn't told anyone, not the realtor, not the contractor, only my driver's license tucked in my wallet on the dresser. The knocking started again, not tap, tap, tap. A frantic, pounding rhythm. Thud, 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 from inside the wall, right behind the headboard. "Ellie!" Clara's voice, raw with terror, pressed against the plaster. "The hatch. It's open. She's coming. Break the wall. Break it now, before she seals you in too." Footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate. Scuff. Pause. Scuff. The doorknob turned. The deadbolt held for 3 seconds. Then it snapped, a sound like dry bone breaking, and the door swung inward. Helen stood there. The trowel was gone. In its place, she held a length of brick, rough and blackened, cradled in her hands like a sacred relic. "The last layer," she whispered, her eyes fixed on the weeping wall. "The finishing touch." She took a step into the room. I didn't think. I grabbed the heavy brass bedpost lamp, yanked the plug free, and swung it with all my strength at the bulge in the wall. The base connected with a sickening crunch of plaster and lath. Dust exploded behind the crumbling hole. Not studs, not insulation. Brick. Old soot-stained brick. And pressed against the inside, a hand, small, female, grayish white, skin stretched taut over knuckles, fingernails blackened, broken. Clara's hand, it spasmed, then thrust outward, fingers grasping, scrabbling at the ragged edges of the hole. "Help me!" she shrieked, the sound tearing from the wall, raw and desperate. Helen moved, not fast, inevitable. She was beside me in an instant, her grip like iron around my wrist, yanking me back. Her breath smelled of dust and dried roses. "No!" she hissed, her voice the chorus now. Helen, Clara, Abigail, Lillian, Martha, James, 100 others, whispering, chanting, hungry. "The wall keeps, the wall feeds." She raised the brick, not to strike me, to seal, to press it into the hole, to silence Clara forever. I twisted, kicked, drove my elbow back into her ribs. She didn't grunt, didn't falter, but her grip loosened just for a fraction of a second. I wrenched free and lunged, not at Helen, at the wall, at Clara's hand. My fingers closed around hers, cold, dry, like old parchment. I pulled with everything. The plaster around a hole gave way with a groan. Bricks shifted, dust rained down, and Clara came. Not all the way, just her arm up to the elbow slid through the widening gap, thin and bony, draped in the tattered sleeve of a faded blue dress. Her wrist was ringed with deep old scars, rope burns. Her fingers clamped onto my forearm, her eyes, wide and black in her ashen face, locked onto mine. "Run!" she gasped. Behind me, Helen made a sound, a low guttural click like stone grinding on stone. I didn't let go. I braced my foot against the wall and heaved. More bricks tumbled. A shoulder emerged, then her head. Clara spilled onto the floorboards in a cascade of dust and broken plaster, coughing, gasping, her body thin as a sapling, her blue dress filthy, her bare feet caked with black soil. She scrambled backward on her elbows, eyes wide with terror, fixed on Helen. Helen stood over us, the brick dangling from her fingers. Her face was serene, patient. "The quiet is coming," she murmured. "It's always coming back." She raised the brick again. Clara grabbed my hand, her grip surprisingly strong. "The hatch," she rasped. "Now!" We ran, not out the front door, not toward the road, down the stairs, through the kitchen, out the back door into the rain-lashed yard, toward the open crawl-space hatch. Behind us, the cottage lights flickered, then died. Only the porch light remained, casting a sickly yellow pool over Helen as she stepped onto the back step. She didn't pursue. She just watched, smiling, as Clara and I dropped to our knees beside the hatch. The brick wall inside was worse. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. Dust fell in constant streams. The names were bleeding, letters running like dark tears down the mortar, and the indentation, the face-shaped bulge, it was moving, pulsing, straining, wanting. Clara grabbed my shoulders, her breath hot and frantic against my ear. "Listen to me," she panted. "The wall, it's not just in the house, it's part of it. Like roots, like veins, breaking one piece, it makes the whole thing hungry." She pointed a trembling finger at the bulge. "They're waking up, all of them." Inside the crawl space, a new sound began, not scraping. Knocking, faint at first. Tap, tap, tap. Then louder. Tap, tap, tap. From behind the bricks, from multiple places, dozens of points, hundreds, a chorus of knocks, rising, converging, filling the small space with a frantic, desperate rhythm. "Let me out, let me out, let me out." Helen's voice floated across the yard, calm, almost musical. "The mortar's drying, Clara dear. It needs one last name, one last seal." Clara looked at me, her eyes filled with a terrible, ancient sorrow. "They'll come for you, Ellie," she whispered. "They always come for the ones who listen, who answer." She touched my cheek, her fingers icy. "I'm sorry I called." Then she turned and crawled, not away, into the crawl space, toward the bulging wall. "Now!" I grabbed her ankle. She looked back, tears cutting clean tracks through the grime on her face. "Someone has to hold them," she said softly. "Someone has to—" "Listen, so they don't break out all at once." She pulled free. "Go." now, before the knocking stops. She disappeared into the darkness. The knocking inside the crawl space intensified, frenzied, panicked, pleading. Then abruptly it ceased. Silence, heavy, absolute. The rain stopped. The wind died. Even the crickets fell silent. From the crawl space, Clara's voice, calm now, resonant, layered with the same chorus as Helen's. Ellie Shaw. I ran. I didn't stop until I reached the highway. I didn't look back, but I know. The cottage is quiet now. No knocks, no whispers, just the soft, constant plink, plink, plink of something weeping in the walls, and sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, when the house I rent holds its breath and the streetlights hum, I catch myself moving my lips, forming a name, not Clara's, mine, Ellie Shaw. And I wonder, if I say it out loud just once, will the knocking start again? Or will the wall simply open? And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. I wake up every morning to a different version of my life. The first time it happened, I thought I'd died. Not metaphorically, literally, heart attack in my sleep, stroke, aneurysm, something swift and silent that snuffed me out like a candle, and this was the afterlife, or purgatory, or a particularly cruel glitch in the simulation. I opened my eyes. Sunlight, warm and golden, streamed through unfamiliar gauzy curtains. Not the heavy, light-blocking blackout drapes I'd hung in my studio apartment to combat insomnia. These were soft, billowing, catching the breeze from an open window. The air smelled of jasmine and coffee. I sat up, not on my sagging IKEA mattress, springs groaning in protest, on a wide, low platform bed, layered with crisp white linen and a faded indigo quilt. The room was spacious, sun-drenched, minimalist, but warm. A wall of bookshelves, a large drafting table by the window covered in sketches, architectural plans, delicate watercolor, renderings of buildings. My name, Cassian Vale, was stamped in elegant script on the corner of a leather portfolio leaning against the table. Architect? I wasn't an architect. I was a content strategist, or I had been before the layoffs, before the slow, grinding slide into freelance gig work that barely covered rent. I swung my legs out of bed. My feet touched cool, smooth hardwood, not the cracked linoleum of my apartment. A framed photo sat on the nightstand. Me, but not me. Same dark hair, same hazel eyes, same slightly crooked nose from the childhood bike fall, but the face, fuller, calmer, lines of laughter around the eyes, not stress. And beside me, an arm slung casually over my shoulders, Lena, her hair shorter, sun-bleached at the tips, smiling, genuinely smiling, her eyes crinkled at the corners. We were standing on a sun-drenched beach, the Pacific glinting behind us. Carmel, 2023, the inscription read, Lena, gone for over a year. Left because I was unreachable, drowning in silence, a ghost in our own home. Here we were happy, solid, together. Panic, cold and sharp, lanced through me. I stumbled into the ensuite bathroom. The mirror above the sink confirmed it. My reflection was healthier, less hollow-eyed, a faint tan, a small silver ring on my left ring finger, a simple band. Wedding ring? I touched it. It was real, cool metal, familiar weight. A wave of nausea hit. I gripped the sink. What is this? Dream? Psychotic break? Did I hit my head? I splashed water on my face, looked up. The reflection blinked. I blinked. It blinked after me. A half-second lag. Then its lips moved, not mine. "Welcome back, Cass," it whispered, my voice, but softer, warmer. Lena's voice, layered underneath, like a harmony. "We missed you." I fled the bathroom, the apartment house, I realized, peering out the window at a manicured garden and a glimpse of a quiet suburban street, was immaculate, serene. A coffee cup sat steaming on the kitchen island, a book, the architecture of memory, open beside it, a pair of reading glasses resting on the page. Lena's glasses. I picked them up, slid them on. The world snapped into perfect, crisp focus, better than my own prescription. A note was propped against the coffee cup. Her handwriting, looping and familiar. "Morning, love. Took Ben to soccer practice. Back by 9. Don't work too hard on the Marlowe project. Say, Ben Bass, my nephew, Mira's son. Not my son." But the note said, Ben, not Mira's Ben, just Ben. A cold dread, deeper than any I'd felt in the Sycamore house, settled in my gut. I walked to the living room. A large framed ultrasound photo hung on the wall beside the fireplace. Vale family, 20-week scan. 2 tiny, perfect forms curled together in the grainy gray void. Twins, and beneath it, a birth announcement, slightly yellowed at the edges. Cassian and Helena Vale are overjoyed to announce the birth of Oliver James and Alara Rosa, born October 12th, 2024. 7. LBS, 3 Oz and 6 LBS 11 Oz, October 12th, yesterday. I touched the glass over the photo. My fingers trembled. Oliver, Ilara, names I'd never chosen, never even considered. The front door opened. "Honey, we're home." Lena's voice, bright, unburdened, footsteps, chattering, a boy. Ben, maybe 8 years old, sandy hair. Lena's smile darted into the living room, soccer ball under his arm. He skidded to a halt, seeing me. "Dad, did you see my goal? Coach said it was sick." He dropped the ball and ran, wrapping his arms around my waist in a hug that was warm, solid, real. He smelled of grass and sunshine and boy sweat. "Dad!" The word echoed in the hollow space inside my chest, a word I had no right to, no memory of earning. Lena appeared in the doorway, holding the hands of 2 toddlers, a boy with my dark hair and her eyes, a girl with her sun-bleached curls and my nose. They babbled, pointing at me. "Oliver, Alara, say hi to Daddy." Lena smiled, but her eyes held a flicker of something else. Not concern. Recognition. As if she'd seen this exact expression on my face before, this exact moment of disorientation. She walked over, kissed my cheek. Her lips were warm. Her scent, vanilla and salt, was achingly familiar, yet alien in this context. "Rough night," she murmured, her voice low, just for me. Her gaze held mine, searching, not with suspicion, with patience. "The fog's thick this morning, isn't it?" The fog. The word sent a jolt through me. Before I could respond, the little boy Oliver tugged on my pant leg. "Daddy? Story time?" Lena squeezed my arm. "Go on. He's been waiting." She bent down to the twins. "Daddy's going to read The Gruffalo." I followed Oliver to a small sunlit room lined with books, a rocking chair, a worn rug. His room. He climbed onto my lap, a well-worn copy of The Gruffalo in his hands. He opened it to a page marked with a bright red ribbon. "Here, Daddy, the scary bit." I looked at the page, the illustration of the Gruffalo, fierce and snarling. My mouth was dry. My hands felt numb. I opened it and began to read. The words came, smoothly, naturally, my voice warm and steady, filling the quiet room. Oliver leaned back against me, completely trusting, completely mine. In that moment, holding my son, reading a story I somehow knew by heart, surrounded by the quiet hum of a life I hadn't lived but felt bone deep in my muscles, in the scent of the room, in the weight of the child on my lap. The panic receded, not gone, but manageable. "What if this is real?" a treacherous voice whispered. "What if this is the life you were supposed to have, the life you chose before whatever happened?" The thought was seductive, warm, like sinking into a bath after years of cold. When Oliver drifted off, head heavy on my shoulder, I carried him to his small bed, tucked him in. Lena appeared in the doorway, watching me with that same quiet, knowing look. "Better?" she asked softly. I nodded, unable to speak. She touched my arm. "It always lifts, Cass. Eventually. Just hold on. Remember the anchor." Anchor. Another phrase, another hook in the fog. "What anchor?" My voice was hoarse. She didn't answer directly, just smiled, a small, sad curve of her lips, and pointed to my left hand. "The silver ring. Remember the weight," she whispered. "Remember the choice." Then she turned and walked away, leaving me standing in the doorway of my son's room, the scent of his hair lingering on my shirt, the echo of his trusting weight still in my arms, and the cold, hard ring on my finger, feeling less like a symbol of a life I didn't earn, and more like a key. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room long after Lena and the children were asleep, staring at the ultrasound photo, at the birth announcement, at the ring on my finger. Choice. What choice? When the first gray light of dawn touched the horizon, I felt it. Not a jolt. A shift. Like the subtle click of a gear engaging, the world around me softened. The edges of the furniture blurred, the colors leached away, becoming muted, desaturated. The comforting scent of jasmine and coffee faded, replaced by the stale, metallic tang of ozone? Dust. I stood up. The plush rug beneath my bare feet felt thin, insubstantial. I walked to the window, the manicured garden, the quiet street. They were fading, like a photograph dissolving in developer fluid. In their place, outlines emerged, rougher, darker, brick, peeling paint, a rusted fire escape, Sycamore Lane. My breath caught. I turned. The spacious, sunlit living room was gone, replaced by the cramped, dim studio apartment I knew, the one with the cracked linoleum, the heavy blackout curtains still drawn, the faint smell of mildew and takeout. I was standing in the center of the room, alone. No Lena, no Ben, no Oliver, no Alara, just me and the silence. I looked down at my left hand. The silver ring was gone. In its place, etched faintly into the skin of my palm, as if drawn with a fine, burnt umber pencil, were two words. Remember the anchor. I stumbled to the bathroom. The mirror showed my real face, 37, hollow-eyed, exhausted. The face of the man who'd lost Lena, who'd failed the interview, who'd stared at his own decaying reflection. But in the glass, as the fluorescent light flickered, I saw it, for just a second, behind my shoulder, the reflection of a sun-drenched hallway, and at the end of it, Lena, holding Oliver's hand, looking back at me, waiting. Then it was gone. The flickering light steadied. Just me, in the grimy mirror, alone, but not for long. Because the next morning I woke up in a hospital room, beeping monitors, the sharp, clean smell of antiseptic, a tube in my arm. My body felt heavy, alien, wrapped in stiff white sheets. A nurse bustled in, checking the IV drip. "Ah, you're awake. Good. The sedatives can take a while to wear off." She smiled, efficient, kind. "Don't try to move yet. Just rest. Dr. Thorne will be in shortly." Dr. Thorne, the neurologist. My heart hammered against my ribs. What happened? My voice was a dry rasp. The nurse's smile faltered slightly. She glanced at the chart. You don't remember? The accident? 2 weeks ago. Hit and run. You were crossing Sycamore and 5th. Bad concussion. Some spinal bruising. Lucky to be alive, really? She patted my hand. Memory's often the last thing to come back. Don't force it. Sycamore and 5th. The intersection near the Sycamore Arms building. I closed my eyes. Choice. The word echoed. When Dr. Thorne entered, tall, gentle-eyed, the same man I'd seen months ago. He didn't look surprised to see me awake. He pulled up a chair. Cassian, good to see you conscious. He opened a file. Not mine. It looked older, worn at the edges. We need to talk about the protocol. Protocol. The word sent ice through my veins. The echo protocol, I whispered, the phrase surfacing from some deep, buried place. Dr. Thorne's eyes sharpened. He closed the file slowly. You remember that? Not remember, no. He leaned forward, his voice dropping. The accident. It wasn't random, Cassian. The driver, unidentified, vanished. But the location, Sycamore and 5th, it's a convergence point, a weak spot in the resonant field Elias Voss mapped. He tapped the file. Your brainwave patterns post-accident. They're not showing trauma. They're showing synchronization. You're not recovering from an injury. You're tuning in. To what? He met my eyes, his expression grave. To the frequencies, the layers, the lives that could be, or were, or are. Your mind isn't damaged, Cassian. It's become a receiver, a very sensitive one. The fog you experience, it's the static between channels. Channels? Lives, he said simply. Each morning when you wake, you're not waking up here. You're waking up there, on a different frequency, a different potential. The anchor, the ring, the weight, the choice. That's your tether, your way back, or your way to stay. He opened the file. Inside, not medical scans, a series of photographs. Me, in different places, different lives. Me, older, silver-haired, standing before a chalkboard covered in complex equations, students watching raptly. Me, rugged, wind-burned, guiding a group of climbers up a snow-dusted peak. Me, gaunt, unshaven, sitting on a park bench, staring blankly at pigeons, a worn copy of The Echo Chamber in my lap. Me, standing on the porch of the Sycamore house. Elias beside me, both of us looking at the camera with identical unsettling calm. And the last photo, me, in the sun-drenched house. Lena's arm around me. Ben, Oliver, and Elara clustered around us, all of us smiling, all of us real. Scrawled on the back of that photo, in Dr. Thorne's neat handwriting, Subject C, exhibit strongest resonance with timeline gamma, family. Latency, 7.2 hours. Anchor, stability. Moderate. Risk of permanent drift, high. Permanent drift, I repeated. Staying, he said. Choosing one frequency, letting the others fade. It's peaceful for some. But Cassian, he leaned closer, his voice urgent. The accident wasn't just an accident. It was a trigger. Someone or something wanted you to start tuning in. They needed a receiver strong enough to find the source. The source? He looked towards the window, towards the direction of Sycamore Lane. The original echo, the first recording, the one Elias made in his study, the one labeled Final Cut, Do Not Play. He turned back to me, his eyes filled with a terrible pity. They're not just lives, Cassian. They're bait. each one a little sweeter, a little more perfect, a little more yours, drawing you closer to the house, to the basement, to the real. He stood up. The choice is always yours, every morning when you wake up. Do you follow the anchor back, or do you let the new life take root? Do you seek the source, or do you hide in the static? He left the file on the bedside table. I picked it up, flipped to the last page. Not a photo, a single sheet of paper, a transcript of a voicemail from me to me, dated tomorrow. Cass, listen carefully. Don't trust the happy life. Don't trust the kids. Don't trust Lena's eyes. It's him. He's wearing a face. He's wearing all their faces. The anchor isn't the ring. It's the fear. The real, raw, gut-deep terror you feel when you first open your eyes and know it's wrong. That's the signal. That's the frequency of home. Hold on to that, no matter how warm the bed is, no matter how real the hug feels, no matter how much you want it to be true. The reel is spinning. The names are stored. He's waiting, and he knows you're getting closer. Cassian, tomorrow. I put the transcript down. The monitor beside me beeped steadily. Beep, beep, beep. I closed my eyes, waited for the shift, waited for the click, waited for the fog to lift or deepen or change its shape. The scariest part isn't waking up in a different life. It's realizing, as the new sun rises on a new reality, warm and perfect and yours, that the terror you feel in your gut isn't a warning. It's the only thing left that's truly, undeniably you. And somewhere in a basement, humming with blue light, a reel spins on faster, waiting for you to finally choose, to finally come home, to finally remember which life was the dream and which one is the recording. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. Blackwood Cemetery, where the graves rewrite their own names. The fog that clung to Blackwood Cemetery was not like the mist I had seen in the city parks or along the coastal highways. It was heavier, thicker, possessing a tangible weight that seemed to press against the skin and seep into the bones. It didn't drift. It pooled, filling the low-lying areas between the headstones like a slow-moving river of milk, obscuring the ground beneath and turning the rows of graves into islands floating in a sea of gray. I had arrived just as the sun was beginning its descent, casting long, distorted shadows that stretched toward me like grasping fingers. The iron gates of the cemetery were rusted shut, but the side entrance, a narrow gap in the stone wall overgrown with ivy, stood open, inviting me in. I shouldn't have come. The listing for the caretaker position had been vague, almost dismissive of the duties involved, mentioning only maintenance of grounds and preservation of history. It hadn't mentioned the fog. It hadn't mentioned the silence, which was so profound it felt like a physical absence of sound rather than just quiet. And it certainly hadn't mentioned the names. I pushed through the gap in the wall, my boots sinking into the damp earth. The air smelled of wet soil, decaying leaves, and something else, something metallic and sharp, like ozone before a storm, mixed with the faint, sweet scent of lilies that had long since wilted. My flashlight beam cut a shaky path through the gloom, illuminating the tops of headstones that emerged from the fog like jagged teeth. They were old, these markers. Some dated back to the early 1800s, their inscriptions worn away by centuries of rain and wind. Others were newer, polished granite that gleamed dully in the artificial light. I walked down the main aisle, the gravel crunching loudly under my feet, the sound echoing strangely as if the fog absorbed the higher frequencies and left only the deep, hollow thud of my steps. My cottage was located at the far end of the cemetery, a small, weathered structure that looked as though it had grown out of the earth itself. The roof was covered in moss, and the windows were dark, reflecting nothing but the swirling mist. I found the key hidden under a loose brick near the porch, just as the instructions had said. Inside, the cottage was sparse but functional: a bed, a table, a chair, a small stove. There was no electricity, only a collection of kerosene lamps and candles scattered across the surfaces. A notebook lay on the table, open to a fresh page. The handwriting inside was neat, precise, belonging to the previous caretaker who had left abruptly 3 days ago. The last entry read, "They are changing faster now. Don't trust what you read, don't speak the names aloud, and whatever you do, do not try to correct them." I frowned, closing the book. Superstition, that's all it was. Old stories told to scare away grave robbers or curious teenagers. I was a man of logic, a historian hired to catalog the site for a potential historical society grant. I didn't believe in ghosts or curses or rewriting gravestones. Stones were stones. Dead was dead. I spent the first evening unpacking and organizing my supplies. I had brought cameras, rubbing paper, graphite sticks, and a laptop to digitize the records. My plan was simple: start at the northern gate and work my way south, documenting every marker, transcribing every name, and noting any damage or erosion. It would take months, perhaps a year, but it was straightforward work, solitary work, exactly what I needed after the chaos of my life in the city. As night fell completely, the fog seemed to thicken, pressing against the windows of the cottage until the glass groaned under the pressure. I lit a lamp and sat at the table, opening the notebook again. I decided to add my own entry, a routine to ground myself in reality. October 14th, I wrote. Arrived at Blackwood. Conditions foggy. Grounds well maintained despite lack of recent care. Beginning survey tomorrow. I capped the pen and looked around the room. The shadows danced in the corners, elongated and new coup by the flickering flame. For a moment, I thought I heard a whisper, a soft exhale of air that sounded like a name. But when I strained to listen, there was nothing but the wind rattling the window pane. Morning brought no relief from the fog. If anything, it was denser, clinging to the ground so thickly that I could barely see my own feet as I stepped out of the cottage. The cold was biting, seeping through my coat and settled deep in my marrow. I grabbed my equipment and headed toward the northern section, determined to start my work. The first row of graves was modest, simple field stones marking the resting places of the early settlers. I knelt beside the first one, brushing away a layer of damp moss to reveal the inscription. "Here lies Martha Gable, born 1792, died 1845. I pulled out my rubbing paper and began to work, the graphite capturing the raised letters. It was meditative, rhythmic. Move the paper, rub the stick, lift, check, repeat. I moved to the next stone. Thomas Gable, beloved husband. Then the next. Sarah Gable, infant daughter. The names were familiar, a family unit preserved in stone. I recorded them all, feeling a sense of connection to the past, a quiet reverence for the lives that had ended here. It wasn't until I reached the middle of the row that I noticed something odd. I was working on a stone that I had already passed earlier, or so I thought. No, wait, I hadn't passed this one. This was a new stone, larger than the others, made of dark slate. I brushed the moss away. The inscription was fresh, the letters sharp and clear, as if they had been carved yesterday. Elias Thorne, born 1980, died 2023. I froze, the graphite stick hovering above the paper. Elias Thorne. That was my name. My birth year was correct, but the death year, 2023. That was this year. Today's date even? I laughed nervously, a short, brittle sound that died instantly in the fog. A prank. It had to be a prank. Someone from the town, maybe kids who knew I was coming, had snuck in and carved this. But how? The stone was heavy, solid slate. Carving those letters would take hours, noisy, chiseling, dust, debris. There was no sign of disturbance around the base of the stone, no tools, no footprints other than my own, and the carving itself. It looked ancient, weathered, as if it had been there for decades, yet the date was current. I rubbed my eyes, blaming the fatigue and the strange lighting. Okay, I muttered to myself. Very funny. Who did this? I looked around, expecting to see someone hiding behind a nearby oak tree, waiting to jump out and laugh. But the cemetery was empty. Just the fog, the stones, and the silence. I took a photo of the stone with my camera, the flash illuminating the surrounding area for a split second. In the photo, the name was clear. Elias Thorne. I decided to ignore it for now. Maybe I would come back later and investigate further. I moved on to the next stone, trying to shake off the unease crawling up my spine. Mary Higgins, born 1810, died 1888. I started to rub the paper over it, but as I worked, the texture of the stone felt wrong. It wasn't rough and pitted like the others. It was smooth, almost warm. I lifted the paper to check the rubbing. The name had changed. It no longer said Mary Higgins. It said Mary Thorne, beloved sister. My breath hitched in my throat. I blinked. Sure, my eyes were playing tricks on me. I leaned closer, squinting at the stone. The letters seemed to shimmer, shifting slightly under my gaze. M-I-R-Y-H-I-G-G-I-N-S. No, wait, now it was M-A-R-I-T-H-O-R-N-A. The stone was rewriting itself before my eyes. I stumbled backward, dropping my rubbing materials into the mud. This isn't happening, I whispered, my voice trembling. Stones don't change. People don't rewrite history. I turned and ran, scrambling back toward the cottage, my heart pounding against my ribs. The fog seemed to close in around me, disorienting me, making the familiar path feel alien and treacherous. I bumped into headstones, their cold surfaces grazing my arms like ghostly hands. I could hear whispers now, distinct voices rising from the ground, murmuring names, dates, fragments of sentences. Elias, Thorne, come home. It's time. I burst into the cottage and slammed the door, locking it behind me. I leaned against the wood, gasping for air, my lungs burning. The silence inside was relative. The whispers seemed to seep through the walls, faint but persistent. I rushed to the table and grabbed the previous caretaker's notebook. I flipped through the pages frantically, looking for answers. The entries became more erratic as the dates progressed. Day 12 saw a stone change today. James Miller became James Killer. Is it a warning? Day 20. They are adding people who aren't dead yet. I saw my own name. I saw the date for tomorrow. Day 25. Don't look at them too long. They know you're watching. They change faster when you observe them. Day 28. I can't leave. The gate is locked. The names are calling me. They want me to join them. The final entry was just a single word, scribbled over and over until the paper tore. Run. I threw the notebook across the room. Run? Where? The fog outside was impenetrable. I had tried to drive in earlier, and the road had vanished, swallowed by the mist. I was trapped here, in a cemetery where the dead refused to stay dead, where the markers of their existence were fluid, mutable, dangerous. I paced the small room trying to think logically. Hallucinations, carbon monoxide poisoning, mass hysteria. There had to be a rational explanation. But the image of that stone, my own name carved into slate with a future death date, was burned into my mind. It was too vivid, too detailed to be a trick of the light. I needed to see it again. I needed to prove to myself that it was a mistake, a trick of the mind. I waited until noon, when the fog seemed to lift slightly, thinning enough to see a few yards ahead. I grabbed my camera and a crowbar just in case and stepped back outside. The cemetery felt different now, hostile. The rows of graves seemed to have shifted, aligning themselves in patterns that felt intentional, like an audience waiting for a performance. I walked cautiously back to the spot where I had seen the stone. It was still there. The dark slate marker stood tall among the simpler fieldstones. I approached it slowly, my hand gripping the crowbar tightly. I stopped a few feet away and stared at the inscription. Elias Thorne, born 1980, died 2023. The date had changed. It now read, died 2024. Next year. Had I altered it by looking at it, or was it counting down? I shook my head, refusing to accept the impossibility of it. I stepped closer, reaching out to touch the surface of the stone. It was ice cold, vibrating slightly, like a living thing holding its breath. As my finger traced the letters, they shifted again. Elias Thorne, born 1980, died tonight. The word tonight appeared, the letters forming slowly, carving themselves into the rock with a sound like scratching nails. I jerked my hand back as if burned. "No!" I shouted, my voice cracking. "Stop it! You're just Chiteau! You're just rock!" The stone didn't respond, but the whispering around me grew louder, more urgent. Dozens of voices overlapping, chanting my name. "Elias, Elias, join us, become us." I spun around, shining my flashlight into the fog. The beams caught glimpses of movement, shadows detaching themselves from the headstones, drifting toward me. Not solid figures, but distortions in the air, shapes formed from the mist itself. They had no faces, only hollow voids where features should be, but I could feel their attention focused entirely on me. They were hungry, not for flesh, but for identity. They wanted my name. They wanted to write me into their story. I turned and ran again, blindly this time, crashing through the undergrowth, tripping over roots and unseen obstacles. The fog swirled around me, disorienting me, making it impossible to tell which direction was the cottage. Every time I passed a headstone, I caught a glimpse of a name changing. John Smith became John Victim. Alice Brown became Alice Forgotten. And then, terrifyingly, I saw a new stone appearing where there had been none before. Fresh earth piled high, a wooden cross planted on top. The paint on the cross was still wet, dripping red tears onto the grass. The name on the cross was being written as I watched, the letters forming in blood-red script, Elias Thorne. I scrambled away from the fresh grave, my breath coming in ragged sobs. I couldn't stay here. I had to find the gate. I had to get out of this nightmare. I oriented myself by the position of the sun, a pale, diffuse glow barely visible through the thick cloud cover. The gate was to the east. I pushed forward, forcing my way through the dense fog. The whispers followed me, growing louder, more distinct. They weren't just chanting my name anymore. They were telling stories, my stories, memories I had forgotten, secrets I had kept buried, fears I had never voiced. "Remember the fire?" one voice hissed. "Remember the lie you told your mother?" another whispered. "Remember how alone you really are?" They were digging into my mind, pulling out pieces of my life and reshaping them, twisting them into something dark and twisted. I clapped my hands over my ears, squeezing my eyes shut, trying to block them out. "Shut up!" I screamed. "Leave me alone!" But the voices were inside my head now, resonating in my skull, drowning out my own thoughts. I broke through the tree line and saw the iron gates ahead. They were closed, the rusted chains wrapped tightly around the bars. I ran to them, grabbing the cold metal, shaking them with all my strength. "Open!" I yelled. "Let me out!" The gates didn't budge. They felt fused to the earth, as if roots had grown through the metal and anchored them deep underground. Behind me, the fog surged forward, a tidal wave of gray rolling toward the gate. Within the mist, I could see shapes forming, solidifying, figures emerging from the haze. They were wearing clothes from different eras, tattered and stained with dirt. Their faces were pale, their eyes black pits of emptiness. They walked with a stiff, jerky motion like puppets on strings, and they were all looking at me. At the front of the group was a figure I recognized. It was the previous caretaker. His face was gaunt, his skin gray and waxy. He wore the same clothes he had been wearing in the photograph on the job listing. He held a chisel in one hand and a hammer in the other. "You can't leave, Elias," he said. His voice sounded like grinding stones. "The list must be completed. The names must be accurate." "Accurate?" I screamed, backing up against the gate. "You're killing me! You're writing my death!" "Not killing," he corrected gently, stepping closer. The other figures halted behind him, a silent army of the rewritten. "Preserving. Time is fluid here, Elias. The stones know the truth before the body does. They see the end of the story while you are still stumbling through the middle. We are just helping you catch up." He raised the chisel, pointing it at a blank space on the gatepost. "Your name belongs here, with us, where you are safe from the confusion of the living world." "I'm not dead," I insisted, my voice breaking. "I'm alive. Feel my heartbeat." I grabbed his hand and pressed it against my chest. He didn't flinch. His touch was freezing, draining the warmth from my skin. "You will be," he said softly. "Soon. The stone says so. And the stone is never wrong." I kicked out, catching him in the knee, and he stumbled back, surprised by the violence. I used the distraction to scramble up the gate, my fingers bleeding as I gripped the rusted iron. I pulled myself to the top, ignoring the shouts of the figures below. "Come back, Elias!" they cried in unison, a chorus of despair. "Don't fight the narrative. Accept your role." I swung my leg over the top and dropped down on the other side. I hit the ground hard, rolling to absorb the impact. I was outside. The road was visible here, the fog thinning rapidly as it met the boundary of the cemetery. I didn't look back. I sprinted down the road, my lungs burning, my legs pumping. I could hear footsteps behind me, heavy and rhythmic, chasing me, but I didn't stop. I ran until my vision blurred, until my sides cramped, until I collapsed on the shoulder of a paved highway miles away. A truck slowed down, the driver rolling down the window. "You okay, buddy?" he asked, looking concerned. "You look like you seen a ghost." I laughed. A hysterical, jagged sound. "Something like that." I gasped. "Can you give me a ride? Just anywhere, away from here." The driver nodded and unlocked the door. I climbed in, slamming the door shut. As we drove away, I looked out the back window. The fog was retreating, swallowing the cemetery once again. But for a brief second, I saw something that made my blood run cold. On the side of the road, just past the cemetery entrance, there was a small roadside memorial, a cross with flowers and a plaque. As the truck sped up, the details came into focus. The plaque was new. The name on it was Elias Thorne. The dates, 1980 to 2023. And below the name, a fresh epitaph was being carved into the metal by an invisible force. He tried to run, but the story was already written. I turned away, pressing my face against the cool glass of the window. "It's just a coincidence," I muttered, trying to convince myself. "Someone else named Elias. Same birth year. Bad luck." But the doubt gnawed at me. What if the caretaker was right? What if the stones knew something I didn't? What if my fate was already set in stone and my escape was just part of the narrative, a final chapter before it end? We drove for hours, putting miles between us and Blackwood Cemetery. The sun began to set, casting long orange shadows across the landscape. I felt safer here in the moving truck, surrounded by the noise of the engine and the radio. But as the darkness deepened, I noticed something strange. The driver wasn't speaking. He hadn't said a word since picking me up. I glanced at him. His face was pale, his eyes fixed on the road, too fixed, unblinking, and his hands on the steering wheel. They were gray, waxy, like stone. "Hey," I said, my voice trembling, "are you okay?" He didn't answer. He just kept driving. I looked down at his hands again. They were changing. The skin was hardening, turning into granite. Veins of quartz spread up his arms. I screamed and reached for the door handle, but it wouldn't open. It was fused to the frame. The interior of the truck was transforming. The seats were becoming tombstones. The dashboard was cracking, revealing inscriptions beneath the plastic. "No!" I yelled, pounding on the window. "Let me out!" The driver finally turned to look at me. His face was half human, half stone. One eye was flesh, wide with terror. The other was a Kong-dong socket filled with dust. "We're almost there, Elias," he said, his voice grinded like rocks. "The next stop is Blackwood. We have to finish the entry." "No!" I screamed, kicking at the door. "You're not real. This isn't happening." But the truck wasn't slowing down. It was speeding up, hurtling toward a wall of fog that had appeared on the highway. Through the mist, I could see the iron gates of the cemetery looming ahead. They were open now, inviting me back in. I never left, I realized, the horror washing over me. I've been here the whole time. The truck crashed through the gates, shattering the iron bars, and plowed into the heart of the cemetery. It didn't stop until it hit a large oak tree in the center of the grounds. The impact threw me forward, and then everything went black. When I woke up, I was lying on the ground. The truck was gone. The road was gone. I was back in the cemetery, surrounded by the fog. But something was different. I felt heavy, stiff. I tried to move my arms, but they wouldn't obey. I tried to stand, but my legs were rooted to the spot. I looked down at my body. My skin was turning gray, hardening. Cracks were spreading across my hands, my arms, my chest. I was becoming stone. I tried to scream, but my mouth was sealed shut, the lips fusing together into a solid line. My vision blurred, the world fading into a monochrome gray. In the distance, I saw figures approaching. The previous caretaker, the woman in the Victorian dress, the soldier, the child. They walked slowly, reverently, carrying chisels and hammers. They surrounded me, looking down with expressions of pity and satisfaction. "Welcome home, Elias," the caretaker said. He raised his hammer and chisel. "Time to update your marker." I wanted to beg, to plead, to promise anything if they would just stop. But I was silent. I was still. I was a monument. The chisel touched my forehead, and I felt a sharp pain, followed by a strange sense of relief. The scratching sound began, the sound of my name being carved into my own skin. "Elias Thorne," the caretaker recited as he worked. "Born 1980, died." He paused, looking at the sky. "Well, let's just say he arrived today." The other figures nodded in agreement. They began to carve, their tools biting into my stone flesh, writing my story, my end, my eternal presence in Blackwood Cemetery. And as the last letter was chiseled into place, I understood the true horror of this place. It wasn't that the graves rewrote their names. It was that the names created the graves. The story dictated the reality. And now I was part of the story, a permanent fixture in the landscape of the dead. The fog rolled in, covering me, hiding me from the view of the living. But I could still feel them, the others, the hundreds of souls trapped in stone, waiting for the next visitor, the next name to add to the collection. We waited in the silence, our mouths sealed, our eyes unblinking, our stories finished, until the next traveler came, until the next name was called, until the stones began to rewrite themselves once again. Because in Blackwood Cemetery, the past is never dead. It's not even past. It's waiting, watching, writing, and it always gets the final word. Days turned into weeks or maybe years. Time had no meaning here. I existed in a state of suspended animation, aware but unable to act. I felt the seasons change through the temperature of the stone, the weight of the snow, the growth of the moss. I heard the footsteps of new caretakers, new historians, new curious souls who ventured too close to the edge of the world. I heard their screams when they realized the truth. I heard the chisels starting their work, and I waited for the day when the fog would lift, when the gates would open, when someone would read my name and understand the warning. But no one ever did. They all became part of the collection. Another name on another stone, another story rewritten. The cycle continued, endless and inevitable. Blackwood Cemetery grew larger, the rows of graves extending further into the woods, claiming more land, more lives. And in the center of it all I stood, a testament to the power of the written word, a prisoner of my own name. Sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, when the fog is thickest and the silence is absolute, I think I can move. Just a finger, just a twitch of the stone eyelid. But it's an illusion, a trick of the mind trying to hold on to the memory of life. I am stone, I am a grave, I am a name, and that is all I will ever be. The horror isn't the dying, it's the editing, the constant revision of who you were, who you are, and who you will be, until nothing remains but the inscription on the slab. So if you ever find yourself near Blackwood, turn back. Don't read the signs. Don't look at the stones. And whatever you do, don't let them know your name, because once they know it, they will write it down. And once it's written, it can never be erased. The fog is waiting, the chisels are ready, and the story is already begun. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. This bridge was closed after too many accidents. Now it calls drivers back. They sealed it with concrete barricades, steel plates, and 20 feet of chain-link fence crowned with razor wire. County engineers called it a permanent decommissioning. The State Transportation Board labeled it a non-recoverable hazard. Locals just called it the mouth, not for its shape, though the twin arches did resemble parted lips, but for what it did. It took people, swallowed them whole, and sometimes, just sometimes, it called them back. I'd read the reports. 47 accidents in 17 years on the Blackwater Trestle. Officially, County Bridge 412. But no one used the number. A narrow 2-lane iron lattice spanning the Blackwater Gorge, built in 1928 to serve a coal camp that shuttered in 52. No shoulders. No guardrails beyond waist-high railings rusted through at the base. A 320-foot drop to the river below, choked with shale and the skeletal ribs of long dead trees. The accidents didn't follow patterns, no blind curves, no black ice hotspots, no faulty signage, just moments. Drivers reported sudden disorientation, headlights dimming, radios cutting to static, the road ahead shimmering like heat haze over asphalt in July. Then, without braking, without swerving, they'd drift left, right, straight off the edge. No skid marks, no evasive maneuvers, just tire tracks ending at the precipice. And the cars rarely recovered. The river ran fast, deep, and cold, an acidic brew from old mine runoff that ate steel like sugar. Of the 32 vehicles confirmed lost, only 9 were ever found. Of those, 5 were empty, 3 held bodies, intact, unbruised, no signs of trauma, laid neatly across the back seats, hands folded over their chests, eyes open, staring at the ceiling. One, a '98 Ford Taurus, was found upright on a gravel bar, engine cold, keys in the ignition, driver's seat empty. On the dashboard, written in condensation, "It's still hungry." The final straw was the Henderson incident, November 14, 2019. State Trooper Daniel Henderson responding to a 911 call from the bridge itself. A disconnected payphone, reactivated for 37 seconds, drove onto the span at 2:18 a.m. His dash cam captured the last 42 seconds. 100 Ka headlights illuminate the steel latticework. Rain streaks the lens. 100 R12 radio static, then a voice. Female, calm, familiar. "Dan, honey, you forgot the milk." His wife's voice. She'd been dead for 3 years. 124. Henderson glances at the passenger seat. Smiles. "Be right back, Lorna." 131. He turns the wheel, not sharply, gently, like merging onto a highway. 137. The railing gives way with a sound like snapping bone. 142. Screen goes black. The bridge closed the next day. Concrete poured into the approach roads. Danger! Structural failure imminent signs posted every 50 feet. They even cut the power lines feeding the old mercury vapor lamps that lined the walkway. Useless, since the bulbs had burned out decades ago, but the lights still came on every night. At 2:17 a.m., a soft, greenish glow, like swamp gas or foxfire, rises from the bridge deck, outlining the arches, illuminating the rusted lattice against the starless sky. I went because I needed to hear it, not the wind, not the river. The voice. My sister Mara went over the railing on March 3rd, 2011, no note, no warning, just her '05 Honda Civic, found 3 days later wedged between two shale spires, passenger door open, driver's seat empty. Her phone, recovered from the glove box, contained one voicemail, recorded at 2:16 a.m., time-stamped during the fall. I never played it, not once, but the investigator let slip. It wasn't her voice on the other end. It sounded like her, but wrong, like she was speaking through water. So on. November 13th, 2025, the eve of the 6th anniversary of the Henderson incident, I parked my truck a mile east of the barricades, slipped through a gap in the fence. The razor wire had been cut, recently, cleanly, and walked the old service path along the gorge rim. The air was thick with the smell of wet iron and decaying leaves. The river below gurgled, a low guttural sound, like something trying to swallow and choke at the same time. I reached the east abutment just after midnight. The bridge loomed ahead, 240 feet of skeletal iron, draped in vines that looked less like kudzu and more like tendons. The concrete plugs in the roadway were cracked, not from weather, from pressure. Something had pushed up from below. I stepped onto the deck. The wood planks, original yellow pine treated with creosote, groaned under my boots. Not the dry crack of rot, a moan, deep, resonant, like a ship's hull straining in heavy seas. I walked to the center. The river churned. 300 feet down, black and oily, reflecting no starlight. I pulled out Mara's phone. The battery was dead, but I'd rigged a power bank. I plugged it in. The screen flickered to life. One voicemail, unplayed. I tapped it, static. Then her voice, but not hers. Slower, wetter, each syllable drawn out, as if spoken through a throat full of river silt. Eli? It's me, Mara. Okay, I made it across. The other side is quiet, warm. They're waiting for you. They remember you. They say, you promised to come back. Remember? When we were kids, we swore on the railing. Pinky swear. You said, if one of us falls, the other jumps too. A pause, the sound of water dripping, then closer, almost in my ear. It's not a fall, Eli. It's a step. Just let go. The bridge will catch you. It always catches us. It holds us. It sings to us. Listen. Silence. Then a sound, not on the recording. Here. Faint at first. A hum. Low, vibrating up through the soles of my boots. The bridge was singing. A single, sustained note. C-sharp, Theo would have called it, resonating through the iron lattice, the wooden planks, the very air. It wasn't mechanical. It was biological, like the sound of 1,000 rib cages expanding at once. I looked down. The green light was rising, not from bulbs, from beneath the planks. Between the cracks, thin lines of phosphorescent green pulsing in time with the hum. I knelt, pried up a loose board with my pocket knife. Below, the substructure, not rusted steel beams. Bone. Massive, curved vertebrae, some fused, some cracked, arching over the gorge. Iron rivets driven through ossified joints, tendons thick as cables, strung between them, glistening with a viscous amber fluid that glowed faintly green. The bridge wasn't built over the gorge. It was built on top of something. Something that had been there long before the coal camp. Something that had let them build on it because it liked the traffic, liked the weight, liked the falling. I stood. The hum deepened. The green light brightened. And then the voice, not from the phone, from the bridge itself. A chorus. Dozens of voices, men, women, children, all speaking in unison, soft, insistent. Eli, come home. The railing is warm. The fall is short. We're waiting. We saved you a place, in the ribs, in the marrow, in the song. I backed toward the east end. The planks behind me began to lift, not creaking, breathing. Each board rising slightly like ribs expanding. The gaps widened. Green light poured out. And in the light I saw them, hands, pale, water bloated, fingers webbed with translucent membrane, reaching up, not grasping. Inviting, one brushed my ankle, cold, not dead cold. Alive, cold, like river stone in deep shade. I ran, not toward the barricade, toward the west abutment, the side facing the old coal camp, now a ghost town of collapsed shacks and rusted machinery. I knew what was there, the source. The engineer's final report mentioned it in passing. Anomalous geological feature at western terminus, a sinkhole 40 feet in diameter, filled with collapsed timber and metal debris. Sealed with concrete in 1987 after 3 workers vanished during routine inspection. They didn't seal it. They fed it. I reached the west end. The concrete plug was gone. In its place, a hole, not dark, green, pulsing like a heartbeat. The hum was deafening now, a physical pressure in my chest, my skull. The voices rose, not chanting, singing, a lullaby, Mara's lullaby, the one she sang to me when I had nightmares. Hush now, don't you cry. The river's deep, but the bridge is high. If you fall, don't fight the tide. The mouth will hold you deep inside. I looked over the railing. The river wasn't below, not anymore. The gorge had closed. The shale walls had drawn together, and at the bottom, where the water should have been, a mouth, vast, jawbones of petrified wood and iron, teeth, shattered concrete, twisted rebar, the grills of cars, tongue, a churning mass of vines, cables, and pale-reaching limbs, all glowing green, all singing. And in the center, 2 empty sockets, waiting for eyes. My eyes. The phone in my hand vibrated. A new voicemail from an unknown number. I played it. Mara's voice, clear now, warm, loving. You're late, baby brother. Roll call's starting. They're taking names. Say you're here. Say it. Just say here. And step close. The railing wants to hold you. It remembers your hands. It remembers your weight. It remembers the day we swore. Say it, Eli. Say, here. I looked at my hands. On the railing, faint but clear. 2 small handprints. Mine. From when I was 12. When we swore. Pinky swear. If one of us falls, the other jumps too. The bridge remembered. It kept the oath. And oaths in places like this aren't promises, they're contracts. The hum peaked, the green light flared, the hands rose higher, and the voice, Mara's voice, but layered with dozens more, whispered one last time, Say it, Eli, say here, or we'll come get you. And we won't be gentle. I opened my mouth, the word formed on my tongue. Here, simple, final. The bridge leaned into me, the railing warmed, the river below opened wider. And in that moment, I understood the accidents weren't failures. They were successes. Every fall was a homecoming. Every empty car was a delivery. The bridge didn't kill. It harvested. It gathered the lost, the lonely, the broken-hearted, and it held them in its ribs, in its song, in its endless green-lit dark. And tonight it wanted me, not because I was curious, not because I was grieving, but because I'd sworn, and the mouth always collects its due. So I took a breath, leaned forward, and whispered, not here, but I remember. The bridge shuddered, not in anger, in joy. The green light surged, the hum became a roar, and from the depths the mouth opened wider, not to swallow, to welcome. Because the hungriest thing about Blackwater Trestle wasn't the fall, it was the waiting, the decades of silence, the years of empty lanes, the ache of a promise unfulfilled. And now, at last, the final name was being called, mine, and I was finally ready to answer. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. My therapist told me I don't exist. I rented a cheap room in an abandoned home because it was all I could afford, and because, if I'm honest, I like the idea. There's something about decay that feels honest, like the world finally admitting it's fallen apart, just like the rest of us. The listing was sparse. Private room, utilities included, $350 a month, no questions asked. No photos, no address until after I wired the deposit. That should have been my first red flag, but I didn't have a job. My savings were bleeding out, and the last apartment I'd lived in had left me with mold in my lungs and a landlord who'd threatened to sue me for emotional damages after I reported him to housing inspection. So I said yes. I got a text with coordinates. A pin dropped in the woods 20 miles outside of Galesburg, Illinois. The house stood at the end of a gravel drive overgrown with thistle and wild sumac, its roof sagging like a spine bent by decades of weight. 2 stories, clapboard siding peeling in long gray strips, windows boarded or broken, one porch column snapped clean through and propped up with a rusted sawhorse. The front door hung open a few inches, swaying slightly in the late afternoon breeze as if someone or something had just stepped out. Inside, the air smelled of damp plaster, mouse droppings, and something sharper, like ozone after a lightning strike, or the metallic tang of blood left too long in the sink. My footsteps echoed hollowly across the warped floorboards. A narrow hallway led past 3 closed doors. At the end, a staircase spiraled up into shadow. A man stood beside it. He startled me, not because he moved, but because he hadn't been there a second before. One blink, empty space. Next blink, him. He was tall, gaunt, wearing a tweed jacket that might have been stylish in 1973, his hair thin and neatly combed, skin papery with age, but eyes startlingly bright, almost feverish. He smiled, not warmly, precisely, like a scalpel, finding its mark. "Elias," he said, not a question, a confirmation. I nodded. "You're the landlord?" "I am Dr. Arlen Voss," he replied, and yes, in a manner of speaking. He extended a hand. His grip was dry, cool, and lasted a beat too long. "The room is upstairs, last door on the left. You'll find it accommodating." He handed me an old brass key, tarnished, heavy, and turned without another word, vanishing into the darkness beneath the stairs. I called after him, about mail, about trash pickup, about anything. But no reply came. When I looked back, The space under the staircase was just a closet. Empty. Dusty. Had he gone inside? I hadn't heard a door open. Upstairs, the hallway was narrower, the ceiling lower, the wood groaning underfoot like it resented being walked upon. The last door on the left opened with a reluctant creak. The room was small but clean. Too clean. A narrow bed with a faded quilt, a wooden desk, empty except for a single drawer, a wardrobe with both doors slightly ajar. One window, its glass cracked but intact, looked out over the overgrown backyard and a crumbling stone well half swallowed by ivy. No electricity, no outlets. A kerosene lantern sat on the desk, full, a box of matches beside it. I dropped my duffel bag and sat on the bed. The springs shrieked. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window pane. I lit the lantern. The flame wavered, casting long, trembling shadows. That's when I noticed the writing, not on the walls, not carved into the wood, on the glass. Someone had written on the inside of the window pane in what looked like grease pencil or charcoal, smudged but legible. He watches through the walls when you sleep. Don't turn the light off. Don't close your eyes before the flame dies. I stared at it, wiped it with my sleeve. It didn't budge, not smudged, not even a streak. Like it had been etched into the glass itself, though there were no scratches beneath my fingertips. I lit a cigarette. I chained smoke then before the coughs got worse, and opened a window a few inches to let the smoke out. The night air was cold, still. No crickets, no owls, just silence, thick and absolute. Then a sound, a tap. From the wall behind the wardrobe, 2 seconds of quiet, then another. Tap, tap, tap. Rhythmic, deliberate, not random settling, not a branch. This was knocking. I stood, walked to the wardrobe, pulled the doors open. Inside, empty hangers, a moth-eaten coat on the floor, and, on the back panel, a child's handprint in dust. Fresh, as if pressed there minutes ago. I turned, heart thudding. The lantern flame dipped low, then flared. In its sudden surge of light, I saw a face in the window, pressed against the glass from the outside, pale, gaunt, lips parted in a silent smile, eyes wide, black, empty, no whites, no pupils, just void. I stumbled back, knocked the lantern off the desk. The glass chimney shattered, the flame guttered, died. Darkness. I fumbled for the matches, struck one. The flame caught, trembling. I held it up. The window was empty. No face, no smudges, nothing. I spent the night sitting upright on the bed, back against the wall, knees drawn to my chest, the last match clutched in my sweating palm. I didn't sleep. I barely breathed. Every creak of the house was a footstep, every draft a sigh against my neck. At dawn, gray light seeped through the cracks in the boards outside. I opened the window fully. The air smelled of wet earth and rotting leaves. The well in the yard looked deeper than it had the day before. I found Dr. Voss in the kitchen. He was boiling water on a butane stove, humming softly. Something modal, dissonant, like Gregorian chant played backward. A single mug sat beside him. Steam curled from its rim. "Good morning, Elias," he said, not turning. "Sleep well?" I didn't answer, just stared at the back of his head, at the way his scalp showed through the fine strands of hair, at how his neck seemed too long, too thin, like a bird's. He poured the water into the mug, stirred, turned. His eyes weren't just bright now. They glinted, not with light, with something else, like there was glass behind them, or film. "Tea?" he offered. I declined. He smiled, not unkindly. "You're tense. Understandable. New environment. Unfamiliar stimuli. The mind seeks patterns, even where none exist. He sipped. Have you ever considered therapy? That's how it began. Not with an ad, not with a referral. Just a quiet question in a ruined kitchen, steam rising between us like a veil. I said yes. What else was I going to say? He told me his office was in the basement. Unconventional, I know, but quiet, undisturbed, ideal for deep work. The basement door was behind the stairs, low, heavy, reinforced with iron bands. It opened with a groan that vibrated in my teeth. The stairs descended into absolute black. Lights are on a timer, he said. They'll come on when you reach the bottom. I went down, 10 steps, 11, 12. Click. Fluorescent tubes flickered overhead, buzzing to life. The room was windowless, concrete-walled, 10 feet square, a single chair in the center, black leather, high-backed, bolted to the floor. Beside it, a small table with a glass of water, a notepad, a pen. No desk, no couch, no diplomas on the wall, just the chair and the mirror. It covered the entire far wall, floor to ceiling, edge to edge, framed in brushed steel. I sat. Dr. Voss didn't sit. He stood beside the mirror, hands clasped behind its back, watching me with that same precise smile. "Tell me, Elias," he began, voice soft, hypnotic. "When did you first notice the gaps?" Gaps? In memory, in sensation, in continuity. He tilted his head, like missing frames in a film, a blink, and suddenly you're elsewhere. You don't recall walking there. You don't recall deciding to go. You just arrive. I thought of the night before, the face in the window, the knocking, the way I'd known. The writing was on the glass before I saw it. "Yes," I admitted. He nodded. "Good. Honesty is the first fracture we must widen to let the light in." He stepped closer. "Now, look at the mirror." I did. My reflection stared back, pale, dark circles under my eyes, hair unkempt. But something was wrong. My reflection wasn't blinking in sync with me. I blinked. It blinked after, a half-second delay. I raised my right hand. It raised its left. No, it should raise its left. That's how mirrors work. But I lowered my hand. It kept its hand raised. Smiling? Not my smile. Smaller, sharper. I whipped my head toward Dr. Voss. He hadn't moved, still standing by the mirror, still smiling. "Don't look away," he said gently. "The dissociation intensifies with avoidance." I turned back. The reflection was gone. The mirror showed only the empty room behind me, the chair, the table, the stairs. But no, wait. The chair wasn't empty. Someone was sitting in it, slumped, head lolling, one arm dangling over the side, a man in a gray hoodie, jeans, scuffed sneakers, my clothes, my body. I stood, staggered back, hit the wall. "Sit down, Elias," Dr. Voss said. Calm, unmoved. I shook my head. That's me." "No," he said. "That's the vessel, the placeholder, the echo." He stepped in front of the mirror, blocking my view. "You see, Elias, consciousness isn't generated. It's captured. Like radio waves, like static on a dead channel. The brain doesn't produce the self. It tunes to it. And sometimes the signal degrades. Sometimes the frequency shifts." He reached into his jacket, pulled out a small device, black, smooth, no buttons, no seams, like obsidian shaped by water. "This," he said, "is a resonator. It stabilizes the carrier wave." He held it out. "Hold it, just for a moment." I didn't want to. But my hand moved anyway, reached, took it, cold, heavy, humming faintly, not in my ears, but inside my skull. A low subsonic drone that made my teeth ache. The mirror flickered. The image of my body in the chair dissolved like smoke. In its place, static. Black and white noise rolling and churning like an old TV with no signal. Then a shape emerged. A silhouette. Featureless. Humanoid. But wrong. Limbs too long, head too narrow, neck bent at an impossible angle. It stood in a reflection, facing me, though I was facing the mirror. It raised a hand, not to wave, to point at me at my chest. Dr. Voss's voice came from far away. "You've been fading for months, Elias. Longer, perhaps. You stopped recognizing your own face in photos. You forgot your mother's voice. You'd reach for your keys and find them already in your hand, but you didn't remember picking them up. You thought it was stress, dementia, sleep deprivation." He stepped closer. It wasn't. The silhouette in the mirror took a step forward, not toward the glass, through it, its fingers pressed against the surface from the inside, the glass bulging inward like rubber. "Your signal is weak," Dr. Voss whispered. "The resonance is failing. You're slipping out of phase, and when the dissonance reaches critical threshold—" He paused, smiled. "You cease to exist." The glass rippled like water. The silhouette's hand broke through, gray, translucent, veins like cracks in porcelain. I dropped the resonator. It hit the floor and didn't bounce. It sank, sinking into the concrete like it was mud, vanishing in seconds. The silhouette lunged, not at me, through me, cold, beyond cold, like liquid nitrogen poured into my veins. My vision whited out. My ears filled with a high-pitched whine, then silence. Then I was sitting in the chair, my hands on my knees, my breath shallow. Dr. Voss stood before me, notepad in hand, pen poised. "How do you feel?" he asked. I opened my mouth. No sound came. I tried again. My throat worked, but no voice, just air. Panic surged. I clutched my neck, felt the Adam's apple rise and fall. But nothing. Dr. Voss nodded. "The aphasia is progressing, expected. As the self destabilizes, language centers degrade first, then motor control, then autonomic functions." He scribbled something. "You're losing cohesion, Elias. You're becoming noise." I stood, tried to run. My legs wouldn't obey. They moved, yes, but slowly, jerkily, like a film skipping frames. One step, two, then blackout. I was at the top of the basement stairs. How? I didn't remember climbing. I turned, looked down. The basement door was closed, locked. From the inside, a tap came. Then another. Tap, tap, tap. The same rhythm as before. I fled upstairs, slammed my bedroom door, locked it, though the lock was rusted, useless. I stared at the window. The writing was back, but changed. "He's in the walls now. He's in the floor. He's in your breath. Turn off the light. Let him in. It hurts less that way." I backed away, sat on the bed. My hands were trembling. I raised them, looked at my palms. The skin, it wasn't solid. In the lantern light, it shimmered, like heat haze over asphalt, like a signal losing strength. I touched my face. My fingers passed through my cheek for a fraction of a second. Not pain, not fear, just absence, a hole where I should be. That night, I didn't fight sleep. I lay down, blew out the lantern. Darkness. Then a sound. Not knocking. Breathing. from the wardrobe, slow, wet, ragged, not mine. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The wardrobe doors creaked open. Something stepped out. I didn't look. I couldn't. But I felt it. Cold air pooling around my feet. The mattress dipping, not at my side, but beneath me, as if something were climbing up through the bed. A hand, dry, papery, familiar, rested on my chest, not pressing, just anchoring, like a technician securing a cable. A voice, my voice, but hollow, distant, like it was coming from a speaker buried deep underground, whispered in my ear. Let go. You were never here to begin with. I tried to scream. Nothing came out. I tried to move. My body didn't respond. But my eyes opened. Not I opened them. They opened. And in the darkness, I saw myself, standing beside the bed, pale, gaunt, smiling, wearing my face, wearing my clothes. But wrong. The eyes, black, empty, the mouth too wide. It leaned down. Its breath smelled of damp earth and static. It whispered, "Thank you for the room." Then silence, absolute. I tried to think, but thoughts unraveled, like threads pulled from a sweater. Mother's name? Gone? My birthday? Static. The color of my eyes. The last thing I knew was the sound of a key turning in the lock. The bedroom door opened. Footsteps. Dr. Voss's voice, calm, clinical. Session complete. Vessel decommissioned. Signal stabilized. A pause. Then softer. Welcome back, Elias. And then nothing. No darkness, no light, no breath, no thought, no I. Just empty frequency, static on a dead channel. And somewhere, far away, a new tenant arriving at the house in the woods, unpacking a single duffel bag, lighting a kerosene lantern, seeing the writing on the window for the first time, and wondering with a shiver why it feels so familiar, why the face in the glass looks exactly like theirs, why, when they knock on the wall behind the wardrobe, something knocks back, and why, when they finally sit in the black leather chair in the basement and look into the mirror, the reflection doesn't blink, doesn't breathe, just watches and waits for the signal to fade, for the vessel to weaken, for the moment it can step through and become real again. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. The theater audience applauds even when no show is playing. I never wanted to be an usher. I wanted to be on stage. Center spotlight, heart hammering, voice ringing off the proscenium arch, the kind of performance that leaves people breathless and trembling in their seats. But rent is rent, and the Marlowe Grand doesn't hire actors for unpaid internships unless they come with trust funds and headshots shot by someone whose name ends in Steen. So when the ad popped up, usher needed. Immediate start. Evening shifts, 18-hour tips and comp tickets. I swallowed my pride, ironed my only blazer, and showed up 15 minutes early. The Marlowe Grand wasn't just old, it was architectural theater. Built in 1913, a Beaux-Arts jewel tucked between a vape shop and a shuttered pawn shop in the city's fading theater district. Its facade was all gilded cornices, cracked marble columns, and a marquee whose bulbs flickered like a dying star field. The letters were missing, ma papa Chloe, and day. But everyone still called it by its full name, like whispering a prayer. Inside, time had pooled and thickened. The lobby smelled of beeswax, faded velvet, and something deeper, Stamped plaster, maybe, or old wood rot masked by decades of industrial lemon-scented cleaner. A chandelier the size of a small car hung from the domed ceiling, its crystals clouded with dust, catching the light in fractured yellow glimmers. Red carpet, once plush, now threadbare and pathways worn by a century of footsteps. My trainer was a man named Silas. 70s, maybe, thin as a stage curtain rod with silver hair combed straight back and eyes that never quite focused on yours, like he was listening to something just beyond the edge of hearing. He wore a faded navy blazer with brass button-stamped MG and carried a brass flashlight like it was a scepter. "Rules are simple," he said, voice low, gravelly, as we stood in the empty auditorium before opening. "Seat, patrons. No flash photography. No talking during acts. And never go backstage unless called." I nodded. "What about intermission duties?" He didn't answer right away. He was staring at the stage. It was bare, just dark wood, a single ghost light, a bare bulb on a stand, glowing faintly center stage. "Intermission," he murmured, "is when the house breathes." He led me through the aisles, the Marlowe seated 842. Every seat, crimson velvet, brass plaques on the arms was numbered, balcony, mezzanine, orchestra. Not a single one replaced since the Nixon administration. Some springs groaned when you pressed on them, others held firm, stubborn as tombstones. "The acoustics," Silas said, stopping midway down Orchestra Row G, "are particular." He tapped the back of a seat. A soft thunk. Then echoes, not just one, 3. Faint, layered, like whispers overlapping. I frowned. "That's weird." He gave me a look, not disapproving, almost pitying. "Wait until Act 2. My first real shift was a Tuesday, a touring production of The Glass Menagerie. Small crowd, maybe 60 people, scattered like dropped pins across the vast auditorium. I took tickets, handed out programs, guided latecomers to their seats in the dark with my flashlight beam low and steady. The show began. I stood at the back, near the sound booth, as instructed. At intermission, I walked the aisles, picking up discarded programs, checking for forgotten coats. That's when I heard it, not from the lobby, not from the bar, from the audience. A sound, faint at first, like distant rain, then building. Clap. A single sharp hand clap from the balcony. I looked up, empty seats. Clap, clap, clap. Left mezzanine. Clap, clap, clap. Center orchestra, not random, not scattered, synchronized. A slow, deliberate applause, rising, filling the space. I froze. The lobby was quiet. The bar staff were wiping counters. The actors were probably backstage, gulping water, checking phones. No one was on stage. The curtain was closed. But the applause grew, not enthusiastic, not joyful. Insistent, like a demand, like a summons. I turned to Silas, who stood beside me, arms crossed, eyes closed. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. He didn't open his eyes. "They're early tonight." "Who is?" He finally looked at me. "The regulars." The applause peaked. 30, maybe 40 hands clapping, steady, rhythmic, then faded, just as the house lights came up for intermission. Silence. As if it had never happened, patrons filed out, chatting about Laura's fragility, Tom's restlessness. No one mentioned the applause. No one even looked toward the empty seats. I asked Silas about it after the show. We were locking up. He was checking the fire exits. I was collecting stray programs. "It's nothing," he said, not turning. "Just the house settling." But it was applause, structured, timed. He paused at the stage door, black, heavy, iron-banded, with a small brass plaque, "For performers only." "Some buildings remember," he said softly. "The Marlowe remembers everything." He jiggled the handle, locked, "especially the night it burned." I'd read about the fire, November 12th, 1937, a matinee of The Green Pastures. An all-black cast, rare for the time. Electrical fault in the fly system, the report said. Spark, dry hemp ropes, inferno in under 4 minutes. 83 dead. Most trapped in the balcony, the only exit blocked by fallen scenery. 16 performers, 67 patrons. No bodies recovered intact. The theater was rebuilt, restored, the city called it. But the Marlowe never reopened for 2 years. When it did, the balcony exits were widened, fire curtains installed, wiring replaced. But the seats? The same ones. They kept the originals. "Why?" I asked Silas later, over bad coffee in the staff break room. Really just a closet with a mini-fridge and a microwave that smelled like burnt popcorn. He stirred his coffee. No sugar, no cream. "The families asked. Said the dead liked their seats." I laughed, nervous. "That's macabre." He looked at me, dead-eyed. "Grief is macabre, son. Theaters just hold its shape." The next show was a one-man comedy act. Terrible. Jokes about airport security and dating apps. The live audience, about 100, clapped politely at the end, weakly. But as the curtain fell, the other applause began, louder this time, not scattered. Full orchestra, mezzanine, balcony, a standing ovation, hands clapping in perfect unison. I walked down the center aisle, flashlight off, just listening. It wasn't coming from empty seats. It was coming from beneath them. A low vibration in the floor, a resonance in the wood, like the theater itself was clapping. I knelt, pressed my ear to the floor between rows K and L, not clapping, thumping, rhythmic, like fists or feet, stamping, thump, 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 thump. Then voices, not words, humming, a single chord, low, dissonant, beneath the applause. I jerked back. Silas stood over me. "Don't listen too long," he said. "They'll hear you listening." That night, I researched, not just the fire, the Marlowe's history, opened with The Merry Widow, 1913, survived the Depression, flourished in the 40s and 50s, then declined. By the 70s, it was showing grindhouse films and hosting rock concerts where kids lit flares and pissed in the ornate sconces. But there was one gap, 1958 to 1961, no records, no playbills, no newspaper ads, just a single line in a city ledger, Marlowe Grand, private lease, no public engagements. I dug deeper, found a microfilm reel at the Historical Society. Easton Daily, March 3rd, 1959. Local troupe disappears after final performance. The Vesper Players, an experimental theater collective known for immersive sensory dramas, concluded their 6-month residency at the Marlowe Grand last Saturday with a sold-out performance of their original work, The Unseen Audience. Patrons reported overwhelming emotional resonance and a sense of profound communal witness. The troupe, 8 actors, 2 directors, 1 composer, were scheduled to depart for Europe Monday morning. They have not been seen since. Authorities report no evidence of foul play. The theater's manager, Alistair Croft, declined comment, stating only, "They gave their all. The audience received it. That is the pact." The Unseen Audience? I searched the title. Nothing. No script. No reviews beyond that one article. Just a footnote in a dissertation on avant-garde theater. Croft's participatory ontology. Theories suggest audience members were not passive observers, but active co-creators of narrative reality, blurring performer-spectator boundaries to induce shared hallucinatory states. Ethical concerns led to the group's dissolution. Shared hallucinatory states. I thought of the applause, the humming, the thumping. The next night, I brought a digital recorder, hid it in my blazer pocket, waited. The show was a children's musical. Annie, loud, cheerful saccharine. The real audience, mostly parents and grandparents, laughed, clapped, sang along, then curtain call, polite applause, then silence, 2 beats, then the other applause, not slow, not rhythmic, frenzied, like a storm. I slipped the recorder into the seat pocket of Orchestra M12, a center seat always empty, no matter how full the house. Let it run. After the show, I played it back in the break room. At first, just crowd noise, then the shift, a drop in frequency, a layering, not hands, something else. I ran it through audio software on my laptop, isolated frequencies below 8 Hz, inaudible to most adults. The recording revealed a pattern, a pulse, 42 beats per minute, human resting heart rate, then a voice, not speaking, singing, a single word over and over in a language I didn't know, but the software translated phonetically. Witness, again, witness, again, witness. I looked up the word in every dead language I could find. In ancient Greek, martis, one who testifies often unto death. In Old Church Slavonic, suvidteli, co-seer, one who sees with. The next day, Silas didn't show up, no call, no note. His locker was empty, except for a single item on the top shelf, a brass key engraved "Stage Left." I took it. That night, the show was dark. No performance, just a private event. Donor Appreciation Night, the schedule said. I was told to open the house at 7:30. Let them in. Seat them. Who? I asked the manager, a harried woman named Carol, who smelled of nicotine and desperation. Just let them in, she said, avoiding my eyes. They know where to go. At 7:28, the front doors opened. Not one person, not a group, a flow. Men and women, dressed in 1930s, 1950s attire, women in cloche hats, furs draped over shoulders despite the warm night, men in fedoras, overcoats, polished shoes, no tickets, no greetings. They moved in silence, gliding past me into the auditorium. I followed. They filled the seats, not randomly, deliberately, orchestra first, then mezzanine, then balcony, every seat, 842, all occupied. Not a whisper, not a rustle, just the soft shush of velvet as they sat. I stood at the back. The house lights dimmed. The curtain remained closed. Then the applause began. Not from them, from the stage. A slow building ovation like an audience. On stage was clapping for the audience in the seats. I walked down the aisle, stopped at row G, looked up. The balcony was full, every seat, but the faces, blurred, not like bad focus, like they were unfinished. Smudges of light and shadow, eyes, too dark, mouths slightly open, no teeth, just dark. I raised my flashlight, swept the beam across the mezzanine. The light didn't reflect, it absorbed, like shining into fog. Then one figure in balcony A7 turned its head, looked directly at me, raised a hand, not to wave, to beckon. I ran to the stage door. The brass key fit. I turned it. The door opened inward. Darkness. I stepped in. The door closed behind me. No latch, just sealed. Backstage was vast. Catwalks overhead, ropes hanging like vines, flats stacked against walls, painted scenes of forests, parlors, city streets, all faded, peeling. And in the center, on the stage itself, 8 chairs, arranged in a semicircle, facing the audience, each with a nameplate. I climbed the steps, walked to the first chair. Eleanor Vance, soprano, second; Julian Hart, lead, third; Isabel Roy, mezzo, fourth; Theo McKenna, composer, fifth; Silas Wren, stage manager. I froze. Silas, my trainer, he wasn't 70, he was gone. Since 1959, I backed away, tripped over something, a trunk, old leather, straps brittle. I opened it. Inside, scripts, stacked neatly, all titled The Unseen Audience. Final draft, performance master. I took one, flipped it open, no dialogue, no stage directions, just a single line, repeated on every page. When the house is full and the stage is empty, the pact is fulfilled. Beneath it, in tight, spidery handwriting, the audience does not watch the show. The audience is the show. We do not perform for them. We perform with them. And when the last witness takes their seat, the performance never ends. I dropped the script, looked up. The stage lights, dark for hours, flickered on. Not the work lights. The house lights blazing. I turned. The auditorium was full, every seat. But now the faces were clear. Eleanor Vance, Julian Hart, Isabel Roy, Theo McKenna, Silas Wren, and the others, all of them, watching me, smiling, not with joy, with relief, because I was standing on stage, in the light, and the seats were waiting for me. The applause began, not from them, from the walls, from the floor, from the air itself. A roar, demanding, celebrating, welcoming. I walked to the edge of the stage, looked down at Orchestra Row G, seat 12. My seat, empty, waiting. The script said, when the house is full and the stage is empty, the pact is fulfilled. But the stage wasn't empty. Yet. I took a breath, stepped back, into the wings. Then I ran, not to the stage door, to the loading dock. The heavy metal door was bolted. I threw my weight against it, once, twice. It groaned open, cold night air. I stumbled, out, didn't stop, ran 6 blocks, didn't look back. I didn't go in the next night, or the next. But on the 4th night, my phone buzzed. A text, unknown number, no message, just a photo, a seat. Orchestra G12, empty, and on the velvet, a single program. Cover, plain black, no title, just gold lettering at the bottom. Tonight's performance has already begun. I deleted it, blocked the number, but that night as I lay in bed, I heard it. Through the walls, through the city, faint, rising. Clap from the east, clap, clap from the south, clap, clap, clap. Growing, converging, a standing ovation. For me, because I was the only one left, the last witness, and the pact. The pact required a full house. I sit in my apartment now. The lights are off. The city hums outside, but beneath it, the applause. Louder, closer. I know what happens when it reaches my door. They won't force it open. They'll wait. Because the Marlowe Grand doesn't take. It invites. And when the final seat is filled, the performance continues forever. The front door just opened, not by me, by itself. A draft, cold, carrying the scent of beeswax and old velvet. And from down the hall, the sound of footsteps, soft, deliberate. Step, pause, step, pause. Ascending, not to my floor, to the theater. They're holding my seat. I stand, walk to the door, look down. On the welcome mat, a single ticket. Gold foil, no date, no time. Just Orchestra, G12. Reserved. I pick it up. It's warm, like it's been held. I don't put on a coat. I don't lock the door. I walk. The streets are empty. The city sleeps. But the Marlowe is alive. The marquee flickers. The missing letters return. Marlowe, grand. And beneath them, new ones, burning bright. Tonight, one night only, the unseen audience. The doors open as I approach. Inside, the lobby is full, not with people, with presents. The chandelier blazes, the red carpet gleams. I walk down the center aisle. No usher, no Silas, just the quiet hum of anticipation. I reach Orchestra G12. Sit. The seat is warm. The curtain rises. The stage is empty. But the applause is thunderous. And as I join in, clapping, tears streaming, heart full, I realize something. The performers aren't late. They're already here, in every seat, in every breath, in every clap. We are the show. We always were. And the curtain, it never falls. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. My daughter's imaginary friend knows too much about our past. The first time Lily mentioned peaches, it was a sun-drenched Tuesday in June. Sunlight, thick and golden as honey, poured through the bay window of our new living room, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air like tiny, blissful spirits. My wife, Sarah, was unpacking a box of books, her brow furrowed in concentration as she tried to decide where the Dickens collection should go. I was on the floor struggling with the notoriously vague instructions for a Swedish-designed bookshelf. Lily, all of 5 years old with hair the color of spun corn silk and eyes the deep, serious blue of a twilight sky, was having a tea party on the Persian rug we'd bought as a celebratory splurge for the new house. Her guests were a one-eyed teddy bear named Barnaby and a perpetually smiling rag doll called Daisy, and apparently a new addition. "No, Peaches, you can't have more sugar," she said, her voice a stern, motherly whisper. "It's bad for your teeth." I glanced over at her, a smile tugging at my lips. "Who are you talking to, Sweet Pea?" "Peaches," she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. She carefully poured a drop of imaginary tea into an empty spot on the rug. "He's very greedy." Sarah looked up from her books, her face softening into the kind of warm, maternal smile that had made me fall in love with her a decade ago. "Oh, we have a new friend? What does Peaches look like?" Lily tilted her head, considering the question with the gravity of a seasoned philosopher. "He's long," she said finally, "and he wears patchy clothes, like a scarecrow. And he's sad, I think. His face is all smudgy. An imaginary friend. The parenting books we'd devoured had told us to expect this. It was a normal, healthy part of a child's development, a sign of a vibrant imagination. We smiled at each other over Lily's head, a silent, shared moment of parental pride. Our little girl was creative. She was bright. She was normal. After everything we had been through, normal was the most beautiful word in the English language. We'd bought this house to be our fortress of normal. It was a 2-story colonial on a quiet, tree-lined street in a town where nobody knew our names. It was a deliberate, calculated escape from the city, from the ghosts of our old life, from the constant low-level hum of anxiety that had become the soundtrack to our marriage. This house, with its fresh coat of dove-gray paint and its sprawling backyard, was meant to be a new beginning, a place where the past couldn't find us. For a few weeks it was. Peaches became a fixture in our home, An extra invisible place was set at the dinner table. Lily would leave the bathroom door ajar so Peaches could get out. She would tell us stories about him, strange, disjointed narratives. Peaches lived in the walls, she said. He used to live in a dark, wet place. He was always cold. We'd nod and smile, playing along, marveling at the intricate world she was building. The detail about him being smudgy and sad was a little melancholic, maybe, but kids have a flair for the dramatic. We wrote it off as a harmless quirk. The first tremor, the first sign that the foundations of our new, normal life were built on something deeply unstable, came on a rainy Saturday. We were supposed to go to the town's Founders' Day picnic, but a sudden thunderstorm had trapped us indoors. I was trying to teach Lily how to play checkers, and she was, as usual, making up her own far more interesting rules. "Daddy," she said, moving one of my red checkers diagonally and then taking it off the board. "King me." "That's not how it works, sweetie," I laughed. "You have to get to my side of the board first." She looked down at the board. Her little brow crinkled. Then she looked up at me, her blue eyes eerily focused. "Peaches says you don't like to play by the rules either." My hand, which had been hovering over the board, froze. A faint, cold prickle ran up my spine. "What do you mean, honey?" "He says you took a shortcut once," she continued, her voice a perfect mimicry of innocent conversation. "On the old road, the one with all the rocks, you were in a hurry." She pushed another one of my checkers off the board. "You were going very, very fast." The air in the room suddenly felt thin and sharp. The sound of the rain against the windows faded to a dull roar in my ears. The old road, the one with all the rocks, the old quarry road. It had been 7 years, but the memory was branded onto the inside of my skull. A dark, winding ribbon of asphalt, slick with rain, hemmed in by woods on one side and a sheer drop on the other. A shortcut we should never have taken. I forced a laugh. It came out sounding brittle and strange. "I don't know what you're talking about, Lilybug. Peaches has a funny imagination." I looked over at Sarah, who was curled on the sofa with a magazine. She had heard. I could see it in the way her shoulders had tensed, in the way her hands were gripping the magazine so tightly her knuckles were white. Her eyes met mine, and for a fleeting second I saw it, the same cold, stomach-dropping fear that was currently coursing through my veins. But she blinked, and it was gone, replaced by a practiced, placid neutrality. Later that night, when Lily was asleep, I brought it up. We were in the kitchen, the only light coming from the small lamp over the sink, which cast long, distorted shadows across the room. "What Lily said today," I began, my voice low, "about the quarry road." Sarah didn't look at me. She kept her back to me, scrubbing a pot with a furious circular motion. "She's 5, Tom. She hears things. We've probably talked about it when we thought she was asleep. You know how kids are. They're like little sponges." "When have we ever talked about that night?" I demanded, my voice rising. "When? We made a promise, Sarah. We buried it. We never speak of it." "Then it was a coincidence," she said, her voice tight. She turned off the water and placed the pot on the drying rack with a sharp, definitive clatter. A creepy, horrible coincidence, but that's all it was. It has to be. She turned to face me, and her eyes were pleading. She was begging me to believe her, to let her keep the comfortable blanket of denial wrapped around us. I wanted to believe her. God, I wanted to more than anything, to dismiss it, to rationalize it, to file it away as a creepy but meaningless event. So I nodded. I agreed. For her, for us, for the fragile new life we were trying to build. But as I lay in bed that night, listening to the rain and the creaks and groans of our new house, I couldn't shake the image of Lily's serious blue eyes. And I couldn't silence the question that was screaming in the back of my mind. Who the hell was Peaches? The coincidences began to pile up, each one a small, sharp stone added to the growing mountain of my dread. A week later, Sarah came home from the grocery store with a bouquet of yellow roses, her favorite. She put them in a vase on the kitchen table, a bright, cheerful splash of color in the sunlit room. Lily came running in, took one look at them, and her face crumpled. "Peaches doesn't like those," she said, her lower lip trembling. "They were his mommy's favorite. They make him sad." Sarah froze, her hand still on the vase. She looked at me, her face pale. Yellow roses. It was another detail, another piece of the mosaic of that night. The other car, the one that had spun out in front of us, had been a beat-up station wagon. The back was filled with groceries, spilled all over the road, and there had been a bouquet of yellow roses scattered and broken on the wet asphalt, their bright petals bruised and dirt-stained. It was a detail I hadn't even realized I remembered until that very moment. "How could she know that, Tom?" Sarah whispered later, after we'd managed to calm a hysterical Lily down by moving the flowers outside. "How?" "She couldn't," I said, my voice hollow. The rationalizations were getting harder and harder to construct. The coincidences were straining the laws of probability to their breaking point. Peach's presence grew stronger, his descriptions more vivid. He wasn't just long and patchy anymore. According to Lily, his hair was the color of mud. He had a big, ugly cut on his forehead that never went away, and one of his shoes was missing. He was always looking for his other shoe. I started watching Lily obsessively. I'd stand in the hallway just out of sight and listen to her one-sided conversations in her playroom. Her voice would be light and cheerful, but the things she said, the things Peaches was supposedly telling her, were chilling. "No, I can't ask them that, Peaches. That's a secret, because secrets are supposed to be quiet. I don't know why they didn't stop. Maybe they were scared." My blood ran cold. I felt like an insect trapped under glass, being watched by something ancient and malevolent. This thing, this Peaches, wasn't a product of Lily's imagination. It was an intrusion. It was something that had attached itself to her, something that was using her as a mouthpiece to terrorize us. The physical manifestation started subtly. A photograph from our wedding, which sat on the mantelpiece, would be turned face down. A single muddy footprint, too large to be Lily's, would appear on the welcome mat, even when it hadn't rained. The temperature in Lily's room would sometimes drop suddenly, becoming unnaturally cold, making the hairs on my arms stand up. Sarah was trying to hold on to her denial, but it was failing. I could see the terror in her eyes, the dark circles that were forming from sleepless nights. We were becoming ghosts in our own home, speaking in hushed tones, jumping at every creak of the floorboards. The silence between us was growing, filled with the unspoken horror of what was happening and the deeper, older horror of what we had done. The night had all shattered. the night we could no longer pretend, started with a song. I was tucking Lily into bed. She was quiet and withdrawn, as she often was now. She was clutching her one-eyed bear, Barnaby, so tightly her knuckles were white. "Daddy," she whispered, her voice small, "can you sing me the Crooked Man song?" I frowned. "I don't think I know that one, Sweet Pea." "Yes, you do," she insisted. "Peaches says you know it. It was on the radio, the night of the shortcut." And then she started to hum, a broken, off-key little tune. But it was unmistakable. It was an old folk song, one I hadn't heard in years, but it had been playing on the radio that night. I remembered it with a sickening lurch of my stomach. It had been playing right at the moment of impact. The cheerful, jaunty melody had been a grotesque counterpoint to the screech of tires and the sickening crunch of metal on metal. My breath hitched in my chest. I couldn't move. I just stared at my daughter, this perfect, innocent little girl who was humming the theme song to the worst moment of my entire life. "He wants you to remember the other man, Daddy," Lily whispered, her eyes wide in the dim light from the hallway. "Peaches says you left him. You left him in the dark, and he was so cold." That was it. That was the moment the floor gave way. I fled the room, stumbling down the hallway, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I found Sarah in the living room, standing by the window, staring out into the darkness. She turned as I entered, and she didn't have to ask. She could see it on my face. "Tom," she breathed. "She knows," I choked out, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. "She knows everything. The song, the other driver, leaving him there, this thing, it's telling her everything." The dam of our shared silence, 7 years in the making, finally broke. The story, the one we had buried so deep we could almost pretend it never happened, came rushing out. We were 24, young, stupid, and a little drunk from a friend's wedding. I was driving. It was raining, a torrential downpour that made the world outside the windshield a blurry, impressionistic nightmare. Sarah was navigating, and she pointed me down the old quarry road, a shortcut she'd heard about. I was driving too fast, showing off, feeling immortal in the way only a 24-year-old can. He came out of nowhere, a station wagon pulling out from a hidden side road. I swerved, but it was too late. The impact was a jarring, deafening explosion of sound and light. Our car spun, the world turning into a kaleidoscope of rain and shattered glass before we came to a stop in a ditch. We were alive, bruised, terrified, but alive. The other car was a wreck, crumpled and twisted, its headlights pointing at crazy angles into the woods. And in the sudden, ringing silence that followed the crash, we heard a groan, a single, low sound of pain coming from the other car. Someone was hurt. Someone was alive. And we were drunk. The smell of the spilled champagne was thick in the car. We looked at each other, and in that moment, a silent, terrible decision was made. Panic, cold and absolute, overrode everything else. It overrode decency, compassion, humanity. We were kids. We were scared of the consequences, of the red and blue lights of the jail cells we imagined. So we did the unthinkable. I put the car in reverse. The tires spun in the mud, and then they caught. I backed out of the ditch, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold the wheel. We didn't look back. We just drove. We left the scene. We left a man groaning in the wreckage of his car, alone on a deserted road in the middle of a storm. We got home, showered, and pretended it was a bad dream. The next day, scouring the local news online, my hands trembling, I found a small article, a single-car accident on the old quarry road. The driver, a man named Michael Rafferty, a 45-year-old widower and father of one, had been found dead at the scene by a passing motorist hours later. The article said he'd likely died on impact. We clung to that. We told ourselves that lie over and over again until it became our truth. He died on impact. Nothing we could have done would have saved him. Our leaving didn't make a difference. We sold the car for scrap. We moved out of our apartment a few months later. We started over. We built a new life, a good life. We got married. We had Lily, and we buried the ghost of Michael Rafferty so deep that we almost forgot he existed. But he hadn't forgotten us. He had been waiting, and now he had found us. He was in our house. He was talking to our daughter, and he called himself Peaches. The name had been a mystery, a strange, childish moniker. But now, as I stood in my living room, the full weight of our past crashing down on me, I remembered another detail. From the news article, Michael Rafferty had been on his way home from visiting his mother at a nursing home. Her name was Beatrice, but everyone called her Peaches. He was her only son. The entity in our house wasn't just a random spirit. It was him, Michael Rafferty. And he wanted something. After that night, the haunting escalated from psychological warfare to a full-blown physical assault. The whispers were no longer confined to Lily's room. I would hear them in the static of the television, in the rush of water from the faucet, my name spoken in a dry, rasping whisper. "Tom, you left me. It was so cold." Doors would slam shut in empty hallways. The lights would flicker and die, plunging us into darkness, only to flare back on moments later. One morning, I came downstairs to find every cabinet and drawer in the kitchen hanging open, their contents spilled onto the floor. On the kitchen wall, traced in a thin layer of spilled flour, was a single shaky word. Why? Lily was changing. Our bright, bubbly little girl was becoming a shadow. She stopped playing. She would just sit in her room for hours, staring at the wall, sometimes murmuring to herself. The dark circles under her eyes mirrored our own. She started drawing pictures, disturbing childish scribbles in black and red crayon, a drawing of a stick figure lying next to a mangled car, a drawing of a tall, patchy man with a sad, smudgy face standing at the foot of her bed. We were prisoners. The beautiful house we had bought as our sanctuary had become our jail, and Michael Rafferty was the warden. He was feeding on our fear, on our guilt. We knew we had to do something, but what? We couldn't call the police. We couldn't call a priest. We weren't religious, and it felt like a hollow, desperate gesture. We were alone with the monster we had created. The breaking point, the moment I knew we were in danger of losing not just our sanity but our daughter, came a week later. I was in my home office trying to work, though I couldn't concentrate. The house was quiet, too quiet. A sudden primal instinct, a father's intuition, screamed at me that something was wrong. I ran upstairs to Lily's room. The door was closed. I threw it open. The room was cold, unnaturally so. Lily was standing on a chair, which she had pushed up against the open window. She was leaning out, her small body silhouetted against the gray afternoon sky. "Lily!" I screamed, my voice cracking with terror. She turned, and for a split second, it wasn't her. Her face was slack, her eyes vacant and dark. Her voice, when it came out, was not the high, sweet voice of a 5-year-old. It was a low, rasping whisper, a sound that was both old and full of a terrible, wet-sounding pain. "He wants to show you how it feels," the voice said, coming from my daughter's lips. "How it feels to fall, how it feels to be broken." I lunged across the room, my heart exploding in my chest. I grabbed her around the waist and pulled her back, stumbling, falling to the floor with her in my arms. She started to cry, real terrified sobs this time. The presence was gone. It was just my daughter trembling and weeping in my arms. "Daddy, I was scared," she cried. "Peaches was telling me to jump. He said it would be like flying." I held her, rocking her back and forth, my own body shaking uncontrollably. This was it. He wasn't just trying to scare us anymore. He was trying to take our daughter. He was going to make us feel the same pain he had felt, the pain of losing a child. We had left him to die, and now he was going to take the one thing that made our lives worth living. That night, after Lily was asleep in our bed, barricaded between us, Sarah and I finally faced the truth. "We have to leave Tom," she said, her voice a shattered whisper in the dark. "We have to pack a bag and just go. Leave the house. Leave everything." "And go where?" I asked, my own voice hollow with despair. "Don't you see, Sarah? It's not the house. He's not attached to the house. He's attached to us, to our secret. He'll follow us wherever we go. We can't run from this." "Then what do we do?" she sobbed, burying her face in her hands. "What can we possibly do?" I was silent for a long time, the answer forming in my mind, a cold, heavy thing. It was an answer I had been avoiding for 7 years. "We have to tell the truth," I said softly. She looked up at me, her face streaked with tears. "What are you talking about?" "We have to confess," I said, the words tasting like ash. "We have to go to the police. We have to tell them what we did. It's the only way. The secret, the guilt, that's his anchor. It's what's given him his power. If we release it, if we face the consequences, maybe it will set him free, and us." The terror in her eyes was replaced by a different kind of fear, the fear of public shame, of prison, of losing Lily to the system. "Tom, no, we can't. It would destroy our lives. It would destroy Lily's life." "He is destroying Lily's life right now," I retorted, my voice a harsh whisper. "He tried to make her jump out of a window today. What's he going to do tomorrow? We have no choice, Sarah. We either face the justice of the living, or we will be tormented by the justice of the dead for the rest of our lives, and we will lose our daughter in the process." We didn't sleep that night. We just lay there holding each other, with our daughter sleeping between us, the silent, terrible weight of our decision settling over us. As dawn broke, painting the sky in pale, watery shades of gray and pink, we knew what we had to do. But first, there was one more thing. We had to face him, not the police, not yet. We had to face Michael Rafferty. We had to confess to him. We decided to do it in Lily's room. It felt like his territory, the place where he was strongest. We waited until Lily was downstairs watching cartoons, a temporary, fragile truce having settled over the house. We stood in the middle of her room, the childish drawings and colorful toys a bizarre backdrop for what we were about to do. "Michael," I said, my voice shaking. "Michael Rafferty, we know you're here." The room grew cold. A floorboard creaked behind me. The air grew thick and heavy with a palpable sense of sorrow and rage. "We are so sorry," Sarah whispered, tears streaming down her face. We were just kids. We were scared. It's not an excuse. There are no excuses. But we were so scared. We should have stopped, I continued, my own voice thick with unshed tears. We should have called for help. We should have stayed with you. Maybe we could have saved you. We'll never know. And we have to live with that for the rest of our lives. The temperature dropped further. A little plastic horse on Lily's dresser flew across the room and shattered against the wall. A low moan seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. He was listening. "We left you," I said, forcing myself to say the words that had been buried for so long. "We hit you, and we left you to die alone in the dark. It was a cowardly, monstrous thing to do, and we are going to pay for it. Tomorrow, we're going to the police. We're going to confess everything. We're going to tell them what we did to you." The room was silent. The oppressive presence seemed to lessen, the anger replaced by a profound, bottomless well of sadness. "We can't give you back your life," Sarah sobbed. "We can't undo what we did. All we can do is tell the truth and ask you to please leave our daughter alone. She's innocent. This is on us, not her. Punish us, but let her go." For a long moment, nothing happened. The silence stretched, thin and taut. Then, on the wall opposite us, a single word was traced in the condensation that had suddenly formed on the cold surface. It wasn't angry. It wasn't threatening. It was just one heartbreaking word. Lonely. And then, as quickly as it had come, the cold was gone. The presence, the weight, the feeling of being watched, it all lifted. It was like a pressure valve had been released inside the house, inside my own head. The room was just a little girl's room again. The sun streamed through the window, bright and warm. It was over. The confession, the promise of justice, had been enough. We had finally done the right thing, and it had set us all free. The next day we hired a lawyer and turned ourselves in. The story that followed was a messy public ordeal. It was in the papers, on the local news. We were the monsters who had fled, who had hidden for 7 years. We were judged, and rightly so. But through it all, there was a strange, unexpected sense of relief. The secret was out. The burden we had been carrying for so long was finally lifted. Because of our confession and the years that had passed, the sentence was lighter than it could have been. I served 18 months. Sarah, as a passenger, got 5 years of probation and community service. We lost the house. We lost our savings. We lost our reputation. But we never lost Lily, and the ghost of Michael Rafferty never came back. Lily has no memory of Peaches. To her, he was just an imaginary friend she eventually grew out of. Sometimes, late at night, I think about him, Michael Rafferty. I think about the life we took, the future we stole from him. The justice of the courts feels inadequate for what we did. My true sentence is the one I serve every day, the memory of his name whispered in the dark, the image of that single, sad word traced on the wall. We buried a secret, and in doing so, we buried our own souls. It took the haunting of our daughter to finally dig them back up. We live with the scars. We have to. It's the price we pay for being the people who drove away, leaving a good man to die alone on a dark, rocky road, with only the sound of a crooked